Okay, we're back and we're live. I'm joined by Josh and Joe. Hello, guys.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. So lovely to have you here. Joe, what time zone are you in? What time is it for you right now?
So this is Sunday evening at about 8 p.m. my
Lovely.
time.
Lovely. And it's 1 in the morning for Joshua and I. Josh, thank you for being here tonight on the late night
That's all
slot.
right. Yeah, of course, of course.
Everyone was disappointed that you didn't actually
Wasn't
appear
actually dead.
earlier. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So yeah, it's lovely to have you here, and this is going to be so nice. I've just been talking about some of the most grim, horrible stuff. In my last chat, we were doing like a real like extreme horror kind of, So there was a lot of Serbian film and cannibal Holocaust and that kind of thing. So I feel like we're going to be talking about something so wholesome now in comparison. Some coming of age movies.
Yeah, I was listening to all of that.
All the previous stuff. Oh my
Yeah.
god, it was the kind of like turn on your incognito window before you even Google it kind of stuff.
Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, this is going to be quite nice, a nice little palate cleanser. Joe, we were talking about sort of different potential topics that we could talk about together. Coming of age feels like a really interesting topic. I think you suggested it initially. Like, what is it about this topic that kind of like sort of goes so well with horror, particularly? Do you think?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, part of the reason that I did this is because it's something I could probably talk about off the top of my head very, very easily because I do have a horror podcast and then I also have a YA podcast. So I was like, why not combine the two?
Yes.
But I mean, as soon as we three started to put our list together, I just thought, oh my gosh, we could talk about this for so many hours because
Yes.
we had a certain amount of overlap. But then I also thought, okay, there's a really wide variety of titles. And it just struck me that there's so much that's horrifying about being a teenager, coming of age, having to deal with things like your parents, puberty, bullying. And I'm not going to lie, there was also a huge amount of queer overlap with this as well. So I think Josh and I both just naturally kind of gravitated to this and said, oh, yeah, being a queer teenager and coming of age is its own horrifying ordeal.
Horrors. Yeah, that's really interesting. Is there a connection that you see, Josh, with that, with kind of coming of age stories and also queer stories, particularly in horror?
Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. I think what's great about coming of age horror is that it's all encompassing. I think you can basically take any subgenre and you can put it within a coming of age context, whether it be like werewolves and vampires or body horror or slasher. It can all work together. And then with the sort of queer element of that, what I think, until very recently, we were really reading into a lot of films. We had to come up with our own readings to fully connect because the stories weren't necessarily for us or about us. And so I think that's where we have that real connection to them as well, and nostalgia. I listen to. I've been very obsessed with All of Us Strangers recently, the new Andrew Haigh film, and I've been listening to a lot of podcasts about that and sort of them talking about a nostalgia for a life. A lot of young queer people have a nostalgia for a childhood, an adolescence, and a coming of age that they never lived. And I think for me, that's why I connect to these films so much, because it's almost like aspirational or wish fulfillment. I didn't get to live those kind of lives, even if they're horrifying. Because it's a film, it feels safer,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for sure. Joe, what was your kind of relationship with horror when you were growing up, when you were in adolescence, when you were kind of finding your identity, I suppose? Like, how important was horror to you at that stage in your life?
It's so weird for me because I'm one of the people who came to horror media late. So I was very much a book person.
Uh-huh.
I would sneak into my sister's room. I would steal her Christopher Pike novels, which is actually why I was so surprised that it took us forever to get a Christopher Pike adaptation when we were getting things like Goosebumps and R.L. Stine all the time. And I kept waiting for Christopher Pike because that was really my jam. Like, that was my introduction into horror. I know for a lot of other people it was Stephen King and that kind of stuff. And obviously we'll talk about a couple titles from his oeuvre here.
Yeah.
But yeah, for me, it was very much that YA, like late 90s. There was like Richie Tankerley Cusick. There was, R.L. Stine, obviously. But just there were so many horror titles that were coming out at that time, and they were all dealing with like teenage girls and boys who were dealing with the same kinds of not just slasher, but ghosts and yeah, werewolves, vampires, party antics, and so on. And I kind of like what Josh said, I was trying to live vicariously through that because I was very much a stay at home recluse, living my life in my bedroom, wishing I was doing things.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you're right. There is an element of wish fulfillment about it for sure. Josh, how do you kind of categorize coming of age movies when you were thinking about them? You know, could this be any kind of teen movie? Could you include something like Scream in this, or is it something more specific?
I don't know what that film is. I've never heard of it or seen it. I was wondering who was going to bring Scream up first, whether it be me, Joe, or yourself. It's interesting, isn't it? Because I did think about Scream when sort of compiling the list, and I think that there are elements, I guess, of coming of age in Scream, but I think what I connect to is there's got to be some sort of real, I guess, transformation that happens in coming of age, a rite of passage of some kind. I think for me, you tend to see that a lot in North American films, because there is so much of that culture that is sort of like thrust out through the multitude of films that get made. And for me, as a young Brit watching that was like, oh, there's this and this and this. So I think it's categorizing it through the shift in like the rites of passage, the change that happens. But with Scream, they're older, I guess. So you sort of have to be in that in between kind of stage, I guess, maybe.
Yeah, I think so. And I think you're right with that kind of like transformation or rite of passage. Like, how do you, Joe, kind of categorize it in your head in terms of what defines a coming of age story for you, I suppose?
Oh, yeah. Even as Josh was talking, I was like, we never really set up any kind of parameters. I think we all just applied our own unique perspective onto this. Because, Josh, as you were talking, I was thinking, oh, well, obviously, it's things that are riffing on or aping John Hughes films. But obviously, there's a bunch of coming of age films that occur before that. One of the things that Brenna and me, my co-host on my YA podcast, we talk about is this concept of teenagedom is such a new thing, relatively speaking. It's something that we really originated in the 1950s. Yeah. So even though there are quote unquote coming of age tales before that, we typically don't associate it with it. Really, I would say until we get into almost the 70s, 80s is that really sweet spot of when we start to see teenagers becoming front and center, in part, I think, because a lot of Hollywood films and TV shows realized we could sell this to the masses because we know what teenagers are. They've got money, they've got disposable income, so we could sell it to them. So I think it's that transformation figure, but it's also, when do teenagers start to become front and center in terms of the narratives we're telling? And I see the sweet spot really into the 80s and then the 90s.
Yeah, because I was
spot on.
Yes, and I was going to say, like, are we all, because we're probably all of a certain similar age group, do we all have certain biases towards particular coming of age movies, I wonder, because of what we were seeing when we were growing up? But I think also, Joe, that's probably a good point that actually there probably wasn't a whole lot of stuff earlier than, let's say, the 70s anyway, was there really, I think, in terms of coming of age stories. But yeah, it's probably fair to say, right, Josh, like the ones that very much influenced us were the kind of 80s and 90s, I suppose. Yeah, and there's a bit of 2000 stuff in here, I imagine, as well, right?
Absolutely, yeah. Joe, it's like you read my mind. Like I had exactly the same thought, which is, teens didn't exist till the 50s, and then you think of the filmmakers that are gonna be making those films. They're not going to be making them until the filmmakers that are lucky enough to be able to do that. It's not going to be until the late 70s that happens. And I think another sort of category of the coming of age film is a sort of nostalgia almost. And so for these filmmakers to be making these type of films, they'd have had to have grown up a little bit, which is why we don't really get them earlier. And I think now, I was trying to think like what kind of modern coming of age movies and coming of age horror movies do we have? And they're not the same. And I think it's because the way we consume media now is so fragmented. It could be YouTube, it could be streaming, it could be the cinema, it could be television, and everything's all sort of blurred. and just the amount of technology that we have. I just think you're right with that little sweet spot of sort of from the very late 70s, maybe until the 2000s is the broadest scope of what we had. And I think modern, I was thinking maybe something like Assassination Nation could be a
Yeah.
good modern coming of age film that uses technology as a way of allowing the characters to grow. But there's not that many. There's not that many that jump out to me.
Is Stranger Things kind of, the biggest kind of coming of age genre thing of the last decade, maybe? I don't know.
Well, I was thinking all the modern ones that are like that are still in reverence to the past.
Yes.
Will still be, you've got the Totally Killers and the Happy Death Days and things like that are all riffing on a time period that they want to replicate in modern day. So to actually have a contemporary modern coming of age horror is maybe not as easy to do.
And we've yeah, sorry, go on.
Oh, I was going to say, I think the other issue with defining really, really contemporary texts is that we're still living in them, right? So a lot of the titles that have made our list are things where you could throw it out to a group of people and they would say, oh, yes, obviously, 100%. But it's hard to recognize things that have come out in the last like 5 to 10 years because they still feel so new that they haven't achieved a kind of classic sense yet, which is why, even where we say something like, oh, well, Jennifer's Body should obviously be on the list, but that's not even that new a text anymore. It's just that we've started to recognize it as a classic because it got reappraised 10 years after the fact.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think you're right. Sometimes you need that time, don't you? And yeah, I mean, so many people are already mentioning Jennifer's Body, Teeth as well. I saw Rosie mention the film Teeth, which actually I think some of us put it on our list, didn't we? But it's not in our combined top 10. I mean, also we should probably say like we are 3 guys as well, so maybe that is going to sway this list that we're going to talk about in a certain direction. So I think these sorts of films are always very personal, aren't they, to whoever, coming of age stories. And when I think of I think you're absolutely right. That 70s, 80s, 90s, the kind of John Carpenter, John Hughes, Stephen King into kind of Kevin Williamson and people like that. Like that whole era is so much kind of at the forefront of my mind when it comes to these kind of stories, for sure. But actually, like the first film that really comes to my mind is my favorite coming of age film. Isn't a horror film, so it's not on this list, but it's probably Stand By Me. Actually, like that's always the film I think of when I think of coming of age film. Like that's the one, which is really strange, isn't it? Because that's a film that is nostalgic of. It's set in the 50s, isn't it? Or is it 50s, 60s? So it's like it's a different kind of nostalgia with that one. But
that's my favorite outside of Scream. On the flip side, that's probably my other favorite film. And it does sort of like it teases horror ever so slightly, maybe not in its aesthetic or its soundtrack or anything that really happens, but in the sort of under the surface of what they're actually doing, and going down the railroad tracks to find a dead body of a dead kid. We have a dead kid in a movie that wasn't really happening in the 80s when the film came out. And it's set in a time that is quote unquote like this picture perfect small town, and it's not perfect in any way. There's so much bullying and violence, and kids have guns and they're swearing and they're being really fat phobic and all of this kind of stuff that you're seeing. So that there are real horrors that come into that film, even though it's seen as this kind of like, wow, like
what a great time to live. And you think, no, so much of this is actually awful. It's the friendships that make that movie so great.
Yes.
But everything else is it's either completely nostalgic through rose-colored glasses, or it's actually quite awful when you start.
It's horrific. The bullies and it's horrific. It's horrific. But I think that's really interesting. And we've got some good suggestions coming through from people. Nathaniel says, I was coming out to myself around the time that Elm Street 2 was showing on TV, and it will forever be part of my queer sexual awakening. What's your guys' relationship with that particular film? Like, did you see that at an impressionable age, or did you kind of come to it later? Josh, what about you?
Oh yeah, I absolutely did. I mean, gosh, that age you're at, sort of as you're going through puberty, and sort of any sort of like inkling of like sexual content that you can find in films and television is like, oh my God. And especially as like a young gay kid, like the focus was always on the women, and so whenever you saw something where there was like a shirtless guy or like you saw a bit of butt, like that was the best thing. That was like really thrilling. And so I remember on the one hand not liking the film as an Elm Street movie, but as something that was like very formative. That was absolutely up there. I mean, Mark Patton, absolutely beautiful, and just yeah, it was just really hot.
Joe, what about you? What was your kind of relationship with that particular Elm Street film?
Yeah, I don't have the same relationship with it, but it's only because I think I came to it so late. I didn't get into a lot of the 80s franchises until well into the 90s. So by the time I got to two, I had heard it was the quote unquote gay one, and I was watching them out of order. So I watched one, three, and then I went back and started to watch them sequentially. So much like Josh said, it didn't strike me as a very good Elm Street film.
Yeah.
And that was the thing I really took away from it. And it was only later when Trace and I were covering it for our first live show that I realized, oh, this movie means a lot to certain types of people.
Yeah.
And to Mark as well, like, because you guys
yeah.
interviewed Mark, and he's so passionate about that film, and when you sort of understand the impact it had on his career and his life, like he was very like assertive with you guys, like, nope, this is going to be, I'm going to control the narrative on this film and the way it's perceived in a way that, you know, listening to, I have a lot of respect for sure.
It's fascinating because in some ways the film ends up mirroring his own real life and coming of age, right? Like he was so young when he makes that, and then art mirrors his real life experience. And I think that's part of the reason why people get very defensive about that particular entry, because you almost can't divorce the film from him and what he went through.
Alicia in the chat says we're all going to the World's Fair as like an example of a more recent coming of age one.
Yes, okay.
That's
I'm so happy that one got raised, because even reading the reviews for Jane Schoenbrum's new film Out of Sundance, the new one sounds even better.
So I literally sent Josh a clip of somebody recommending it on a podcast. This is the one, Josh, I was telling you about. It's like somebody that was obsessed with like 90s TV shows or something, right? Yeah. It sounds good. I can't remember what it's called. Something to do with the glow, the TV glow or something. I can't remember, but something like that. Yeah. The Black Phone has also been mentioned as a good recent coming of age
I put
horror
that
film.
on mine as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, another one referencing the past, but I loved that. I think that might have been my fave of that year.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a really good one. I guess there's still that kind of Stephen King connection with that, isn't there?
Sure.
Yeah. So let's go through it. So basically, we all like exchanged our top 10 coming of age horror movies, basically, and there was some overlap. So what we've done is kind of collated it and made a combined top 10. So we'll go through that in order, and then if there's time, maybe we'll talk about a few of our individual picks at the end as well, and what else we kind of like. And carry on. Feel free to keep commenting in the chat with some of your favorites as well, and we'll try and get to them as we go. So our combined number 10 is quite a big one. It's a classic. It's Ginger Snaps, a massive coming of age people, and this coming of age film, and it means a lot to a lot of people, I think. Joe, what's your kind of history and relationship with Ginger Snaps?
This one, I ranked this quite a bit higher. So this is a very, very important text to me, not just because it's Canadian, because it's Catherine Isabel, just so much about the sister relationship at the heart of the film rings more authentically true and important to me than the actual werewolf components, which is not to take anything away from that, because this is probably in my top 3 werewolf films of all time. When you look at the creature design, it's fantastic. But when you think about Ginger Snaps, as much as certain things stand out, to me, it's really all about, one sister progresses faster, like she matures faster than the other one. And it's about feeling left behind and almost in the shadow of somebody that you admire and respect, and you don't want to be left behind. And that's where so much of the horror and the pathos of that film comes from for me.
Yeah, for sure. Josh, what about you? What do you think of Ginger Snaps?
I just remember when I discovered it, and it was at a point probably in my sort of mid-teens, and you're just looking for like that. I remember just trying to look for those films that like recreated the high of something like a Buffy or something like a Scream. I went into that kind of world, and Ginger Snaps does that, but it does it in its own way. Like, I love how grimy and dark the aesthetic of it
Hmm.
is. I like that it's this low budget movie. I like how bloody it is, and the
Mm.
body horror in it I really connected to, because the metaphor of the transformation, and the transformation you go through during puberty. Like, I found it. Yeah, I really connected to that. And then I have a younger brother, and so anything to do with siblings or sisterhood, brotherhood, that kind of thing, I'm always going to connect to. So yeah, Ginger Snaps, I loved. Yeah.
Yeah, me too. And I think you're right. Like, I agree just with what you were saying. Like, I remember it feeling, even at the time, compared to a lot of kind of more, I guess, like slightly more glossy coming of age films,
Yeah.
there was a kind of grit about that movie, wasn't there? And like the body horror,
Hmm.
the blood, like you say, like it didn't hold back on any of the grislier side of puberty, of coming of age, of whatever, and the characters are great as well. I think you care about what happens to these girls, and yeah, it's a really great film. It's aged really well. I've not seen the sequels, but I've heard the sequels are really good, right? Are you guys fans of the sequels?
I've not seen them. No, they've been on my list forever, and I just
Mm.
haven't had that urge to go in. And I think from what I've heard, the second one is super bleak, and then the
Yes.
third one is it's set in a completely different
Yeah.
time period, isn't it? It's like 1600s or something. So,
Yeah.
um, I'm maybe a little bit apprehensive to go in, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The first one is definitely the best, but the second one has its own sort of fan base. You're right, Josh. It is quite a bit grimmer because it takes place in a mental institution, and there's things that I don't want to say they undercut, but they change the way that you view that first film. So if you do like that sisterly relationship and the way the first film ends, the second one will change the way you perceive things. But it's got its own flavor. And then the third one I actually really like. I don't think as many people end up liking it, but yeah, it's quintessentially Canadian, and I actually really like how it's interrogating like a relationship that white settler colonialists have with indigenous people. And it's got a really kick-ass finale. So I would
Nice.
actually say watch three, even if you're hesitant about two.
Okay.
Interesting.
What
And
is it about Canada making banging horror movies? Can we just
oh my
say
god, they're the best at it, right? They're the
best
best.
ones? So
Yeah,
good.
for
Low key, like
sure, for
Black
sure. Yeah,
Christmas,
yeah, hundred
My Bloody
percent.
Valentine. Great.
Yeah, lots of love for Ginger Snaps in the chat. Sister Panic said Ginger Snaps really captures that kind of almost body dysmorphia feeling as a young woman. Rosie Fletcher
Oh.
said Ginger Snaps is about how people are frightened of periods. Yeah, I mean, in a
Yeah. Yep.
nutshell, yeah,
Same
yeah,
with teeth, right?
absolutely. Oh
Female
my god.
sexuality. I would
Yeah.
terrified of it.
Incredible. So there you go. That's our number 10. That's Ginger Snaps. At number 9, we've already mentioned it briefly at this point. Jennifer's Body, like an absolute modern coming of age classic in a way, right? And you're right, Joe. I think it's a movie that people slept on for such a long time, right? And it took about a decade for people to be like, actually, that film was really good, right? Josh, what's your kind of history with that film?
I watched it at the time, and you know what's really interesting? I didn't go and see it at the cinema because I read reviews and they said
Yep.
that it was really mid and it wasn't very good. And I was interested by the trailer and by Diablo Cody and Megan Fox. Like, I wanted to see it, and then I didn't because I was almost like persuaded not to. But I did then get the DVD and just watched it non-stop. And it's just so stylish, so cool, so quotable. The soundtrack's amazing. It's so fucking 2000s. I love it. Like, that cast and just that kind of like pop punk vibe to it. I really, really dig. And it's so rewatchable, and I'm really, really happy that it's got the like the resurgence that it has, because while it's aesthetically bubblegum and popcorn, which is like one of my favorite things, it still has a heart to it. And the scene with her getting sacrificed is horrible and
It's
horrifying,
Yeah, it's
horrifying.
dark. Yeah.
especially with Megan Fox playing that role, because you just fucking know, especially at the time we've had House of Wax come out, and it was like, let's see Paris Hilton die. Megan Fox was
Mm-hmm.
in that same
Yeah.
conversation, and so having her physically get killed in such a way. You can tell that there were, you know, people being like, yeah, like that's what I want to see. And it's played in a way, but it's like, no, you really don't want to see that, because actually the killing of this young woman is horrific. And I'm happy that it sort of is able to be so fun and popcorn, but still have some weight to it.
Somebody's put in the comments, all I remember from Jennifer's Body is that Through the Trees song.
Yes. The trees. Yeah, so good.
So good. Joe, how soon were you on the you know, this film is a banger sort of bandwagon? When did you first kind of come to that?
It took me forever, I'll admit. I was actually one of the people who went to see it opening weekend because it did actually have, as you said, Josh, a very stylish trailer, and it looked exciting. You know, I was a fan of Diablo Cody's Juno at this point, so I was excited that she was going to dabble in horror. And I went to see it, and I remember thinking that it was disappointing. Like, I was very much in that crowd of, oh, it's mid, it was fine, whatever, like I'm never going to talk about this again. But it's because it's not playing within the conventions of how we normally do narrative stories. And I'll confess, I also was not a Megan Fox fan, so I thought that she wasn't a very talented actress and that the film was underserved by having her in that role. I actually thought Amanda Seyfried was a much stronger lead. And it took me a long time to realize, actually, that there was a huge amount of internalized, like, misogyny at play in that. And when you start to read interviews and commentary by the women creatives by this, you know, I'm a huge Karen Kusama fan now, so it's like, no, this film is, sorry, are we allowed to swear on this?
Absolutely. YouTube, so yeah, swear away.
The film is a fucking banger, and it's just one of those things where I think you have to come around to its wavelength before you can truly appreciate what it's doing. But it's got tons of really great sequences in it as well. So horrifying, enthralling. I think in hindsight, Megan Fox is exactly the right person for that role. Yeah. And we've kind of come back around on her, and now we want to see her in more horror as well. So it's just one of those things where in a way, it almost came out before its time. Like, we weren't ready to accept it for what it was doing.
Yeah, I think that's probably true, isn't it? Like, people just weren't prepared yet for a film like that. And I think, yeah, I wrote it off too. I think also it just wasn't the horror film I wanted it to be when I first saw it. And I just wanted to watch a cool horror film, and it wasn't really that, actually, you know. And you have to go back to that film and watch it on its own terms for what it actually is, right? And it's so great. I'm so glad that it gets all the love that it gets. Have you guys seen
as well?
Right, and have you guys seen there's that new Diablo Cody Lisa Frankenstein movie coming out soon? Like, what are your thoughts on that, Joe? What are your are you excited for that one?
So I have actually seen this. I got to see a sneak preview of it about a week and a half ago, and I can tell you it's going to have, unfortunately, a very similar trajectory where it's not going to give people exactly what they're looking for. It's doing its own thing. I wouldn't say it's quite as successful because it is more of a horror comedy as well. Of course, it's also a period piece of a certain regard. 1989 is apparently period. But I think it's going to have a rough time at the box office, and I think it'll pick up its cult audience in about 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Josh, are you going to go see this one at the cinema next month?
Yeah, I absolutely will. The only thing from watching the trailer, I felt like I'm almost a little bit out of the demographic almost now. Yeah, like I watched it, and it does feel a little too cute and comedy, and I think that's my biggest issue with these recent sort of group of the sort of self-referential throwback is they lean too comedy for me. I do want some more wit and horror and grit and horror in those, rather than just wit and comedy.
Yeah, for sure. Keith said in the chat, is there any love for The Faculty?
Oh mate,
somebody's just put a penny inside Josh there, like. I can't believe none of us actually mentioned The Faculty on our lists, but why didn't we?
It doesn't feel coming of age, and it's funny, like it I guess it is. But I think because it's such an ensemble film, I think it's such a big cast. The teachers play such a big role in it. I think that's probably why it feels teen for sure. It feels, and it's very influenced by the Breakfast Club, which you would say is probably a coming of age movie. But I think maybe looking at the films that we've got, like they seem to be led by there's
Just
a
a
key
couple of actors.
yeah, and a key protagonist within that. So
Yeah, I think that's true. And there's something about those 90s teen movies to me that maybe it's because the actors all sort of look older and cooler.
45.
Like they sort of don't feel like coming of age films in a weird way. Like, you know, Scream and I Know What You Did Last Summer and The Faculty. I don't know. They're almost a different thing, aren't they?
They're all savvy. All the kids in the 90s movies, because we have these television. I won't harp on too long because I know we've got to
It's
get
the
through our
Kevin
list.
Williamson effect. They're all too acerbic and stuff. So it's just like not relatable. I love them. I aspire to be them, but I cannot relate.
It's exactly that. Yeah. They're too smart. They're too witty. They're too clever. They're smarter than all the adults. And so they feel grown up before even actually being grown up. So yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Good point. There we go. So let's move up to so that was Jennifer's Body at number 9. Our number 8. This is a good one, and this is a fairly recent one. I say actually it's 10 years old this year.
10 years old.
It Follows. I think this is a great example of a kind of, you know, again, I say the word recent, but you know, a fairly recent coming of age movie. Josh, I'm imagining you're a big fan of It Follows, right?
Huge fan of this. You know, I remember this film coming out and it feeling like a revelation because I, you know, came of age horror-wise, sort of Scream, late 90s, early 2000s, but that was 4 years and done. And then we were into remakes and torture porn and stuff that I didn't connect to. And thankfully, because I was so new into horror, I could go back and I could look at the stuff from the 70s and the 80s. But when this came around, it was like, finally, like a movie that is fresh and new and is doing the thing that I love from those movies from the 70s and 80s. And my God, the concept is genius. What a way to reinvent the idea of the boogeyman and the slasher and the, you know, the killer that won't die. And also the sort of adding sex into that as well, which is such a huge part of the slasher and the virgin and not and all of that. Yeah, but it's brilliant film.
Because sex obviously comes into most of these movies in one way or another, but I feel like this one is the most overtly about how terrifying sex is, maybe when you're a teenager, right? Like it really does tap into that. I think. Joe, what are your thoughts on It Follows?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen so many people jokingly refer to this as the PSA of, you know, be careful who you have sex with, because it could just follow you around for the rest of your life. And you think, okay, this is a literal embodiment of such a concept. So yeah, I think for me, sex is the defining factor in a coming of age film, because I think it really helps to define not just who we are as people, but who we become as adults, right? Like we make a lot of mistakes when it comes to finding ourselves sexually, and you often get it wrong when you're a teenager. And I feel like this film is a gentle look at being careful, but also it's not slut shamey in the way that a lot of people would classify 80s slashers as. So I like this idea that, you know, you have to be careful, but you also have to be thoughtful, and you have to confide in people and surround yourself with people that you can actually trust.
Yeah, and also just a banger of a horror film, right? As well, like, oh my God, I think, you know, more so than Jennifer's Body, this is a properly scary horror film as well, isn't it? It works, it ticks all the boxes. We were talking about this earlier because I was having a discussion with Rosie, who's in the chat, I think, about elevated horror, about how it's been 10 years since the kind of the real like emergence of that term. And we were talking about, it was kind of the Babadook / It Follows. Like, would you know, regardless of that bullshit term, would you classify It Follows as one of those types of movies? You know, would you put it in with, you know, Robert Eggers movies, Ari Aster movies, those kind of things? Like, Josh, would you classify it as one of those quote-unquote elevated horrors?
The more I think about it, the more I'm inclined to say no, almost. Because it actually feels very much like... despite its aesthetic and like when it came out, maybe I would have said yes, but it kind of feels like a little bit B-movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, so maybe not.
Yeah.
But who can define what an elevated horror movie
Well,
is anyway?
exactly.
Like,
It's all a bit moot anyway, really. But like Joe, what do you think of that? Like where It Follows lies within that kind of that world of 2010s horror, I suppose, that we got.
Yeah, I think the reason that people would lump this in a more conventional sense is because this is a slower, more contemplative film. Like there's, that one really great jump scare where the thing comes in behind them in the room, like through the doorway, the tall man. But apart from that, so much of this is actually very intricately paced. And I think, unfortunately, a lot of people who would use a term like elevated horror have come to look at horror in one particular very narrow lens. And that is things like jump scares aimed at teenagers. And while this film is very much about teenagers experimenting with sex, I think it's designed to have that timeless aesthetic, like even the clamshell weirdness with the telephones. It removes it from a particular time period that I think feels very savvy and multi-generational. So people look at it and say, oh, well, it's so intricately crafted. How could it possibly be a conventional shit horror film? It must be elevated.
It's basically just a very well-made, artful horror movie, essentially, isn't it? And it does have a different vibe to some of the other kind of mainstream teen horror movies in a lot of ways, but then also, like you say, it's not a whole lot different to The Guest, for example, Josh, that we talked about as being like a B movie, right? So it's interesting. It's very interesting. So there you go. That's number 8. That's It Follows. At number 7, this is again absolute all-timer, right? The Lost Boys. Oh my God. Josh, you're a big fan, right, of The Lost Boys?
Huge fan, yeah. And it's interesting. I remember when I first watched it, I was like, oh, that's a bit overrated. And then I was just drawn back to it again and again and again and love it. And it's interesting. I'm just looking at our list. This is the first one that isn't female-led.
Yeah.
And I think I really connect to this movie because of the men in it, I think. And being able to maybe put myself in the shoes of those characters, and just wanting to sort of live in that world. I think there's a fun aspirational element to the Lost Boys, because it's just so fucking cool, And I think there's something to be said about coming of age movies having characters that young people can watch and feel like they're connected to as well, that they're part of the club. Could I be one of the Frog Brothers, and go out slaying vampires, or do I want to be like super gay and super fashionable like little Sam with his what's his face? Who's on the wall? He's
got a big poster of somebody on the wall, isn't he?
Rob Lowe.
Yeah.
It was like, oh, good. If he can put Rob Lowe up, I can put my little Zac Efron poster up. And you feel really connected to the characters. So I think that's why I love it so much. It's just so cool and fun, and you want to be just like them.
And also, anytime a film has Corey Feldman in it, it becomes a coming-of-age movie, right? It must be a coming-of-age movie because Corey Feldman's in it. Joe, what do you think of The Lost Boys?
Yeah, I'll confess this isn't one of my favorites, but kind of like Nightmare on Elm Street 2, I just didn't have the same kind of relationship to it. So I've learned to appreciate it, and I can understand why other people are drawn to it. I definitely get what Josh is talking about in terms of that sense of cool factor, right? Like so many of the other titles on our list are... they can be mean or they can be scary in terms of the messaging, like, hey, be very careful because things are going to happen to you in these tumultuous teen years. And something about The Lost Boys feels like, well, if you end up getting bitten and having to become part of this, group of all male vampires, maybe you're going to have a really kick-ass time. So it's not all bad all the time.
Yeah, for sure. It is such a cool film, isn't it? And I think you're right, like... And I remember initially, I think first time I watched it, I didn't love it as much as I now do. And I think that was, again, came down to that idea of like, maybe I wanted it to be a bit more of a kind of horror film. And actually, you watch this film and you just want to be one of them. Like, you just want to be a part of this world, don't you? And everything from the look of it to the soundtrack to the cool setting, the location of the beach and the fun, like the fair and all of that stuff is it's just so fucking cool, isn't it? It is. It's like an absolute all-timer coming of age movie. So that's our number 7. This is a really different vibe for the next pick. The Witch. Which is, a great movie, a terrifying movie. Josh, what are your thoughts on The Witch?
I really like it. It wasn't on my list. I didn't choose this one.
Hmm.
The Witch falls into the category of I compartmentalize very easily, and when I'm reviewing stuff or I'm rating movies, this is one of those movies where I'm like, yeah, it's 5 stars, but I'm probably not going to watch this one a lot, you know.
Right.
Whereas I can look at something like There's nothing on this list, I think, but like something like A Cruel Intentions, maybe.
Mm.
It's objectively like a 3.5 star movie for me.
Mm.
Um, but it's like 5 stars in my heart, and I'm going to watch it 50 million times and know every quote. So the Witch I really like, and I think it's so well made, and I think it's really scary. But it's not one I can remember a lot about, and it's not one that I have maybe connected to in the sort of the long haul, I guess.
Amazing. Well, Joe, what about you? Was this on your list?
It was on my list,
Hmm.
yeah. And part of this, I think, is because it represents a different type of coming of age film. Like so many
Yeah.
of ours are skewing into later teens,
Hmm.
verging on like new adult territory. And this one feels very much like, oh, you are middle teens to even like preteen. So much of this character is realizing I have agency because I'm coming into my own and I don't need to live under my parents' rules. Because that's kind of the other defining factor for me. There's like the sex angle, but then there's also the defining yourself in opposition to or embodying the traits of parents and adults. And to me, The Witch is very much like it's a great, good for her type title where you're like, yeah, join the coven, float up into the sky at the
Yeah.
end. But it's also a like, fuck your parents and what they want for you film. And I think
Mm.
that's really important because as we become adults, we have to decide, do I want to be like my parents or what kind of adult do I want to be? And The Witch says, fuck those assholes, be who you
Yeah.
want to be.
Yeah, absolutely. It is literally a film about somebody discovering their identity and finding themselves, isn't it? In amongst all of the big, horrible, scary horror that goes on in that film at the same time. Yeah, it's kind of perfect, isn't it? And I think when that film starts, you don't necessarily know that that's the film you're in for, right? As well, that it's
Yeah.
going in that direction, that it's going to have this kind of this good for her ending, I suppose, right?
Yeah.
There's not many films on our list or coming of age films at all, really, that are kind of that period set, I suppose, as well, right?
Yeah.
And that kind of really makes it stand out. Yeah, absolute banger of a film. So good. So that is The Witch, The Vivitch, Robert Eggers from 2015. That's our number 6. Up to number 5, more witches, The Craft. Oh, love The Craft.
Fave.
Josh, tell us about this one. It's an absolute fave of yours, right?
It is, yeah. I love The Craft. Again, it just hits that perfect time for me, that real formative time. But what I think's so special about this one is, like a few of the others on the list, it's about finding your people, but
Mhm.
through your differences, through your otherness. Which is a big thing. They're all outsiders, and yes, they are for the most part all Hollywood beautiful. But they're really different, and they find their power through each other. And yes, obviously towards the end we go into more sort of like horror movie territory where they sort of they do turn on each other and betray each other and whatnot. But just the bulk of the film of them sort of coming together and casting spells and just kind of like protecting each other is something that, for if you're a kid or a teenager at school and you don't have those friends, you can find them through your coven in The Craft.
Exactly that. Exactly that. Joe, what do you think of The Craft?
Yeah, I'm 50-50 on The Craft.
Hmm.
One of the things I really like about it is that female solidarity. So the group coming together, finding their power as a foursome, as opposed to, you can try to go it alone, but you're going to have more success if you find your people because that's where the true power lies. And I really love that uplifting message. And every time I watch it, I have to reconcile the fact that the film isn't going to give me what I want, because when they turn on each other,
Mm.
I always get so disappointed that they're
Yeah.
battling each other instead of like, there's so many other people you should be using your powers against instead of turning on each other. So it's
Mm.
a frustrating one for me because, kind of like you've been saying, Mike, sometimes it just doesn't give me exactly what I'm looking for, and I wish the film was different. You
Mm.
know, even the remake sequel that we got, which has like so many fingers in that pie, and that last act is a fucking disaster. I like the gentle sort of ways that it tries to address some of the criticisms that we had about the way that they turn against each other. And that one really is more about teenagers versus adults.
Mm.
So I like them as a companion piece, but this one again, like it's just so stylish. Like this and Jawbreaker for me are the
Mm.
Love
quintessential
Jawbreaker.
walk down the hallway looking so fucking cool, so
Yeah.
fashionable, set to a banging soundtrack. And there's just something like the craft is emblematic of a particular time period for me. It's like
Yeah.
it's square in the middle of the 90s and it is so representative of it.
It's so good, isn't it? And I think it is. There is something in that film about embracing being an outsider, isn't there? You know, like we are the weirdos, mister, kind of thing. Like, be weird. Like you said, Josh, find your coven, find your people, whether that is to do with, you know, queer sexuality, or you're just like the weirdo goth kid or the horror fan or whatever it might be. It's about kind of finding your people, finding your identity. And then, yeah, like you say, Joe, all turning on each other and trying to kill each other by the end. But, you know, teenagers are idiots. What are you going to do, you know?
I mean, who among us have not have a friend group that just absolutely implodes because you can't help but attack each other? It's like,
Exactly.
I've been there.
Exactly. It's realistic, probably, as well. But Firuza Balk as well, like, again, just an all-timer performance, isn't it?
Cool.
I think. So good. So there you go. Number 5, that's The Craft. Up to number 4, we've got on our list Stephen King's It. Now, I'm assuming all three of us talking about the mini-series from the early 90s. Yeah.
Correct.
Because I'm sure there's many people that would put It from 2017 in their favourite coming-of-age movies these days, right? But, of course, we are all of a certain generation. We went with the early 90s ones. Josh, tell me about your relationship with this.
Well, I remember. In fact, I watched this. This is the first one I saw. So I watched this, and then I went and read the book after. And it's probably my favorite Stephen King book. And I just remember really connecting to the character of Bill. And I loved Jonathan Brandis's performance in the film. I think he's absolutely fantastic. So I remember loving him and wanting to be just like him. And I think that Tim Curry's Pennywise is probably one of the scariest villains put to screen. But the horror in it, similar to Stand By Me, I think they're really comparable. It's the connection between the kids. So it's similar to The Craft in a way of like having that sort of chosen family of outsiders that come together when you maybe don't have them yourself. You could be a member of the Losers Club, and you have your ability, sort of like a dream warrior, I guess.
Yes.
You know, you've got your ability that helps save the day ultimately. I think, you know, I grew up in a little suburb in Birmingham, you know, like in Sutton Coldfield, like nothing much exciting happened. And I'm very grateful and very fortunate and very privileged for the upbringing that I had. But there's a level of drama that I aspire to have in my life and I never got to. And so I lived vicariously through the characters that I watched on TV and in films. And this is just peak that for me.
Oh, it's, yeah, absolutely. Couldn't have put it better myself. It's perfect, isn't it? Joe, what do you think of this miniseries?
I haven't watched this in ages, but yeah, I think I saw this before I read the book as well. And I think the way that the Losers Club has resonated with multiple generations is a testament to not just how King crafted the different characters, but then how the miniseries solidified a generational, you know, embodiment of it, right? Like there are certain people where when they see these actors now, they're like, oh, I remember you from It, not your other really famous roles.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, unfortunately, that's just something we don't really get because we don't do TV miniseries or we don't do like limited television events in the same way anymore. And that's a bit of a shame. I think that's why the It movie did so well nowadays, like the more recent one, because it was the closest thing that people could actually see of this text. But even then, they had to cut a bunch of corners, and we had the terrible CGI. But that's fine.
Mm-hmm.
I really like this one for the teen messaging, like who the characters are and how they come together. And I almost like the non-clown bits more. Like I think the horror hits harder because we get to know so much more of who these characters are as teenagers, and then we get to watch them as adults. So in some ways, I didn't have this on my list because I consider it less of a coming of age because we're seeing them as children and then also adults.
Yeah.
But I think that that's part of the reason why the story resonates, is because we can see what the survival looks like when they become adults and they've actually grown into it and overcome their trauma.
Yeah, I actually always almost forget actually that half of that story is them as adults, because I feel like that's the stuff that never quite works in the adaptations. It's less successful. We all remember it as being those kids, right? And that kind of that more nostalgic element. And yeah, I agree. Like I think all those actors were so great in that particular one. They were better than the adults in terms of the acting, I think, in that. And Tim Curry is just brilliant as well. And I think they use him, maybe slightly more sparingly than they do the clown in the new films, right? Where it's really like, this is a clown horror film. Whereas, the monster is many different things, right? And I think they are a bit more sparing with Tim Curry. And then when he arrives on screen, is like the scariest on-screen clown, I think, that is, in horror. So good.
And I think what's so scary about it, and it links very much to a lot of the other ones we've just chatted about, is when you are an outsider, if you're part of a minority group in some way, and I think that's why, a lot of queer people connect to these films, is the horror doesn't end. The horror doesn't start and end with the clown. You've escaped Pennywise, you got home, and then you have to deal with your abusive parent, or your a bully, or your homophobic whatever. Like, the horror doesn't end there, and that's what makes it so scary. Like, these kids' lives were horrifying anyway, and then you add like a killer clown that wants to eat them. Like, what? And I think having all of that together just makes it all the more powerful and all the more relatable. And it's similar in The Craft and in The Lost Boys as well, which is very queer coded too. So
there you go. That's Stephen King's It at our number 4. Up to number 3 then. We're in our top 3 coming of age horror movies. At number 3, Let the Right One In. Oh, this is such a sad, sweet, wonderful movie, isn't it? Joe, what do you think of this one?
This one, like the fact that it plays so highly in our combined list is not a surprise to me at all, because I truly do think that this is a masterful film. Like, it's absolutely vital in terms of like queer horror as well, because you can read so much into the bullying. I think there's something to be said about like this and Ginger Snap feel of a kin to me, in part because they're very like winter set horror films as well, which are, there's something rare about that. I think a lot of filmmakers are reticent to engage with winter because it's just harder to make a film in that environment. But it lends something to the isolation and the loneliness and even like the despair that we kind of feel in the colder winter months. And that really comes through. Like, I read the book that this is based on, and it's actually quite a bit more sensational and in some ways very awful. So I think the film ended up making a lot of wise adaptation decisions to really zero in on what is going to matter most. And then, of course, I'm talking about all the beautiful, imaginative, like hard-hitting things. And then you get to that fucking pool scene, which is one of the most horrific pool sequences in all of horror history.
It's so sad, isn't it? I mean, obviously, like the idea of like the bullies has come into a lot of these movies that we've talked about, but this one more than any of the others, like this really, it plays on that kind of loneliness and isolation, doesn't it? And it's really powerful. And that the horror, absolutely, the horror comes from that stuff in this film, as it does with so many of these that we've discussed. Actually, it's that kind of human horror, the bullies, the whatever, as opposed to the monster, right? The monster is often the better alternative with so many coming of age movies. Josh, what do you think of this film?
Well, and the kids are kids in this one.
Yes,
a lot of the movies we've looked at are, it will be teenagers or early 20-somethings playing younger. Obviously, the kids in It are kids, but it just feels softer because it was for television. This
Mhm.
is one of those films where my compartmentalization comes together perfectly. So it's objectively so well made, but it is actually really entertaining and rewatchable. It's just so good. It's
Yeah.
just such a good film. It's undeniable, and I like that there's a real peril and a real danger for really young people, and
Yeah.
the topics it's uncomfortable and icky, and makes you. I love a coming of age movie that is unafraid to be icky when it comes to the sexuality of young people, because it happens so early, and to not talk about it, we're denying human nature. And I like that this film sort of is.
It's
It's fine
candid.
to it's fine to go there. Yeah.
It is candid, yeah, absolutely. It really goes places, doesn't it? That you're not
Hmm.
expecting for a film centered on two children as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. And like, I think there are those sort of set pieces, like again, you mentioned Joe, but the pool at the end, really is like, it's some of the most kind of brutal, visceral horror in any of these coming of age movies, I think, that we've seen as well. So good. So that's Let the Right One In. That's our number 3. Up to number 2, this one is a big favourite of mine. That's probably why it plays so high on the list. I've smuggled in some David Lynch. It's Fire Walk with Me, which for me is like one of my all-time favourite teen movies. And it does kind of, I think this one, even though it is more about that kind of older bracket of teens, I think for me it does feel like a coming-of-age movie, just a really twisted, fucked up one. Josh, what about you? What are your thoughts on this film?
Oh, I have such a fondness for this film, and I think it's very much it's intrinsically linked with you, Mike. I think I so much of my journey with David Lynch has been through you, and through you sort of your love of his movies and his work. And I think that just Cheryl Lee's performance is untouchable. It's
Yeah.
one of the best in the genre, if not in film. And it's probably the only film on the list that I find genuinely scary. And you could still at the same time argue that it's not a true horror film. And I think that's sort of the beauty of it. It's really disturbing, but it feels. I remember when I watched it saying to you, aside from maybe like the kind of odd opening,
Of course.
it feels like
Yeah.
it feels like a classic teen movie,
Yeah.
Hmm.
but really twisted and really dark. And I love that complete subversion of what we know of teen movies. Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, how many coming of age movies deal with kind of a girl like not just discovering her sexuality, but also dealing with like sexual abuse in the home as well, and all of that really dark stuff. Joe, what's your kind of relationship with this movie? Are you a fan of it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of it. I wouldn't have thought to put it on the list because of a number of the reasons Josh just mentioned, where it's like it almost stands separate to what we would conventionally think of when we're coming up with this list. Like we had so much overlap with a lot of titles.
Yes.
And then this one to me really ended up standing out when I got the final
Yeah.
product. I was like, oh, of course, but also I never would have thought to put it on here.
Yeah.
I've had an interesting journey with Lynch where right now I'm actually doing a side podcast with Terry Menard of Gaily Dreadful where we're looking at all of David Lynch's and David Cronenberg's films chronologically. And ironically enough, Fire Walk with Me is the next film that we're due to cover. So we had actually just gone through all of the Lynch directed episodes of the TV show. So the last one that we ended up addressing was the one where you get to learn who killed Laura Palmer. And that to me has one of the most harrowing sequences ever put on network television, where you actually get to see the murder of Maddie, who is Laura Palmer's cousin. I won't spoil it in case people haven't seen like a 35-year-old TV show, but it is like Lynch is so good at finding absolutely horrifying moments in the most mundane everyday scenarios. And Fire Walk with Me has this level of almost camp ridiculousness where you're like, so much is going on in this fucking like small town. How do they have a brothel on the other side of the river and everybody's addicted to coke? But then Fire Walk with Me does such a good job of just just zeroing in on that narrow stretch of time, and you really feel for Laura Palmer. And it's incredible performance by Cheryl Lee. So
Mm.
it's haunting, it's dreamlike. It's one of those things where people, even if you didn't like Twin Peaks, should still watch this.
I agree, and I think that's maybe why that kind of heightened melodrama of it does make it feel more coming of agey to me, because it really does feel like we are inside the world of a teenage girl in a lot of ways in this film. Like that classic David Lynch thing that he does, which is like Mulholland Drive is a world in the head of Naomi Watts' character, or like he creates these worlds that are like dreamlike versions of the real world that are usually kind of very singular from a particular character's perspective. And I think you could argue that Twin Peaks is that, and particularly Fire Walk with Me is that, and it's this mad operatic, almost like Grand Guignol, like mad melodrama of a movie. But something about that feels perfect for the teenage years. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Everything is so heightened because
Yeah.
I mean, your brains aren't developed for one, and so you don't have impulse control, and you don't, and your world is so small, and so everything in it just gets magnified.
Yeah.
Like whether it be parents or school or everything, it does have this big opera to it. And what I think is so successful about Fire Walk with Me is you watch it and you don't kind of roll your eyes, because that can be very easy to do when things go big with teen stuff and you're watching it as an adult.
Yeah.
I watched it as an adult and I was like, no, this really works.
Yeah. So good. So there you go. That's Fire Walk with Me. That is our number 2. And finally, our number 1. Again, maybe not that surprising with this pick, but it's Carrie. It's Brian De Palma's Carrie, right? Again, which for me, it is like, it's the quintessential coming of age movie. It kind of ticks all of those boxes, really. Josh, what do you think of this one?
I'm just looking at our list. It's the earliest one we have, isn't it? 76?
Yeah, it probably is, isn't it? Yeah.
So it kind of feels very fitting that it would be number 1 on the list, because it almost feels like, in regards to horror, it's sort of the first. It's the first one that we have, and it really hones in on this teenage girl who's an outsider, who has telekinetic abilities, or some otherness that sets her apart. And it's ticking all the boxes of all the things. She's got powers. We've had werewolves, we've had demons, we've had vampires, we've had witches, we've had it's the beginning of all of it. And it's so simple. There's a simplicity to it and a purity to it that I think is so you can't recreate it. The best, I think.
It's so funny that you say that too, because I'm thinking of the number of times or the different ways we have recreated it. Like obviously we have the miniseries, which is, I've heard, relatively decent, in part because of Angela Bettis. Obviously we have the Chloe Grace Moritz one, which is less successful. But then I think of things like Thelma, where, it's a Norwegian version of this to a lesser degree. But we've been trying to remake Carrie for so many years, and we do it in different
guys.
ways.
My sound has gone and I can't hear you. You guys can still hear each other?
We can hear each other.
Just going to let you keep talking for a second while I sort out. I think it's just something wrong with my headphones. So you carry on.
Okay. I mean, ironically enough, I'm thinking even, Josh, about how we said, Stranger Things is probably the contemporary. But if you think about it, what is 11 if not an updated version of Carrie?
Yeah, and I'm thinking Stephen King has even tried to do it. You're back. Fabulous. Stephen King's even tried to do it himself, like with something like Firestarter, But I think it's like, it's the quintessential coming of age horror in its purest form. And what we were speaking about right at the very beginning, if teenagers didn't really exist until the 50s, and therefore, the filmmakers that are telling the stories didn't really start making movies until the late 70s, this is the beginning of that period. So it just works so beautifully as sort of the number 1, I think.
Yeah, and actually it's interesting, isn't it? Because in a lot of the film, almost doesn't play out like a horror film. You know, it doesn't have all the horror beats until that very end scene, really. I mean, there are little moments here and there, and obviously all the stuff to do with Margaret White in the home is, but yeah, it's like, there's actually so much of it, isn't there? I don't know if you guys were just talking about this and I didn't hear you, but there's so much of it that was just like the montages of getting ready for prom and buying your outfits, and just like them in their gym class and all of that stuff that actually is like really the bulk of this film. We all think of that iconic image of her covered in blood, and those specific moments, but so much of this film is just living that kind of teen existence, right? And Carrie, Sissy Spacek is one of my favorite performances of all time, and I just want to give her a hug, you know, the whole time. I just wish that it would turn out better for her every time I rewatch that film.
Every time you're willing the film to have a different ending.
Yeah.
And it's so, what other films kind of do that, you know, you're willing the film to have a different ending. It's rare for something like that to be so successful. I'm sure people in the comments will be like, well, actually this film.
But, well, I think if nothing else, I mean, one of the things that we've identified by putting the list together is that you need an inherently empathetic protagonist to go on the journey with, right? Like so many of these people are outsiders, they're bullies, they have fraught relationships with their parents. And yeah, you know, I think, Mike, like you said, it's ticking all the boxes, right? These are all the things that we're looking for when we put together the list. But if this was, you know, the story of Delilah from The Faculty, and it was like, oh, she's got a sad parent relationship, and, you know, she wants to go, but she's taking so long with her Estee Lauder lips, like
72 minutes to apply.
It just doesn't have the same impact as these sort of lonely outsiders who have a sort of gothic macabre tendency, right? I mean, even things like Teeth or all these other titles that we talked about, they're all hitting these same familiar beats, and then it's a question of what do they do with that story? How do they engage us as an audience and get us on their side to go on this adventure?
100%. It's a phenomenal film. Like, I'm so glad that ended up being our collective number one. So that's Carrie, of course. Now why don't we talk about some other, before we wrap up, just some other individual picks from some of our lists that wasn't in this combined top 10. Oh my God, I'm looking at Joe's list and I'm like, how the hell did I forget Pan's Labyrinth? That is like one of my all-time favorite films. Absolutely should have gone on my list. Joe, you're a big fan of this one too?
Oh yeah. I mean, I feel like I've never met someone who doesn't love this film.
Yeah,
it's just kind of like you said early on, Josh, it's not one that I'm eager to revisit because I love the fantasy elements. You know, I love a quest narrative, and this is classic. Like, you know, we're talking about iconic in terms of, oh, we're just going back to the hero thing where you've got to do a series of adventures and over to reach your goal or your quest at the end. But in this case, it's fraught with the historical tension. It's so perfectly realized in terms of its national context, but it's open and accessible to a completely international audience. And like all the performances, and then you get the creature design and how fucking scary those monsters are.
It's just perfect, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, I mean, it's just absolutely perfect. Again, a bit like Let the Right One In. It's kind of devastating as well and heartbreaking, but perfect. Yeah. Josh, you've got Buffy the Vampire Slayer 1992 on your list as well. Yeah, that's a good one.
It's just, you know, this is one of those ones where the TV series, I think most people would say, is superior. It's cutesy. You know, it's not as good a teen movie as something like Clueless. It's not as good a sort of vampire movie as The Lost Boys. But in its conception, like what it's actually about is such a simple, pure story. And it's sort of the one that for me, it's the bar that, if we're talking teen metaphor, if we're talking high school's hell, if we're talking monsters as metaphors for the real things that affect us as teenagers and young people, this is the one that works so well. The fact that, you know, she finishes the movie as the girl in the prom dress, but with the boyfriend's jacket with a stake. It's just so iconic to the young girl that has this sort of responsibility. And what's nice is it's effectively doing sort of like a Spider-Man kind of thing, but it's within a horror setting. It's in a female realm, you know. And so it it ticks my boxes a little bit more than something like a superhero sci-fi action property would. And that's why I love it. And it's just cute and fun, and the soundtrack's great.
Absolutely. I've got on my list, again, a Stephen King one that I'm a big fan of is Christine as well. Like that for me is I think a great coming of age kind of teen story, you know, more about kind of male friendship, I suppose, that one in a really interesting way. And I love that, you know, it's more that idea of, what's the main character called? Is it Arnie? And he goes from being the weirdo outsider to being the cool kid, and it's more about the flip side of what happens then. You know, he turns into the bully, I guess, in a way because of that car, and it's just great. And again, like that's a perfect combo. You know, Carpenter married with King, and it comes together so well. I think that film is so slick and so well made. I love it. What else have we got? Joe, you've got a couple of films that I do not know at all. Closet Monster. I have not seen or heard of Closet Monster.
That's so good.
Tell us about this.
Okay. So this is me cheating and trying to sneak more Canadian content onto this because that's like my secret agenda at all times. But so this is a very quintessential coming of age tale. It's a very queer tale. I think a lot of people wouldn't classify it as conventionally horror, but it's about a boy who's negotiating his parents' divorce. He has a really good relationship with his pet hamster, who is voiced by Isabella Rossellini, and
he's called Buffy.
Who's called Buffy because of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and he is realizing that he is queer. So he's fallen in love with a coworker at like a hardware store that he works at, but he witnessed a traumatic gay bashing when he was a child. So every time he has like a sexual impulse, he has like really horrific body horror pains. And there's a scene with like him and a rebar, which to me automatically classifies this as a horror film, but it's also just incredibly stylish. It's very queer. It's got an early performance by, I'm going to forget his last name. First name Connor, last name something.
Oh yeah.
He's one of the kids from Lock and Key, the Netflix TV show, but it's a really quiet, gentle film that has some really horrifying components to it, but it's
Connor Jessup.
Thank you, Connor Jessup. And it's just lovely. Like I would really encourage people to check it out because it's so tiny.
That's awesome. Very, very cool. And Josh, you've got Summer of '84 on there, which is the kind of slightly lesser known little movie from a few years ago, isn't it? Tell us about that one.
Yeah, it's very much doing a sort of Rear Window, Fright Night, Disturbia kind of thing. Very much set in the 80s. It's the kids on bikes. It came out, unfortunately, I think it came out when we were sort of just, you know, It had happened and Stranger Things had happened. So I think it got lost in the shuffle of that.
People thought that it was doing that. And you're like, no, actually, it was doing that before or at the same time. It was doing it before.
And I think just because it's sort of a low budget independent movie, it doesn't, you know, these things take longer to come out and get distribution and whatnot. But it's just great fun. And I think what makes it stand out is it's got this, while it's not strictly horror all the way through, it's got this underlying dread. And then when it gets to its third act, it really doesn't pull its punches. And it's a film that in its final moments, what happens just stayed with me and stayed with me for a long time and made me think, oh my gosh, what if that happened to me and my friends when I was a kid, and how is this now going to affect me for the rest of my life? And what I like about that is, as a kid, a day can turn on a dime. And you can be having the best day, and then something can happen at school and it's like the worst day ever and it's the end of the world. And that sort of happens in this film. The characters don't understand the weight of what they're doing, which is effectively they think their neighbor is a serial killer and start to investigate. And when revelations about that ultimately come to be, they really don't know what they've gotten themselves into. So yeah, it's definitely a fun one to watch.
It's such a great, like, obviously there are a few films with those kinds of stories, aren't there? Like, do you remember I Am Not a Serial Killer from 2016?
Oh, yeah, I
was just
almost
thinking
put
that
that on.
That's a great one as well,
that.
isn't it? And that's got that same kind of vibe. Christopher Lloyd is so good in that, of course. And
really
of course,
scary.
they all sort of remind me a bit of Fright Night too, right? Like that is, and actually I'm surprised that wasn't on your list, Josh, because you're a big fan, right? But again, do you think of that as slightly different to Coming of Age?
Maybe a little bit. You know what, if I'm honest, I wanted to. I'm now looking at the list that I made, but like, not that I wanted variety, but I had a vampire movie, and I think
Right.
we have that 80s vampire movie in The Lost Boys, and with Fright Night, I actually really like the remake as well.
Yeah, yeah,
Oh yeah.
I
yeah.
don't I don't like the original as much as I think other people do. I really do, but it's not up there. And then I think the remake isn't as bad as other people maybe think remakes of the time would be. And so they sort of come together as a little package for me, which is why I just kind of couldn't decide.
Yeah, I love that. That's good. What else have we got? Blew my mind, Joe. What's blew my mind?
So Blew My Mind is basically Ginger Snaps only with mermaids. So yeah, it's another queer horror. I'm not going to apologize for basically pimping out my entire list with nearly all queer horror titles, but
Oh, I love it.
this one is fun. It's a well, it's not actually fun. It's actually very, very sad, but it's a bit slower paced. It doesn't have the same kind of like nihilism or macabre tone that Ginger Snap has. But I often compare the two of them because it's very much a like I hit a certain age, I'm feeling a distance with my best friend, but also my body's changing. And in this case, it just happens to be changing into something very scary.
Okay, interesting. I love that. So that's blew my mind. I put The People Under the Stairs on my list as well, which like
I'm glad you did because I realized as we were going through this, and I hope other people in the chat realized as well. It's like these are all very white.
Yes.
We don't tell black stories. We don't tell Latina stories and so on. It's just like very disappointing to me.
No, that's
I
so
was thinking
true.
there's an Attack the Block maybe.
Oh yes.
The Transfiguration.
Yeah.
Vampires versus the Bronx, maybe.
Yes. Yeah. So
yeah, and
they
I
do
love
exist, but not as much.
and
as they
you know
should.
Wes Craven again. He was always quite ahead of his time in a lot of ways, and that film feels like it works still so well right now, doesn't it? But you know it's such a kind of crazy film, and it's there's stuff, there's commenting on class and race and everything else, but also it's this like kind of mad fairy tale with booby traps and all of that other stuff going on, and I think in some ways it does feel coming of agey because it's this little boy kind of discovering the dangers and the inequality in his world and in his neighborhood and kind of all of the kind of hellish
awful
stuff.
adults are.
And how awful adults are, exactly. He has to go it alone and be the hero. And what an incredible hero of a horror film as well. Like I don't think we give... It's so not very often, right, we get a young black child as the lead in a horror film like that as well, and it's so good. So I wanted to include that. And also when I was trying to think of recent ones, I included Bones and All as well, because I was a fan of that one, the weird Luca Guadagnino cannibal road trip coming of age movie. Pretty bleak, pretty dark, icky. Oh my god, Mark Rylance in that film was absolutely terrifying. Yeah,
it was not for me. I could not get on board with his performance. That to me was like the weak link in that film.
Sure,
but I appreciate that so many people love it. I'm just like, oh, okay, this is just a not for me performance. Got it.
No, I understand that actually. I really love Mark Rylance, but my wife is the same. She finds him really difficult to watch in most films, and she says he's too theatre, he's too big in film.
Maybe,
which you can see a bit of that for sure. And often he's very much just kind of doing his own thing, separate to everyone else. Well, there you go. Well, we should probably wrap it up. It's coming up to my next slot. So thank you guys. This has been so much fun. Thank you for joining me to discuss coming of age movies. And Joe, just remind people where they can find you and all of your various podcasts, particularly related to what we've been discussing tonight.
Yes, absolutely. So the easiest way is to track me down on socials. I'm at B Stole My Remote. And yes, if you want to listen to my YA podcast, it's not exclusively horror, but we do cover a fair number of them. That's Hazel and Katniss and Harry and Star. And easiest just to go to the socials because I'll post everything there.
Lovely. And Josh, you're going to be back again, actually, for another chat in a couple of hours' time. But also let people know where they can find you and more of your stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always on.
You're around.
Online. I'm around. So yeah, you can find me at Joshua Tonks. It's my name on most socials. And then we've just found out that the Latent Image is now on Tubi. So if you have accent. I think that's just America, isn't it, that has that? Or do Canada have Tubi?
We haven't. Yep.
Anyway, you got it. So yeah, if you're that side of the pond, then you can watch the Latent Image for free, which is amazing. So check
Incredible.
that out.
Love that. Guys, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank
you.
you.
Bye-bye.
Thanks for having us.
Bye-bye. Hello, everybody. Right, we're going to take a little 5-minute break, and then I'm going to be back to chat to Alex West from the Faculty of Horror. We're going to be talking about her new book, and we're going to be having a little discussion and exploring the history of beauty in horror, which is a really fascinating topic that I'm really excited to get stuck into. So that discussion with Alex will be coming up in the next few minutes. And as ever, a massive thank you to everybody that has been donating. Let's see how much money we're up to now. Where's my mouse cursor? I think the tiredness is starting to kick in now. Right, here we go. We're up to £8,500. This is absolutely incredible. A massive thank you to everybody. You've been so generous. And if there's anybody that hasn't yet donated, that can spare a few pounds, a few dollars, whatever you've got, I'd be so grateful if you could drop us a little donation, and see if we can reach that goal of 9,000 before the end of the marathon. That would be amazing. Well, thank you very much. We're going to be back in a couple of minutes, and I'll be joined by Alex, so stay tuned. Hi, Alex. How are you?
I'm good. How are you, Mike?
I'm really good. I'm really good. How's 2024 been for you so far?
It's been cold.
Yeah.
So really like it's the Canadian, like you just gotta white knuckle through it,
Yeah.
and hope that that there is a spring. So
Oh.
yeah, it's been a little gray and cold, but not too bad to start off with.
And you guys get like proper seasons, right? So at least when you
Oh
get
yeah.
spring, you really get spring and summer, right? Which we don't get.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
no. The second it is above 0 degrees in Canada again, it's like the patio's open, people are in their
Ah,
backyards. It's like a new world. It's
the
very
dream.
exciting.
The
Yeah.
dream. I love it. So thank you for joining me for this little discussion. We're going to talk a little bit about your book, first of all, and then just some of the kind of areas around this, some of these kind of really interesting topics that you are sort of exploring in the book. So first of all, why don't you tell us a little bit about your next book, Alex?
Sure. So this is a book I've been working on for a little while, and it's something a bit different for me. It's called Gorgeous Personal Essays on Beauty and Horror. And like it's gore dash Gius.
Yes.
I look forward to explaining the visual pun a lot as more promo ramps up. But yeah, and I was feeling like I was ready to write a new book. I was feeling that urge ascending within me. And I just started wanting to do something a little bit different, but still in my wheelhouse. And I wanted to try getting a bit more personal and have a lot of fun with writing because I still think of myself as a writer first and then a podcaster and a host and everything else like second, third, fourth.
Mm.
Even though I don't think that's how many people see me, but I wanted to, flex my muscles a little bit and work on some muscles I hadn't in a really long time. And, I think good writing comes from tension and storytelling comes from tension. So I was thinking about like the opposites within me and things that I could, start to really flesh out and write about. And so I really went back to my love of beauty and beauty in many different forms and what it means and how the horror genre has interpreted beauty and how we strive for beauty and our need to be close to beauty. So that's really where the book was born, and it's like a tight little book. It's a few essays and some other thoughts and ideas around it. But yeah, I just wanted to do something a little different, and I'm quite happy with where it's gotten to, and I can tell I'm happy because I'm nervous about it.
Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, you're invested.
Yeah.
This is good. Yeah.
Yeah. So I haven't
Absolutely.
had that feeling in a little bit, so it's been fun.
I always love reading your writing. And as somebody who is always quite terrified and intimidated by the idea of kind of writing a book, I'm always interested to know like how what is really lovely to read about your book is that they are often kind of academic but also accessible, I suppose, right? How do you strike that balance in terms of going full academia / being something a little bit more, like you say, like a little bit more personal and informal, I suppose?
Yeah, I really do strive to always be, whether it's in writing or on the podcast, like accessibly academic. I think, the idea of education as an ivory tower is something pretty awful in society, and we should all have access to it. We should all be have the ability to learn and the access to learn, but we also need to be creating excitement and passion about learning. And when you're rambling on about Baudrillard, when no one knows what you're talking about, you're not creating that excitement. So that's what I've always, gone for. And then for this project, it was, I started with the personal stories and I started writing a bit about my life and these moments that were reoccurring and some things that have, maybe not repressed, but I certainly don't talk about very much and things like that. And I think the analytical element kind of came in because, I've done a lot of therapy. So sitting and talking with someone and trying to unpack a lot of like fears and ideas and stuff that's happened to me has, kind of created something where I really realize how I've seen my life through film. And I think when you're a film fan or a genre fan or something like that, you're like, I remember understanding the world through this film. I remember when I was going through this and I saw this film. When I feel like that, I like to watch this film for comfort. So, it was I played around with the format quite a bit, and I rewrote and it took a few different shapes. And so it's something it felt very natural. Once I stopped trying to like get too fancy with it or too precious with it, and when I was just really honest, it felt a lot more simple to put together. So it was a really interesting challenge for myself and working for myself and as a writer to put it all together. So I'm excited for people to read it. It makes sense to me, and I really hope it'll hit with some other people as well.
Well, it's a really interesting idea for a topic, and it's something that I know absolutely nothing about beauty at all, right? So, but I am really keen to kind of explore this idea of kind of the intersection between beauty and horror cinema, particularly because it feels as though mainstream Hollywood has always obviously been very much about beauty in some way or another, right? It's kind of dictated to the world who is or isn't beautiful, what styles are and aren't beautiful, I suppose, right? It feels like Hollywood has always been very much a huge part of that. What about horror then, in comparison to kind of mainstream Hollywood, I suppose? Like, has horror also had a role to play in what we would consider, ideas of beauty, I guess?
Yeah, and it's like horror is really interesting because sometimes it'll uphold ideas of beauty and the things that like a patriarchal society has valued, like virginity, purity, keeping your top on, all of that kind of like final girl ethos. There is a really conservative bent to it, even though that was a character that meant, and a figure that has meant something a lot to me through my life. But then there's a lot of stuff that's very subversive and very challenging. And it's been interesting to write about some of these films and mention, I'm going to write about Audition. For instance, Takashi Miike's film. And some people are like, wow, I really hate that film. I think it's so misogynist. And I'm like, it's my feminist anthem. Like, so getting to like wrestle with these ideas and understanding that we all have these different interpretations of them. But, really at their core, all film is going to center, certainly like I'd say 99.9% of film, TV, whatever we consume is going to center, young, white, slim, able-bodied people. And, there is some stuff outside of that, but I think at its best, horror and some of the horror I've picked has challenged these ideas of like, why are these people centralized? What lengths do they have to go to in order to be centralized in their narratives? What do they have to achieve? What do they have to give up? What do we give up of ourselves when we try to conform?
That's really interesting. And I think, there is a kind of argument, isn't there, that anything put on screen can be glamorized in some way or another, right? Like there's that argument about, there is no such thing as an anti-war movie. As soon as you depict something like war, you're glamorizing it on film. And this idea that anything that is shot through a lens in filmmaking, like straight away in some way maybe glamorizes something. So I guess that the idea of kind of beauty and human beings and the way they look always kind of plays into that too, I suppose.
Yeah, we're always kind of, I think, at odds with ourselves. And there's a quote that I came across as part of, I didn't wind up using it in the book, but it was, I had it kind of in part of my notes for a long time. And it was Fran Lebowitz. And she was talking about, well before we were all on this train of the Nepo baby, but this idea that like we are forever kind of, predisposed to liking these kids of famous people because they look so familiar to us. And so we just kind of repeat and repeat and repeat these same kind of physicalizations and, the idea that a certain kind of body, it's totally normal for them to occupy space. While if someone has a different type of body, they're unable to access space. So, and that goes same for like skin tone and able-bodiedness and, gender and all of these issues that are at play. And so I wanted to just kind of tug at these threads that exist on the corners of some of these narratives. And some of them, like some of these films that I talk about, they're begging for you to tug that thread. They're like, I made this movie to tug at that thread. And some are like, what are you doing pulling at my thread?
How dare you pull up my
How
thread?
dare you?
Yeah. And is it predominantly kind of beauty in women and female characters that you explore? Or is there also something there to kind of male beauty, I suppose, on screen? Like, was there a kind of difference there in the way you approached it?
Yeah, so I predominantly focused on white female characters. I myself am white and a woman, and really, as personal essays go, I wanted to be able to speak from a personal experience. And I really try to center that within the book. Like, this is my experience. This isn't yours, but I hope this inspires, some other thinking or stuff for you to go on as the reader. But I did want to be really conscious to talk about the male body, because that is something that I think it's posted, like, it's foisted upon everyone, this idea. And so I chose the film American Psycho, which has become so iconic for, like, it's been iconic since 2000, I think, when it came out. But it felt like such a great film that tackled so many of these issues, and it's a film that I love. And that was the important thing to me. It was like, each of these films I have to some degree, they have to mean a lot to me. Ideally, I love them. And there's a few I don't love, but they've been very foundational to my film going experience. And I think when you talk about the male body, I often think of, like, with the Chris's went through in the MCU, like your Hemsworth, your Evans, and they talk about, like, the diuretics they had to go on, the endless, like, weight training they had to do, and, like, all of this stuff. And it's like, it sounded like body horror to me. And like, I don't know anyone in real life who has that kind of body. I know people who work out a lot, but, like, they're not many of them. And it's a really hard lifestyle to maintain. And I don't think we're meant to.
Yeah, I guess that's the case. And I'm sure it's even more the case for women, especially growing up. Like you said, beauty has always been something that has kind of interested you, has been important to you. Did you find that growing up, that you found yourself looking at women on TV, women in film, in horror movies, whatever, and kind of thinking, I need to look this way, I need to look that way, or whatever?
Yeah, because I think so much of our media, it's telling us there's a right way to be and a wrong way to be. And you want to go back to slashers, where it was such a big entry point of horror to me. It's like, the right way is to be the final girl. And there's a lot of great things in the final girl character. You and I have talked about this. I've talked about it so many other places. Amazing things about the final girl. But it's like, you never want to be the slut. And you've codified the slut, again, air quote slut, as this kind of girl, this person who values this and that, and not being sensible and pure and all of that. And so you're always getting these, sometimes the messages are really subliminal, and sometimes they're really overt. Even when you go into Disney films and, like, fairy tales and folklore, and the way they've all been westernized, it's hard to, not see how we are coded to want a specific set of things and not really question them. And the way we can get these things is through attaining a certain kind of lifestyle, a certain kind of aesthetic. And you wind up spending so much time trying to achieve those aesthetics and those means that you don't really live your own life. You're living the life that someone else told you to have.
For sure, yeah. And actually, some of those movies and kind of sort of eras that you mentioned there, things like Disney and that kind of thing, is what I want to sort of maybe start off by touching upon, because I think, there's something here in kind of, I think it'd be really nice to kind of talk about maybe these different eras of cinema and horror cinema, and the way in which beauty and what we consider beauty to be has shifted and changed along with the way in which horror has changed. And I know one of the movies you cover, right, is Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, right? And that idea of the witch. And actually, the witch was one of the first things I thought of when I heard about what your next book was going to be, and that idea of beauty and horror. And, because the witch is such an interesting archetype, isn't it, in the way that it either plays into those stereotypes or it kind of subverts them. So how much kind of were you exploring the notion of the witch, I suppose, as a figure in horror?
I talk a lot about the idea of the witch as a powerful woman. And yet in Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs and the other film I talk about in regards to witches, which is Nicholas Roeg's The Witches.
Oh, what a movie, by the way.
Oh my God. I watched that since I was a kid because it traumatized me, and it like re-traumatized me all again.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can't believe they made that film and released it.
And it's really British and really weird, but also terrifying. Like it was a favorite of mine growing up. It's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah. And so it was a real like interesting thing to again revisit through my adult eyes, through my child eyes, and all of that. And but the idea that like witches are essentially powerful, business-minded, non-maternal figures, and these films work over time to make you hate them. And the idea is you are supposed to, as a woman, certainly you are supposed to be maternal. You are supposed to be a caregiver. You are supposed to want love and security. And those are all great things. Those are wonderful things to want and to have. The thing that feels hinky for me is when we're not given opportunities to explore other ways of being. And I think that is really shifting in our culture, the kind of conversations I'm having with a lot of different people. People are figuring out their own ways to build families and to live their lives, and that's incredible. But I think going back for me, it's like, ooh, we all needed a bit more media training when we were like this big.
Yes, it is absolutely true. And the different types of witches too, because you go back to the very beginning of horror and you have movies like Haxan, right, where you've got the witch as the kind of classic sort of crone type figure, right? You talk about movies like The Witches in Roald Dahl, you kind of get both, don't you? You get the Grand High Witch, who is beautiful Angelica Houston, right? But then when they remove those masks, they are something so grotesque. And it feels like cinema has forever, right, had fun with this idea of the Wicked Witch. And is she going to be beautiful and seductive, or is she going to be an ugly old crone or whatever? I suppose even Robert Eggers' The Witch kind of gives you both those types, doesn't it? I think, again, beauty. Oh my God, look, we've got a little, speaking of witches, we've got a black cat.
Speaking of witches, my little familiar.
Oh my God, look at it. Look at his little paws. Oh my God.
Okay, you got to go. Mommy's interviewing for a new book to make us money so you get more kibble. Okay, bye-bye.
Okay. But yeah, that idea of kind of the different types of witches and the way they're handled, it feels like beauty is such a huge fundamental part of that kind of witch archetype, right?
Yeah, and it really dates back to, and I layer some of this into the book, like the conversations around, why the witch hunts happened, how they started, why they persisted for so long. And for so long, it was, to get rid of undesirables, and then B, to keep those who were remaining in line and wanting to have a family and give birth to children and, take care of a home. And again, there is nothing wrong with wanting to do that. My criticism comes when that is the only narrative being put forth for so many people. And so I love the idea that, especially these men, people who were like Disney, the Brothers Grimm, who like picked up the Snow White fairy tale and, remade it. And all of that, like Nicholas Roeg, Roald Dahl, they were all very strange about women.
I was trying to think of kind of like going through kind of horror history and decades, were there any really iconic female characters in those kind of big mainstream Hollywood horrors of the 30s? And the first one I thought of really was The Bride of Frankenstein, right? And again, there's a really interesting, that is a look that we all know. It's still like, you see people dressed as that on Halloween, right? Again, like there is a kind of beauty there, but it's a kind of twisted beauty, I suppose, in some ways, right?
Yeah. And I love seeing people as they, grow up and grow older, through all their different periods, reclaiming these figures, which were once supposed to be horrifying, and then like finding the beauty in them, or being so cool with being totally subversive and being really ugly, or making it really sexy. Like, I think there are just so many ways to be, and to explore who you are. And that exploration is going to be an evolution. Ideally, it's going to keep evolving, and I think that's part of the fun of it. Like, beauty is fun. It can be fun. And, how do we get back to that aesthetic a little bit more?
Totally. And there's so much fun, I think, to be had with beauty in 1940s cinema, where you've got film noir, you've got the femme fatale. And again, I suppose a kind of interesting horror equivalent of that is a movie like Cat People, right? Val Lewton's Cat People, which you talk about in your book. Tell me a little bit about like that particular film and kind of how you approached that one.
So I that falls into my chapter when I write about the idea of being a sexy woman.
Yeah.
And as a woman on the internet, and Mike, I know you have many dear close women who in your life who are also on the internet.
Indeed.
It's a real weird thing.
Yeah.
Because you can be talking about Durkheim and like sociology and all of this stuff. And like, you'll get these emails and messages that are like, hey, you're pretty sexy.
Hey, babe.
And it's like, boy.
Do you know, I wish I got more of that, Alex. I don't get any of that. So,
maybe this is it. Maybe this
is why I'm doing something on camera. I'm like, come on, guys.
Might need some love too.
Come on. What about this beauty? Come on. No, sorry, carry on.
And so I wanted, so that's been a topic I've really struggled with in myself and with partners and all of that. So it's been a really kind of ongoing discourse, as I think it is for a lot of people, not just women, everyone. I think we all struggle with this idea of being sexy and who are we sexy to and what does that mean, et cetera, et cetera. And when I was like, I really want to write about this. And one of the first things that came to mind was Cat People, because of Simone Simon, who I think is like, she's sexy in like the way that I would love to be sexy. Like she is, mysterious, but she's cool and you don't quite know what she's thinking.
Yeah.
And every time I watch that movie and I've gone back to it, I'm like, I'm noticing something different or it's hitting different for me. And like, I think in some ways it's a very simple performance, but I think in the rewatches, you realize the depth of it. And what was interesting going back, and sitting with this film multiple times to write about it was the character Oliver, who she marries, and then the woman who he kind of leaves her for, Alice, and like the little like pseudo affair they strike up. Yeah. And they are so lame and so cringe. And like I was pulled a couple quotes and they're in the book, and I was just like, I can't believe these are real, because they're so like this sexy, smoldering, interesting woman in Simone Simon as Irina, and then you've got like, I just love you. I don't really know what love means. Let's get married. Okay, bye, Irina. Hope you're not a cat person. Don't let that doctor sexually assault you. Goodbye. Like, it's all very like
yes
real weird.
I love it. Those films are fascinating, and I love the, I remember, I think it was the very first episode of this podcast I ever recorded was with Kim Newman, and we kind of went through kind of these kind of different eras, and he talked about the Val Lewton era and movies like Cat People as being really the first time we saw horror movies where characters had jobs, characters had lives, like they weren't just these like people kind of swooping into a gothic castle and fainting at the sight of something or whatever. Like, these felt like real people living real lives that kind of these extraordinary things are happening to. And again, you get these characters, they still have that slight, like you say, that kind of almost sort of campy melodrama about them, right? But you can see it's a step in the right direction, I think, And
especially because like Cat People to me was so interesting because, and it remains, part of that in films of the 1940s that fall under the Hays Code.
Yes.
The morality code that was, being really enforced at that time, that kind of tapered off in the 60s, where, it had to have a happy ending. It had to uphold certain moralities and codes that were all basically in service of a heteronormative white family. And because the first time I watched it, I don't think I totally clocked that or really was thinking about it in that. And the more I've returned to it, I just see, Jacques Tournier, the director, and, Val Lewton just working to subvert it the whole time. Because I can't imagine watching Cat People and rooting for like Oliver and Alice, like it's cool that they're fine, like spoiler, they're fine in the end. Like, that's cool. That's nice. Good for them. But you're like, I'm just always so invested in Irina, and I'm just like, God, she's great. So and what happens to her is like, I think a real condemnation of how society was treating a lot of people. At that time, it continues to treat them. And that's why I think we still return to Cat People again and again. And I know it's been remade and it'll probably get remade again. And like, cool, that's also fine. But the purity of the original, it is so efficient. It is so like each scene is like doing exactly what it is supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
And it's got this kind of weird energy to it, like the suppressed sexuality. And I'm like, yes,
Oh,
yes,
it's
all
so
of
good.
this.
The way in which filmmakers and storytellers kind of got around that Hays Code during that time, right? Because this is a movie that is explicitly about sex, right? And
Yeah.
it's basically about turning into a cat if you get horny or whatever, you know, like it's like, okay, like, but it was, amazingly well done in terms of how subtly and beautifully all that stuff is handled, I think, isn't it? You know?
Yeah, because I still think, to your point, like it does feel like there's a gothic element to it, as you know, as you and Kim were talking about. It transitions out of that, but you've got to away, and I think this film is a really beautiful example of that.
And that idea of the kind of the sexy, dangerous woman has, I guess, like that's forever remained an archetype in cinema and in horror, right? You know, we've talked together about things like the 90s erotic thrillers. You know, there are so many that, you know, everything from kind of Basic Instinct to, you know, whatever. And then, of course, I know you talk about Under the Skin as well, right? And that is another fascinating example, isn't it, of this kind of woman's kind of seductive powers, I suppose, and using Scarlett Johansson's beauty in grim, grey, rainy Scotland as well. It's incredible.
I know it's always like I don't know if I can say it's always a joy to return to that film, Under the Skin, because it is so dark, but it is truly one of my favorite films, and I really do think like Jonathan Glazer is one of our best living filmmakers.
Oh, have you seen Zone of Interest yet?
I have. I saw it last weekend, and I'm fucked up from it.
It fucked me up. Yeah, it is horrendous, isn't it? But absolutely, I completely agree with you. He's one of the best living filmmakers today.
Have you ever interviewed him?
I have, actually. Yeah, for Under the Skin. Back when I worked at the BBC, I had to interview him for that. And he was a fascinating guy. Like, not super forthcoming in talking about his movies, I think. You know, I think he's definitely one of those filmmakers that would rather let the film do the talking, you know? But he was, I mean, what a talented man. Just incredible. Absolutely incredible. And the way in which he took that book and transformed it into something so different and so cinematic, and images of that film, like I know everyone always says this, but the baby on the beach, it's just like images of that film will stay with me and haunt me forever, I think, you know?
Yeah. And again, like Cat People, there's a lot of simplicity to that story.
Yeah.
And I find his filmmaking style so interesting. You can see it all the way back because he did Karma Police.
Yes.
Yeah. And you see like that kind of like you're watching camera, like you're watching a video that you feel like you're not supposed to be watching.
Right. Exactly.
Like there is a bit of like callback to found footage almost, but and especially goes into that with Zone of Interest. But in Under the Skin, I again, it was just like when I thought about like sexy women in horror, where that was like really central to the story, it very quickly narrowed down to Cat People and Under the Skin. And that's what happened in each of these chapters. I would start out with a long list and I just kind of would watch or just come back to it every few days and I whittle away at it. And in each case, I have to say, like, I was truly shocked when I started to put these chapters together and these essays together and was like, oh, these films actually really overlap.
Yeah.
Like thematically, sometimes even in terms of shots, even in terms of like story trajectories, character trajectories. There's really a lot of.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Like I went in not thinking about that at all, but the more like time I spent with it, it was like, it was like fucking beautiful mind.
Yeah, I love that. And I think beauty is clearly such an important part of Under the Skin, isn't it? Because I think the casting of Scarlett Johansson is so genius because there is something otherworldly almost, I think, about seeing this Marvel superhero, Hollywood superstar in this kind of weird little British, city and interacting with these people that, again, the men don't conform to the Hollywood beauty of men in this film, do they, as well?
And it's fascinating because, like, I think, Scarlett Johansson is truly one of the great modern celebrities, especially like her, from her career to her kind of, being really charming on the red carpet, the style she had, all of that. She ticks all those boxes. And then her popping up and Under the Skin with like that dark wig, cheap, tardy clothes, obvious makeup, like the push-up bra. It's all very, sexualized. And then I find Glazer's aesthetic fascinating because it'll go from this kind of, hidden camera aesthetic when she's picking up men, which was a very big part of some of the PR that I remember coming out in advance of the film. And then when it gets into that really like glossy sci-fi, when you understand like kind of this alien plot that's going on. And I don't know very many films, if any, that combine those two aesthetics within one film, within two, scenes bumping up right next to each other. And the way that the film ends, where it's like those two aesthetics meet, it's one of the most chilling and horrifying sequences I've ever seen.
And like you say, that comparison with Cat People, there's something animalistic, obviously, about it, isn't there? It's like a black widow sort of luring men into the nest or something. Like all of that stuff is brilliant. God, what a movie. Absolutely incredible, isn't it? Love that.
So
must have been a joy to write about that movie. Yeah.
It was. Yeah. It's again, it's a hard film to watch. I still love it. I really, really love it. But that was a chapter that took me a really long time because it was like, kept peeling away more things. I was like, no, there's still more here.
Yes.
And it's a film that I've seen written about as like a trans allegory, a few other ways. And it's like, it's incredible. I don't touch on those because that's not part of my personal experience, but I think it speaks so much to the film that it can, have this life beyond its run, beyond being on a streaming service. It's talking to so many different communities. And that to me is a sign of a great film.
I love that. What about like moving into the sort of 1960s and 70s? Because it felt like particularly kind of style, fashion, culture, youth culture, everything became so prominent, right, in this time. You had people like Mia Farrow sporting that Vidal Sassoon haircut and that kind of thing, right? And then, of course, you get the kind of the birth of giallo Italian horror. And again, almost like when I think beauty, I think Italian horror, right? Like it's beautiful cinematography, it's beautiful women, quote unquote. Like it's like all of that kind of really beauty plays into horror cinema so much in that kind of time, doesn't it? I think.
Yeah, and it's all about, again, it's expectation and it's the subversion of expectation.
Yeah.
I recently actually just rewatched Inferno, Dario Argento's Inferno, which I hadn't seen in so long. It's out of the Mother's trilogy, the one I'd seen the least.
Yeah.
And so I was rewatching it and I was like, God, it is all about like beauty, 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 blood, guts, gore, beauty, 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 blood, guts, gore.
Yeah.
And it's like always playing with that. And horror, again, I think, you've talked about this. It's that setup of expectation versus reality and, it like inverting that and making it terrifying. So, there is something about those Italian men that are really like murdering beautiful women.
I mean, and there is something very alluring and like, I mean, those movies are beautiful to look at, aren't they? I think, particularly I'm going to be covering for its anniversary this year, Blood and Black Lace, that Mario Bava movie as well, which is turning 50 or 60, I think, this year. And this idea of like, again, it was that kind of slasher prototype, and it's about models, right? The models being picked off one by one by this kind of masked serial killer and everything. And I think, that juxtaposition of beautiful people with blood and guts and death, right, is a very strange kind of juxtaposition in a lot of ways, but clearly like it struck such a chord with horror audiences, doesn't it? And still does to this day.
Yeah. And I talk a bit about this in the book, and it's I go back to like the male gaze of the camera, and things like that. And, when I think you put beautiful women or, women who you've deemed to be beautiful on a screen, you've prized them. You've said you are owed these women if you're going to be the hero of your own story. And then when you can't have them, when you can't just ask Scarlett Johansson out on a date, for some people, not all, some people, it triggers a kind of rage and it like anxiety and anger. And I think like this murdering of the beautiful woman is like, it's part of our storytelling. It's part, Poe fucking talked about it.
Yeah.
There is this thing of like, if we can't have them, then no one can. And that's where it gets really scary.
It is. And of course, Hitchcock, you obviously you think beautiful people in Hitchcock. Everyone obviously, knows, the beautiful blonde women and that kind of archetype, but also even some of the men, right? Anthony Perkins and the casting of him as Norman Bates as well, right? As this like incredibly handsome man as this way to kind of subvert our expectations as well, right? Because again, there's that weird thing in our brains where if they are beautiful, they can't be bad, right? And so that's why it's always been fun for Hollywood to kind of play with that idea. Yeah.
Yeah, I have to say, like, I'll admit this now for a good cause that we're doing today, but I've always had a crush on Anthony Perkins in Psycho.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
I have a bit of the, like, I could change him.
Yeah, you could fix him. Yeah.
Mother, maybe not, but him.
Sure. He's misunderstood, you know. It's his mother.
A sandwich. He doesn't want that.
I know. Incredible stuff. What happened I find it really interesting as well, kind of what happened to a lot of Hollywood stars in the 1980s, because actually I worked with the critic Robbie Collin. We did a BBC video essay together about the changing shape of male bodies in kind of action heroes specifically, and he talked about how something happened in the 80s where men's bodies became like 5 times the size, right? It was the era of Rambo and, you know, Arnold Schwarzenegger and Van Damme, and suddenly there is this feeling of excess, right? Muscles, and like everyone is almost like inhuman. And that plays a little bit even into the female sort of characters and archetypes in horror too, when you think of like Ripley or Sarah Connor, right? These kind of like, I guess the quote unquote strong female characters, but all of these kind of strong characters, they look like action figures or something, don't they?
Yeah, no, and it's like the worst possible version of like show don't tell,
right?
Because of, again, like what these people had to do to their bodies, which, you know, is really terrifying to think about. But the idea of like strength had to be shown physically. And, you know, you had to get away from like the John Waynes and the dad bods, and, you know, it was just something you couldn't have anymore. It was so untenable. And like the idea of, you know, the rise of Reaganism and, you know, the new conservatism, when it was like men are men and we're not going to worry about the AIDS epidemic and we're not going to worry about this because we're men. And it felt like this real, like coming out of the 60s, coming out of the 70s, coming out of counterculture, and like Mia Farrow's short haircut. I think it's like you can kind of pinpoint all of this as like reactionary and the pendulum swinging too far to the other side. You know, you had to adhere even to the point when, you know, you had, again, your Sarah Connors, your Ripleys, like still looking pretty like lean and tight, you know? And in some ways, again, like it's really cool to see women with different bodies, and a woman having a muscular body is something, you know, we don't often see, but what does it mean? And I think, you know, it's could we see that if it wasn't an action movie?
That's really interesting. And there's something, again, that's kind of interesting about that topic. Again, this is kind of slightly outside of horror, but with action, Robbie Collin made the point that it took a female director, Catherine Bigelow's Point Break, to kind of shift the pendulum again, where men of the 90s became action stars of the 90s, became more slim but more beautiful, more like there was this kind of then wave of men, Keanu Reeves, and then people like Leonardo DiCaprio, these like slightly more less bulky but more quote unquote conventionally beautiful looking men, and that kind of thing as well. So there's something kind of interesting there.
I think so too. And I think Keanu Reeves is like one of our most fascinating movie stars for a number of reasons. And we all love him. But I always think like one of his pinnacles of being like a Hollywood star, and like, again, he's had all these kind of like, you can call them ups and downs, but he's been doing his career for a really long time. So you're going to have those ebbs and flows. But in The Matrix, I've always found it so interesting that, you know, he is like a beautiful, attractive man. And then he's paired with Carrie-Anne Moss, who's a beautiful, attractive woman. And they look so similar. Like, you know, and I love that. I love the way that it's like they could almost be interchangeable for each other in some ways. And again, I think when you think about the Wachowskis and, you know, their story and it's, again, like we're all just kind of exploring different things, and they're not like Trinity and Neo aren't super jacked, you know.
No,
they really aren't. But they feel both very similar to each other, and it's a very cool way to experience. And I love that point about Point Break. I hadn't thought about that.
It's really fascinating. Just going back then slightly, let's talk about teen horror as well, because I guess like when it comes to teenagers, that is when beauty is so all-encompassing, right? Like, you know, bodies are changing, you're being compared to each other, you're being judged on your bodies, how you look. You know, all of that is a nightmare when you're a teenager, right? And of course, like, horror has always kind of really embraced that. Obviously, there's the teen sort of slasher movement that happened during the 70s and 80s. And then there's movies like Carrie, right? Which I know you've talked about. Like, that feels like, again, what an important movie would, you know, when it comes to that kind of topic, I suppose.
Yeah, and you know, I have a whole chapter about ritualized beauty, which I center around prom, because that was like the first time I felt like I got to dress up.
Right.
Like I got to try my hand at this. And Carrie was a film that I watched, like I saw when I was like probably 11 or 12. And I just keep going back to it. Like I think it's a pretty flawless film. And the idea of like bullying and adherence and the social structure of high school, and like you just want to fit in and you just want to survive. Yeah. And again, the idea of someone having power that they don't understand, you can go back to a witch. I know there's been really interesting writing about Carrie White as a witch. But this idea of like a young woman who's an outsider and his power that she hasn't fully tapped into is like othered. And she is like shamed and she is like cast out and like brutalized pretty consistently throughout the film. And then when she adheres, it's like this, there's like been a strange like break in the contract, in the social contract of prom, because Carrie got there through a nice gesture, and then she's, you know, crowned prom queen by a prank. Like it all, again, the social dynamics with which we can pass into adulthood with are really central to Carrie. And again, it's something, the more I've seen it, the more that kind of keeps coming back to me.
Devastating, that, isn't it? It's such a devastating film every time I see it.
Cheery book.
Oh God, Sissy Spacek as well in that movie, like unbelievable. But yeah, that idea of beauty runs throughout the book, and then particularly that movie, right, as well. Brian De Palma's direction, from even those sort of slow-mo misty shots of the showers at the beginning, right, as well. Like it is there, front and center from the very beginning. It seems like.
Yeah. And then again, like the female body is on display, and it's on display in terms of a male gaze. And then you confront the male gaze with a woman who gets her period.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's like a lot of women have their period, and it's like treated as this thing, and there's still so much taboo around it, and there's so much stuff. But, you know, it's just it's part of life for some people.
And that plays into the idea then of the horror of the body, right? And like,
yes,
what about filmmakers like Cronenberg and that movement of body horror? You know, how is beauty kind of treated when it comes to those kind of movies for you, would you say?
I think like Cronenberg is just like, he is one of those filmmakers, you can put like any theme on it.
Yes.
And it's like, there's a million like tendrils and tentacles that go into all of his films.
Yeah.
It's funny. I was recently had a meeting at TIFF and the Toronto International Film Festival. They've got a big like office cinema downtown Toronto, I think much like the BFI.
Yeah.
And I was going in there, and I was like, I looked up, and in a glass case, because they've been taking out some of their archives and putting them on display more, right in the lobby of TIFF, which is Canada's, I would say, arguably premier cultural institute, most internationally known, was Rosanna Arquette's like leg harness straps from Crash.
Oh my God, amazing.
With like a description of the erotic thriller and all of this stuff. And I was like, this is great.
This is
just great. You're at the lobby of TIFF. Remember our weird, fucked up sex movies?
Love this. Absolutely love it. Yeah.
And I love, like, especially a film like Crash, which is so confrontational about like beautiful bodies and like people who are wanting to destroy them and wanting a different kind of agency over their body, and how, you know, people are transforming their bodies. Like for Faculty of Horror, we did an episode on The Fly last year, and like, you know, Seth Brundle, he's like real excited about the changes that are happening to him. But there is this like fear that he's gone too far. So who has ownership over our bodies? What are our bodies designed to do? How are they inhibit? Like, again, it goes on and on. But I think body horror to me, and it's such a central tenet of beauty, and it's a central tenet of politics right now, which is who has bodily autonomy.
Yes.
And it's again like doing the podcast with our dear friend Andrea Subasati, who's got like all of the coolest tattoos, is a goddamn babe, and like people will like talk to her about the tattoos in like the most derogatory way.
Oh, really?
And it's like,
yeah.
It's her body. She looks great. Like, why do you care?
Yeah, that is kind of fascinating in itself in the way that it's handled in Cronenberg movies, isn't it? Going all the way up to Crimes of the Future, right? Last year, was it, or the year before last? That idea of kind of surgery and, making surgery a spectacle, turning the human body as kind of entertainment in some way, but also beauty. It's clearly something that he's always kind of been obsessed with, and his son now as well, actually. When you look at antiviral too, like there is something that plays into that, isn't there? And that idea of beauty.
A lot of very interesting dinner table chats, I imagine, at the Cronenberg home.
Oh my God, I love it. He did not like, I interviewed Brandon Cronenberg once, and he did not like me bringing up his dad. Fair enough. He probably gets it a lot.
Well, then don't make so many goddamn body horror movies, Brandon.
You can't be called Cronenberg and then make body horrors and not expect people to ask, right? But what I loved as well is that I asked him what his favorite movie of his dad's was, and he said, "Oh, I've never really seen any of them." I was like, "Come on, come on." At least.
All right, Brandon.
All right, Brandon. Fair enough. But yeah, like the idea of teen horror and teen beauty has always been interesting in the way that has shifted and changed. And of course, me and you, we've talked about this before, but we grew up on 90s teen cinema. And in a way, there is none more beautiful and glossy than 90s teen cinema, right? Like everything from the posters to the stars to the costumes, like it feels like those movies were obsessed with beauty in a lot of ways, right?
Yeah. And again, it was part of like, it was, the 90s teen horror cycle. And I have a whole book about that. But it's like, you can really just draw that line of like the marketing team being like, so teen shows super big on network television. Let's get some of those into, slashers. Again, Scream really kicked it off, but you have iterations of that before that kind of laid some of the groundwork. And even to the point of like, I've referenced this so many times. I probably referenced this on Evolution of Horror. I remember when I was introducing the film The Faculty at TIFF, I actually had them play the Tommy Hilfiger commercial that the cast did, which is the most unhinged, unhorror thing you will ever see. And I find it as such a fascinating artifact of that era where you're like, okay, we're going to make this weird sci-fi conformity body snatcher horror film set in high school, but also everyone's wearing Tommy Hilfiger.
I love it so much. It's so ridiculous. And another era that we've talked about around this time was this kind of 90s erotic thriller era, right? And we've talked about this before together about you have the most famous and beautiful women at the time starring in these movies, whether it's Julia Roberts, Sharon Stone. Again, it does feel like there's a slight disparity between the men and the women because it tends to be Michael Douglas, right? That they play opposite again. And I guess it also, that comes back to that idea again. I know we've discussed it before, but who were those films for, I guess, really? Like, were they for women? Were they more for the men? Were they for couples? And I guess there is something that sort of plays into that.
Yeah. And it's so like, I find, because it really is, we've talked about this, you and I, but like the idea of like this sexy, erotic 90s thriller harkening back to film noir, but just being able to use more explicitly sexual material. Yes. And I always think of like Sharon Stone's character, Catherine in Basic Instinct, and how she is so fucking sexy. She is so fucking cool. Like, wow. Yeah. And then by the end of the film, she is like crumpled within Michael Douglas's arms. And it's just like, I just want to have kids with you. And it's like, okay.
Is his V-neck sweater really that powerful? This is what I want to, like, really...
I mean, listen, you see enough men wearing T-shirts under a V-neck sweater. You see one who doesn't. It's like...
There you go. And again, like, this is something that I feel like there's been a lot of discourse around recently, but sex started to sort of disappear from cinema after this wave, didn't it? We've just talked about the kind of teen 90s movies. They were a little bit more sanitized, and sex and kind of naked bodies and all of that kind of thing Has it kind of disappeared from horror and from mainstream cinema over the last decade or two, would you say?
It often feels like it has. I think like Under the Skin utilizes the naked male body in a really interesting way.
Yeah.
I think the year that just concluded, you and I have already talked about Poor Things,
Yes.
which we both loved. And also from my understanding, Saltburn also has a fair amount of nudity in it. So
Yes.
I think we might, again, like the pendulum might start to swing back the other way as the kids on TikTok learn about nudity. I don't know.
They're just discovering it, I think.
Just discovering. I'm very excited to go on TikTok and tell them about Sallow.
Oh my God, yes.
Just break them all. I think like there's so much apprehension around it. And I think our discourse, certainly in North America, has really started to change as, a body autonomy rights have been stripped away, abortion access has been stripped away. Like, I think people are really trying to grapple with some ideas. I've been having more conversations with a variety of people that who I would normally talk to, but it's coming up more and more.
Yes.
And I think this, like, the sense I have, and this is all anecdotal, is we've all got bits. Why are we all so worried about the bits?
Yes.
And we're changing some of our bits, and that's cool, and we're not changing them, and that's also cool. Like, everything's cool.
Yeah.
And I think we see now the like hard right being so disgusting and gross about how we choose to live our lives.
Yeah.
Being okay with like horrible atrocities, that I think for people who are kind of tuned in, the questioning of just general stuff is happening more and more, and we love to see that.
Absolutely. Yeah. You mentioned earlier Audition, like incredible movie, obviously, Audition. And this is interesting. I want to ask you about this because you paired it in your essay with Ready or Not, right? And that is a kind of, you're exploring the idea of kind of marriage, I'm assuming, and relationships in that context of beauty.
Yeah, and so it's an interesting thing. So Gorgeous is coming out through a small publisher in the States, Astrophil, who've been lovely to work with. They publish like really cool, like weird books, and they were like, "What do you want to do?" And I pitched them this book, and they were like, "Great, go off." Yeah. But I got the initial email from Duncan Barlow, who runs Astrophil, the day I was moving out of the apartment I shared with my now ex-husband.
Oh, wow. Okay.
And so there was a real like. And I obviously was, dealing with a lot of stuff. And so I was kind of, thinking about doing another book. And is this the opportunity that lands in your lap sometimes? And it was just this huge, like going through a separation and then divorce was a huge life altering thing. And all of these things I thought I had rejected, I began to understand that I'd actually absorbed them, and I had adhered to them in ways that I didn't fully understand until I got out of a situation. And I wanted to talk about the idea of marriage in horror films because so many, you go back to folklore, fairy tales, it ends with "and they lived happily ever after." Yeah. And I am fascinated by the discussion of what the ever after means. And so in these ways, I think, Audition sets up a meeting that is all basically a lie. Then you've got a marriage that is sanctified, but it's all, again, kind of based on information that Grace, the character in Ready or Not, didn't know.
Yes, absolutely. Like the kind of facade. It goes all the way back to Rosemary's Baby again, actually, doesn't it, as well? And that idea of what have I suddenly become trapped in that moment. Yeah.
And again, like in both of these films and Rosemary's Baby, I think you can make a really clear argument that it's like they've achieved the aesthetic. Like the aesthetic has been achieved. Asami looks the part. Grace is like, comes from like it's understanding, like in Ready or Not, she comes from like a lower class background and she's marrying into this wealthy family. You wouldn't know it from the opening scenes of the film until the characters start to talk about her because she's gorgeous. She looks incredible. Asami is like stunningly beautiful and very like demurely dressed and soft spoken. And you're like, sure, I'd marry her if I want someone to look after me. Yeah. And then you begin to understand like the deeper layers to it. And for me, And again, I think weddings are great. Please invite me to your weddings, especially if they are open bar. All about that. I think they're wonderful. But for me, it was like I realized how much of a wedding was about an aesthetic, superficial level.
Oh yeah.
And then all of the things that kind of grow from underneath, and you untangle them, hopefully together. Sometimes you have to untangle them apart, which was my case.
Yeah, of course. And do you think that what's happened to you over the last few years has kind of also partly influenced this idea of like what you wanted to tackle in this book?
Yeah. And I think it was because when I got out of that relationship, I just realized how many lies I'd been telling myself, other people, like unintentionally, and that, it's, to badly paraphrase Virginia Woolf, you can only tell the truth about other people when you tell the truth about yourself.
Yeah.
And that was a real guiding light for me in writing this book. And it was something I'd heard, and it was something I only understood as of like 2 years ago when I really started writing this book in earnest. And I've been very, very fortunate in doing Faculty of Horror for over 10 years now. And occasionally we do get personal, not a lot, but it'll come up. And it's always been like, you get the occasional shitty email, as we all do, when those things come up. But like oftentimes I've been so, just really moved by people reaching out and say, hey, thank you for sharing that story. That meant something to me, or I experienced something similar, or I also have felt like that. Yeah. That helped me, or that. And I know I feel the same way when I hear people say something, or, it might stick in my brain for a little bit, or it'll immediately move me. And it's like, I think the more we destigmatize things and the more we talk about these feelings that feel complicated and challenging, and we start to, kind of see them in movies, and, we understand the world around us a little bit better. And that to me is really exciting. And that's why I keep, doing all of this.
Absolutely. I think that's really important. And, that's why we love podcasts. That's the beauty of podcasts in a way, right? That's, you do feel like you kind of get to know the people you listen to, and you have even if it's a pretend one, you feel like you have a dialogue with them, right? Yes. As well. And I totally, not to sound like a weird stalker, but I loved your podcast and felt like I knew you guys before I'd ever had a conversation with you, Alex, as well. So yeah, you're right. But I think it's always that is always an interesting thing, isn't it? Like, it goes back to the idea of what we said at the beginning about writing that book, and how much of it is, academia and everything else, and how much of yourself you put into these things. And podcasts are always that kind of interesting gray area, I think. It's
absolutely. And I think, and so like you and I have talked about this, and like we've had listeners come up to us at events or, whatever, and meet us. And sometimes they're very, like, they're all lovely.
Yeah.
And some of them have been like, oh, I feel so weird. I feel like I know you. And I'm like, if you've been listening, you do know me.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Kind of do.
Yeah.
And which is it's so lovely. And I think what I realized is really through doing Faculty of Horror, like, I'm an analytical person.
Yeah.
I love it. So in writing in my own voice, in writing in, personal essay, like putting analysis and film theory, because film means so much to me. I can't not see the world through film. Yeah. It was how I was raised. And that's like I'm excited tonight because I'm actually going to go. I've just rented Birth and Sexy Beast because I want to.
Glazer.
Because I haven't seen those in a while. Mm-hmm. And so I'm not sure if I'm going to do them both tonight, but maybe over the next 2 nights. But I'm like, I'm going to go fucking watch more Jonathan Glazer movies. I'm excited about that.
Yes, I love that. And you mentioned earlier, therapy, there is something therapeutic about talking to people about movies, about watching movies, about exploring movies, talking to people on podcasts as well. I mean, it gives you an outlet sometimes, I think, doesn't it? Which is all really important for sure.
It's so important. And I think especially the amount of like content and culture and everything that we consume, it can feel very isolating because there's so much. So when you kind of find a community that's like, oh, we want to wrestle with this too.
Yes.
And for me, it's like, yes, there's the horror side, but I also I love the Real Housewives.
Yes.
So I follow a lot of Real Housewives stuff because I need to process how I feel about all of it.
It's all absolutely. I think you're absolutely right. And the most exciting thing is when you find other people in that Venn diagram with you, right? Like, oh, you're also somebody that's into, The Curse with Emma Stone, for example, or something like that. And you're like, yes, I've got something I can talk to. I've got somebody I can talk to about this. But yeah, absolutely. I think all of that's really important. And so finally, just to wrap up, I want to ask you, like, where are we at now with the idea of kind of the portrayal of beauty and what beauty even means now in 2024? Do you see that it's changing in terms of the way bodies, beauty, is it diversifying? Is anything changing? How do you kind of see it?
I think it is becoming more diverse. Slowly, with a lot of kicking and screaming from people who hold power. But I see different bodies on screen. I see more like people from different backgrounds and like all of that, and it's so great to see. I think I will say now at my ripe old age of 38, and not to out you, Mike, but I think we're about the same age, if not the same age.
Indeed.
We are. Yes. That's right. And I know for myself now, I don't know if you're finding this, Mike, but I'm finding everything is so generational.
Yeah.
Because it's now like I've really started to like unpack my like beauty shit and the stuff I've been like internally like dealing with and stuff. I'm like seeing all these like little girls in Sephora being like, I need retinol. I was in Sephora like yesterday actually to go pick something up. And there is a grizzled dad with his like preteen daughter, like buying face powder.
Yeah.
And I was like, I get that instinct of that little girl wanting that face powder, but I want to be like, baby girl, you don't need it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think, and again, like the media that they're consuming is changing. TikTok, again, it's a beast I don't understand.
No.
And the technology and the content we're consuming is becoming faster and faster and faster. So it's getting quicker and quicker. And it's so I'm a little worried for them. And I figure out how to turn my points in my book into TikToks.
Yeah, it's a weird double-edged thing, I feel like, because I do feel like compared to even our generation, these younger generations are more accepting, they're more open-minded. I think
Yes.
they're more, less kind of superficial in a lot of ways. But yet they also do live their lives on camera and on screen a lot of the time as well. So there must be a constant worrying about how they look and stuff at the same time,
I like the idea of that we didn't grow up with selfies. Thank God.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Yeah. I know.
Like,
I'm really
I already
glad that
lost
social
my
media
mind.
wasn't a thing when I was at school, actually. It was in my 20s. Yeah. So,
yeah, because like it was bad enough growing up, like, and we all have, or everyone still has their issues, but I feel like it can only be more ramped up.
Yeah.
In this kind of day and age. So, it's tricky. It's real tricky, but I do agree. I think they are far more open and accepting. And so maybe this is us just being like old millennials. And
exactly.
Too concerned, and they're actually fine.
Maybe there's hope. Maybe there's hope for the future. You
Why
never
not?
know. We're gonna get rid of the boomers, and then it'll be fine. Amazing. Well, Alex, thank you so much. Just remind people, like, obviously, there's going to be so much more for them to read when your book comes out. Do you have any information yet on when people are going to be able to get hold of their copies of your book?
Yes. So we're just in the final stages. I've signed off on the copy edit. So it's gone to layout. So it should be available. It should be getting in people's hands by mid-April. So pre-order will be up soonish. Like we're just kind of getting through the final little stages of stuff, and then we'll be able to start pushing it out. So if you haven't already, please follow me on my socials. Mainly it's Instagram these days at @scare_Alex. I will be pushing the hell out of it. There will be links. There'll be a whole goddamn thing. So if you're interested in this book, follow me there or follow Astrophil and check them out online. But they're great.
Incredible. Alex, thank you so much for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
Oh my God, it's 3:30 in the morning. And we're nearly there, guys. We're nearly there. I've got Stacey Ponder coming up in 10 minutes' time, which I'm very excited. I can see from the comments that you guys are all very excited about Stacey as well. So yeah, the wait is nearly over for some Stacey Ponder chat. We're going to be talking about found footage and loads of other cool stuff. So stay tuned for that. That's actually a pre-recorded chat, which means that all I need to do is hit play and I get a little break for a little bit now at this time of the day. I'll still be here. I'll still be monitoring the comments. I'll still be chatting to you guys, but the conversation with Stacey is in the can and ready to go. So yeah, really hope you guys enjoy that chat. That's coming up. And again, big thank you to everybody that has been donating. That money is still going up. We are currently up to £8,594. Unbelievable. This is unbelievable. Let's see, we've got a few hours left. I would love it if we can push that maybe up to £9,000 before the end of the night. If you can afford to donate a little bit of money and also share this page, share this live stream with other people, that would be incredible. But thank you so much to all of you for your generosity so far. Thank you all for being so flattering as well, saying that I still look and sound great. I'm starting to not feel so great. Like the tiredness is slowly sinking in now. But just need to get over this little hump, I think. I'm going to have a little rest my voice for the next hour while this Stacey Ponder chat plays out, and I'll be good to go, you know? So yeah, thank you so much for sticking with me. Please hang tight, and the Stacey Ponder discussion will start very soon. Hi, Stacey.
I'm Mike.
Hello. What I wanted to do, what I should have done is like grab my camera and been like,
Oh yeah,
like a kind of found footage. Yeah. Get the snot coming out the nose.
Not coming out. Yeah. You should be in the back seat of a car and I should be in the front seat. Like, Mike, stop filming.
Yeah, why are you still filming this? Come on. Yeah. I'm very excited to discuss this topic because it's been quite close to my heart. First of all, though, thank you, Stacey, for joining me for this, because I know you're quite a veteran at kind of marathons and kind of big, long horror undertakings, right? You've done a few all-night things and fundraising things in your time, haven't you?
Yeah. All questionable life choices in the name of like a blog post. Yeah, I've done it.
Yeah.
Let me watch all 13 of these movies in a 13-hour period, like multiple screens. I don't know.
And bad. You've done, and not just that, like questionable movies, right? You've done like the Children of the Corn movies, one after the other through the night, right?
The worst part of it is that in a marathon like that with a franchise, all the good movies are front loaded when you're wide awake and ready to go. Yes. And then, 14 hours later, the sun is starting to come up and you're watching Children of the Corn 7 and you're like, what am I doing? This is terrible.
Yeah. What do we do? How many hours of our lives, horror fans, have we spent doing very questionable things, right?
I'm so glad I'm a girl because that means I can't do math. And so I have no idea how many hours all added up. So.
Oh, God. Well, thank you for being here and discussing found footage as well, which I'm very excited about. I feel like I haven't had much of a chance to talk about it on the podcast. First of all, let me just ask you, like, Stacey, I feel like this is something that kind of really divides people, right? Some people, found footage, they hear the words found footage and they kind of scoff, roll their eyes. What are your thoughts on found footage?
I hate it, so I'm not sure why you have me here today. I hate talking about it. No, I love found footage. I'm a huge found footage fan. Yes. I will watch any $1.99 at best garbage that's on Amazon Prime. Mm-hmm, I'll give it a try. I love it, but it is really divisive.
Yeah.
It's one of the most divisive subgenres, I think. And there's really aren't too many people who are like, it was okay. It's like, it's either a pile of garbage or you really are into it. And I feel like there's not that many people who are actually super into found footage, but
it's weird. We were just talking earlier and I was saying that sometimes when I do not have the kind of energy to sit down and watch a film, which is happening more and more to me these days, for some reason, found footage is the one exception to that. Like I'll be scrolling through something like Shudder or whatever, Netflix. There's something new on. I'm like, maybe. And then if there's a new found footage movie, if there's like a new VHS movie or something, I'm like, great, put it on. And I don't know why. It's something about it I find really fun and enjoyable and easy on my brain. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Which is interesting because we were also talking about how movies are starting to feel like all the same stuff. They hit the same beats, etc. Yes. And outside of maybe classic slasher movies, found footage is one of the most tropey subgenres. They all have the same certain hallmarks, no matter how good or bad the movie is.
Yeah, you're so right. You're so right. Do you remember your first ever found footage movie?
I mean, probably technically it was Cannibal Holocaust.
Oh my God. How young were you when you watched that then?
13 or something.
Holy shit.
Because it's like the early teenage horror fan where you just go to the video store and get like, oh, this is called Blood-Sucking Freaks. Yeah, let's get it. Cannibal Holocaust, Faces of Death, every slasher movie, just like anything that promised to be subversive.
Yes.
We got it. So I know that I got Cannibal Holocaust in there, and we were just like, the animal stuff was really hard to take even at that point.
Yeah.
But the rest of it, I haven't seen it since, actually. That's the only time I've ever seen that movie.
Oh, really? You haven't ever gone back to it? I mean, to be fair, why would you? It's not the sort of film you just pop on over and over again, is it? No. No.
When the holiday season rolls around,
Yeah,
it's time for a
exactly.
Cannibal Holocaust.
Well, yeah, and I guess Cannibal Holocaust is kind of one of the earliest ones, right? It's the one people talk about as being like the ultimate kind of proto found footage movie in a way. I feel like you see elements of found footage even going back further than that, low. Like something about the Texas Chainsaw Massacre has, I think, a found footage vibe. Do you know what I mean? The way that it starts with that intro, it almost feels like you're watching real footage or documentary. The way they make it look like a true story, right? I feel like there are like seeds of found footage that are laid in early horror movies in that way, you know?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I agree. The narration, even some of just the way the shots are constructed in it. And, the famously cited film grain and like kind of grimy quality of it made it feel more like a snuff film, even though Texas Chainsaw is one of those movies where you think you're seeing more than you actually are. Like there's so hardly any graphic violence in that movie or anything, but it feels really it feels like one of the most extreme horror movies.
Yes, it really does. It really does. And I think whereas Cannibal Holocaust actually is like one of the most extreme, isn't it? And I guess like that is one of the things that found footage kind of like sells itself on, right? Is that it's supposed to be real, right? Like, I guess, everyone knows this already, but that famous story around Cannibal Holocaust about people genuinely thinking it was like a snuff movie, right? That the actors went into hiding, that Diodato got taken to court, right? And was actually prosecuted for making a snuff movie. And do you think, I mean, like, it feels like that to me is part of both the pros and the cons of found footage, right? Is that people get so terrified and think that it's real, and then as soon as people figure out it isn't, they're like, "Oh, forget it then."
Yeah, they check out. They check out. Yeah, you have to. I mean, with all of them, anything post Blair Witch, right? Like Blair Witch established, this is the actual footage from this, and we found it, and now we're just putting a snuff film out into the local megaplex, right? Like that's the conceit that all of these movies have. And it's like you can't allow yourself as a viewer to disengage long enough to start thinking like, who edited this?
Right.
The authorities thought it was okay to put this out into the world for entertainment purposes. Like very few of them are like, if you have any information, please call this number. It's really just like, want to watch some people get killed?
Yeah. And but it's funny though, isn't it, how the backlash to found footage when people suddenly figured out that Blair Witch Project wasn't real and were furious. And it's like there's no other film genre has to carry that burden where it's like, it's not real, it's made up, therefore I don't like it. Like found footage, because I think when I first watched Blair Witch Project, I knew that it was just a movie, right? Just a fake movie. But it still fucking terrified me as well. And I don't really understand that mentality about found footage where if the hoax is up, I suppose, then people don't think it's worth watching anymore,
Lied to me.
Yeah.
Like, I think that's what it comes down to, is like feeling cheated somehow only. Yeah. It's like, being an angry consumer, sending a plate back at the restaurant. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, oh my God. Yeah. But I mean, I was fortunate enough being an old to have seen Blair Witch opening night. Midnight show, when midnight shows were really rare. I saw it at the Angelica in New York. And they had, the whole lobby was set up with like artifacts from the movie. They had like glass cases, and it was like, here's the camera that they found, here's Heather's journal, here's all these things that were set up. And a friend of mine that I went with on the ride home that night on the subway, he was like, so I'm confused. Was that the actual footage that they found under the house, or did they refilm the stuff that they found under the house?
Wow.
And I knew, like you, I knew that it was fake because I had been reading about it online. And I didn't want to like pop that bubble. You know what I mean? Like, just because how often do you believe something like that? It's so, I don't know, it's magical.
Oh, it is magical. It really is. Like the Blair Witch Project is obviously like it's kind of what people think of as where all of that started, right? And that is a movie. I can't even imagine the excitement. How was that experience for you then when you first watched it opening night at the movie theater?
It was unbelievable. I mean, even knowing that it was fake, I loved it. I hadn't seen anything like it before, you know, like who did really? I mean, except for the three people who are like the last broadcast, like, okay, sure, you know. But Blair Witch, like I just like for me, it tapped into, and this is what found footage does for me, is it taps into so many of my personal triggers as to what I find scary. Like put it out in the woods, put somebody walking down a dark hallway, like all of these things really get me scared. And so Blair Witch just really hit so many buttons for me. And so I just dragged everybody I could to it because it wasn't, I don't know, we hadn't seen anything like that specifically ever. And the late 90s horror was kind of in a weird place, I guess. Like horror that's coming out in the theaters was in a really weird place. And so after the first time I saw it, I just dragged everybody I knew. I saw it like 5 times. It was just incredible.
It's just incredible, isn't it? So it didn't bother you, you know, all the usual complaints that you hear about Blair Witch, that they didn't like the performances, that you can't see anything, you can't see a witch, that it's too grainy and shaky and dark to actually make out what's going on. You know, all those complaints that people had about the Blair Witch Project, I personally couldn't understand. It sounds like you couldn't either, right? It's just, I don't get it. Yeah. No.
I get it if people get motion sick with like the first person camera like that. I don't experience that, but I understand that could be a valid complaint. Sure. But everything else, I was really into all of the stuff up front where they're just like building the legend and Heather's in the cemetery talking about what happened or like, here's Coffin Rock. And it's like, I don't know. I just was totally into it, totally enthralled.
Yeah.
And just, for me, it was enough when they're in the tent and there's like hands on the outside of the tent, pounding on the tent, or like hearing a noise out in the darkness. I'm like, this is so scary. I don't know. I don't know. I don't need to see the Blair Witch come up and be like, she doesn't. I don't need. Mama is not a better movie because we see Mama so much, you know? Right,
exactly. And also Adam Wingard's Blair Witch sequel too, where we do see quite a lot of the witch. And for me, I know that you know that probably worked better on certain audiences, but I'm the same as you. I think for me it was all about not quite being able to make out like what the fuck is in those packages full of sticks and you know, like those kind of moments where you go, what the hell did I just see? Did I just see something? You know, like, was that a little child on the outside of the tent? Was that a noise of a voice I just heard? Like all of that kind of unknown is what makes that film so nightmarish, I think.
It lets you fill in a lot of blanks. You know, like hearing them being outside and it's pitch black and you just hear the sounds of like branches breaking and you can't, it sounds like some huge monster is crashing through the woods or something. And so you just hear, it's like reading a book almost, where you're filling in all the blanks and your mind's eye is so much scarier than it would have been if Blair Witch like unzipped their tent. You know, I was like, hi. We got some teeth. Like,
oh my God. And people had so many theories too, didn't they? Again, because of that idea that it's based on real legend, but then also that, you know, it looks so real. And then there are people going, you know, is it actually about the 2 guys that actually just murdered Heather? And is it actually about, was Mary Brown actually the witch? And all of these kind of different theories about these different characters. So good.
I do kind of hate that the major theory that came out of it was mostly just like, this is all because Heather's a bitch, right? Like, you know what I mean? That all of it was just, everything was her fault. Everything was just the 2 guys wanted to kill her because she was such a bitch. It's just like, but that was the late 90s for you.
Right. And I think that's the other major thing about the found footage though, right? Is the performances have a different style to your average horror movie performances, right? Like, again, there's that idea that found footage is real, right? And so you've got people just acting like regular people, and regular people do talk in annoying sentence structures or, whatever, right? Or just talk shit half of the day. And so you are with these characters in the woods just talking a lot of shit, aren't you, I think? And again, people were like, what is this? Because it doesn't feel scripted. It doesn't feel polished. The actors don't all look like, underwear models or whatever, like they do in maybe certain teen slasher movies at the time or whatever. So again, I think there is something in the kind of the performances in found footage, right, that makes it so different to everything else.
Yeah. I think it's also, I do think it's important that people do cast, if not actual actors, then cast people who have the ability to improv very well.
Yeah,
because I think found footage, especially the indie stuff, is you can make it or break it on the strength of the performances and how believable they are. And when it seems really scripted or like or like there's no script at all, and so it's just like, wow. Yeah, when they don't know what to say, and it's just, they don't know how to react to things, and they're not building any kind of a world. I think that's when the audience really checks out. And I think Blair Witch doesn't get enough credit in that regard.
Mm-hmm.
The three of them are believable as college students who are doing this thing. Heather's a pretentious wannabe filmmaker.
Yeah.
Josh is a burnout, like they're very believable characters, and it just really draws you in all the more.
Absolutely. And they all are a bit of a pain in the ass throughout different points of the film. Like, I wouldn't really want to be stuck in the woods with any of those three, to be honest. But they feel real to me. Like, they absolutely do feel like three, like you say, probably slightly pretentious, like filmmakers and film students, right? That think what they're doing is going to change the world,
Oh, a 90s film student, like in a post Clerks, like post Robert Rodriguez world. Yeah. Like, those are the most obnoxious people, being one, like those are the most obnoxious people you're ever going to encounter. And so these three people who aren't really friends, like that's the thing too, is it's not the pretense of like a group of friends going into the woods for the weekend. It's like they're doing a project and they know each other, but I don't think Heather and Josh hang out outside of this project,
No, exactly. So it doesn't follow the conventional horror rules in that regard. It doesn't have the conventional performances, even the pacing, right? And this is something that's true of found footage for the most part. You don't get like your big opening set piece that's really scary, and then like it usually starts really mundane, right, with people being like, oh, is it on, oh, whatever, like, and you like, you're just watching people hang out for like the first 2/3 of a found footage movie usually, right, as well. So again, all of that technically should be going against it, shouldn't it? But again, I kind of love all that stuff,
Yeah. Oh, I do too. Like, especially if the people, the characters, meaning the actors or whatever, are at all engaging to me. I'm in it. I could just watch these people hang out and do their thing for, if that was the whole movie, I'd be fine. But if it doesn't work, if it's not quite working, then that kind of thing is absolute torture.
Yes. And you get the bad ones. I mean, we'll talk about that in a bit, but there are a lot of movies trying to do exactly this, aren't they? I think. Yeah. And for some reason, Blair Witch just gets everything right, doesn't it? Like, even though those people are a bit annoying and the film is slow and you don't really see a witch or anything scary, like it's still absolutely like, I'm just wrapped from beginning to end, Still,
as many times as I've seen it, anytime I put it on, I still like, it's the kind of movie I still put on with like the lights turned off and just get into it, and it still scares me, and I'm in it from beginning to end.
So it is kind of thought of, Blair Witch Project, obviously, as like where this kind of thing began. But there were a few beforehand, like you said earlier, like the people that kind of push their glasses up their nose and say, actually, last broadcast. We've mentioned Cannibal Holocaust. There's a lot of like kind of really nasty, sort of snuffy films that are kind of those, like the guinea pig movies and that kind of thing, right? But yeah, I mean, how familiar with you? I mean, what other ones are there? UFO Abduction, Man Bites Dog, and stuff like that. Like, were you very familiar with many of those kind of proto found footage films that came pre Blair Witch?
I saw Man Bites Dog because again, like 90s film pretension.
Yeah.
You have to watch it. I didn't like it, but I didn't tell people I didn't like it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You have to be like, no, I love the Three Colors trilogy. I watch it all the
Oh,
time.
yeah, trois couleurs bleu. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think those kind of conversations it's interesting to see like the proto films and like what would inform the genre later, what would the genre kind of do better at later times. But it's sort of like a conversation around slashers of being like, well, actually, Bay of Blood was the thing, you know. Okay, sure, but Halloween is the movie that really propelled them into the public consciousness.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You know, it doesn't mean it was first, but, you know,
Yeah.
and that's Blair Witch. That's Blair Witch. So.
I think you're absolutely right. And what's interesting is like Blair Witch is like the Halloween, and then Paranormal Activity is like the Friday the 13th, right? It feels like that was like, we know what we're making. We're making it for lots of cash. Like we're ticking all those boxes, you know.
Or even it's a little like a Scream in a way, in that it kind of revitalized the subgenre and kind of introduced it to a whole new generation of people. And that really crossed over into the mainstream
massively, yeah. And I want to come to that in a second. Let me just quickly. I want to go back one more time before Blair Witch to something that was like a really big deal here in the UK. And I want to know what your thoughts are on Ghostwatch from 1992. Like, how familiar are you with Ghostwatch?
I love Ghostwatch. It's actually Ghostwatch is more popular, I think, than I thought it was, and maybe it's just like being an American and. I had to track it down years ago and like with a region-free DVD player and import a DVD and all that because it wasn't available here. But then now it's out on Blu-ray and it seems like so many more people have seen it than I thought. And it's super popular and it's really fun. Like that was one that I wish I could have experienced.
Yes.
Naturally, like organically, would have been so cool.
Oh my God. Everyone in the UK lost their fucking minds when that went out on television. Like, because it was really like, it was really just believable. I think everyone thought that what they were watching was real. So that, you know, the host of the show, Michael Parkinson, was just this famous TV presenter. Everyone else involved, like, sort of the on-camera people were all just like big BBC presenters at the time. They weren't actors. And everyone who watched it just genuinely thought what they were watching was real. That kind of slow pacing of like, oh, we're going to try and like catch some ghosts on camera. Are we gonna? No, we're not gonna. And it's a bit boring and nothing much happens. And then suddenly real stuff starts happening towards the end. And people lost their absolute minds. And the BBC got more like it's still to this day the thing that got more complaints to the BBC than anything else. Like people calling up wanting to know if these presenters were really dead. The BBC switchboard actually like broke down. One of the presenters, Sarah Green, she had like journalists all and members of the public all kind of doorstepping her the next day, just all at her front door checking that she was okay and stuff. Like people really, and to the point where it's never been aired on television since. Like it's never been repeated. The BBC have never gone back and re-aired it. So so it was kind of like the same here. Actually, it was actually really hard to get hold of until it finally came out on a DVD release. And so it was like this like mythic thing that you just kind of, if you missed it that one night that it was on, you just kind of heard about it from other people, you know. It was insane. But it was actually a really well done found footage movie, basically.
It's really well done.
Yeah.
It's really well done. And I think it must have been something like using actual presenters.
Yes.
It probably wouldn't have hit so hard if it was like, hello, I'm...
Yeah.
You know... news ma'am or whatever, you know, like if it was all fake and people they didn't know, but using actual presenters is pretty ballsy, I have to say.
Yeah. And actually it's a really dark, fucked up story. Like this ghost called Pipes, who was like a child molester that lived under the stairs or something. Like, again, it was really like, this was not the sort of shit that we got on BBC television in the early 90s. It was mad. Yeah.
I don't even know if they would do it now, like especially such a dark storyline.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know who is the person who gave the green light or who's the person who thought of that, never thought they'd get the green light for it. And then they said, yeah, okay, go ahead and do it, you know?
It's
It's
so
amazing.
good. It's incredible. It really is incredible. Like, and it stood the test of time. And you can see now it's influenced a whole generation of filmmakers. Like even Oren Peli, who made Paranormal Activity, I think he did actually cite Ghostwatch
Oh
as
wow.
like, because there were shots in Ghostwatch of the bedroom, just like a night vision shot of the girls asleep in the bedroom, and there's like somebody
Right.
stood by a curtain. It really is quite Paranormal Activity kind of esque. So, and guys like the people that made Host, you know, they're all kind of say, you know, grew up watching Ghostwatch, and that was kind of what inspired them. So at least here in the UK, that is like almost as big a deal as the Blair Witch Project in
Yeah.
terms of like launching that subgenre, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, how many regular people watched it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, versus like having to actually go to the theater and make the choice to kind of watch
Yes.
a horror movie. Like they're
Exactly.
watching the trusted BBC in their homes.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. People were, it was like what you said to about Blair Witch. People felt hurt and betrayed and lied to by the BBC, even though they
Oh,
made
God.
you know, they never said it wasn't just a drama. They never said that
Right.
it was real. It was just done in a way that, you know, people thought it had to have been real because it was done in that way. You know, it's so
Right.
interesting.
So cool.
And then around Blair Witch as well, interesting time, like late 90s, early 2000s, because you had that kind of J-horror boom too, right? And like, I don't know, it almost feels like there's a bit of a connection there with found footage in terms of the style of some of those movies, right? Like Ring and Pulse and stuff. I don't know. There's something about that kind of like, you know, the videotapes, the televisions, the graininess, you know, do you know what I mean? Like that kind of
Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah. It's there's a lot of people watching footage
Yes.
in the
Yes.
movies and interacting with technology in really interesting ways. And I think now we're seeing how formative those movies were, and we're getting kind of found footage filtered through those sorts of lenses of like examining technology and
Mm.
what it's doing to us as a society.
Yeah,
So,
exactly that. Yeah. And that was another one of those things where it felt like you were like that was another experience I had where you almost felt unsafe watching it. Like I remember watching Ring for the first time on a videotape, and just that moment when the film ends and you're just sat there in the dark on your own being like, fuck, you know, like
yeah,
it's an
yeah,
incredible, it kind of like transcends the screen, doesn't it? It's so
yeah.
good.
Oh my God. I mean, I don't think enough credit is really given to the sort of Asian horror. It was especially J horror at the time, but the
Mm.
boom and how refreshing and how like none of us had really seen movies like that before, and just what a phenomenon they were. At this point, it's just kind of like the remakes are almost remembered more than the originals, and it's just there's a lot of East Asian horror coming over.
Hmm.
But that period of time, it was like,
Oh, just, I mean, that's still some of the best horror of the last 20, 30
oh,
years, I think, isn't it? It's so
yeah.
good.
And it's
Um,
still relevant. Stuff like Ring and Pulse, especially,
mm.
is still so relevant.
Yeah,
And just
that is kind of interesting, isn't it? Because in some ways, like, do you think that found footage dates it? Like, does it get dated very quickly? Because, like you said, it relies on technology a lot, right? Like Blair Witch Project is so much about like the kind of the actual technology. If you've got the film camera that's black and white, and you've got the, you know, the kind of grainy other camera, and I don't know, all of the kind of the way in which technology is kind of plays into all these films.
yeah, it's like you have to acknowledge technology at least in the
Yeah.
movies, because everybody's going to say, well, why doesn't somebody just call the police? You know, so
Yes.
you have to be like I don't have a signal. Like
Yeah.
you have to bring it in somehow, or it's not going to feel as authentic.
Hmm.
Whereas then it's like they didn't have cell phones, and yeah, they were going to, Heather, of course, was going to want to shoot on 16 millimeter. And,
Yeah.
you know,
Oh, but it's used again. It's used so well because the moment at the end when we're
Ah,
watching somebody go down the stairs with the 16 millimeter, but the screams are far away, like the way that the
oh
sound
my
and the
God,
picture is kind of disconnected, right? So good. So good. Chef's
unbelievable.
kiss.
Yeah.
Do you think it's weird that like I don't know. When I think of like the big boom of found footage movies, it feels like they didn't come straight after Blair Witch Project. It feels like they came later, more after Paranormal Activity, right? Like it's kind of surprising that Blair Witch Project kind of stands alone almost, doesn't it? Like it doesn't feel like there were a string of copycats straight away, at least, you know?
Yeah. It's like found footage kind of tried to move into the internet.
Yes.
But we weren't ready for it yet as a people. You know, like I don't think the technology was utilized well enough. So you have something like, I'll say it, Halloween Resurrection.
Oh no.
Right. Which could have been super interesting. And you know what I mean? Like this use of the internet and reality TV and all of these things that were like burgeoning industries. I think it's interesting that found footage kind of moved towards those, but they weren't pure found footage.
Yes.
You know, and mostly it became about stranger danger on the internet. So you'd get like Cry Wolf or Fear.com or and stuff like really terrible movies because they just didn't utilize the platform very well or interestingly, I don't think. But they're interesting to look at because it was so like they're kind of pioneering. Even Halloween Resurrection. It's the worst movie. Worst movie. Also the best movie. But a terrible movie. But just watching it purely from a where were we as a culture at the time?
Yes.
It's a really fascinating movie.
I love that about the whole Halloween franchise. Like we talked about this before together, I think, but the way in which you can jump into any Halloween film and see exactly where we were in culture, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, it's the David Gordon Green like requel era, or it's the early internet era, or it's the Kevin Williamson era, or whatever.
Yeah.
And you're right. Like it really, Halloween Resurrection is the most 2002 movie or whatever the fuck it is, you know, it's like yeah.
But it's surprising though. I think also maybe because at the time found footage is so cheap to make. It can be. And I think that's why there's such a proliferation of it now. And there has been for the last like 10, 15 years when everybody's got an incredible HD camera in their pocket on their phone or when camcorders really became something affordable for everybody. I think Blair Witch was early enough that we didn't get all of the $1.99 copycats that we have now. It's like, I think the cost of everything had to come down enough for all the Blair Witch imitators to really flourish.
Yeah, absolutely. Do you remember this weird little horror film from around 2001, 2002 called My Little Eye? You seen that?
I have seen that.
Yeah,
you like that movie, don't you?
I love that movie. Like that, right? So in that like weird era of early 2000s kind of internet found footage horror movies, I think that's my favorite. I think it's quite underrated. It's the kind of like Big Brother house. Everyone stays in this like secluded house and gets watched by cameras 24/7. You're supposed to be able to stream online and watch them. And then I think it turns out they're all part of a snuff website or something. They're all being killed off for viewers' pleasure. It's ridiculous, but that movie again, maybe it was the age I saw it or something, but I loved that movie, and like I thought that it never drops the facade of like everything you're seeing is through those little like security cameras and things like that, you know. But you've got to really keep that gimmick up, haven't you, as well? That's the thing. Like you've got to really give 100% to that kind of thing.
Yeah, utilizing it sometimes doesn't. The only movie where it's kind of worked for me like that is I think Rec 3 is really interesting that it starts out as just another found footage and it's really, it feels super authentic as like a wedding video.
Yes.
But then all of a sudden it switches to third person. And I think it works in that movie, but that's only because there's like found footage and then third person. You can't really meld the two in a way that's...
No, like Halloween Resurrection tried to do, basically, which, God bless it. Wreck, though, holy shit, what a film, right?
Unbelievable. That was another one that, like, somebody sent me a burned DVD that they got from, like, the original Spanish release. Like, it's just another one of those movies that feels really underground. It felt really underground when I saw it at the time. Because it took a long time to be officially released over here.
Right. Yeah. It's that movie's exhausting because it's so relentless, right? Like it's one of those, because until that point, found footage we've talked about already, like they're quite slow paced. Like it's a lot of like, did I see something? Did I not? Whereas that movie's just like fucking just goes for it, doesn't it? It's just like relentless, like zombies and gore and like it's screaming and jump scares, and it's like it's much more kind of classic horror movie, isn't it? I guess.
Yeah. Once it starts going, like you get a little bit of her in the firehouse and like setting it up, but then once they get to the building, it's on and it's so action packed, and that movie never like it's terrifying. I think it's absolutely terrifying, but it also never fails to blow me away because it feels so authentic. And I just, I think it must have taken so much setup and rehearsals and all of this because it feels so seamless a lot of the times of like running up the stairs and then running down the stairs and then a body falls from top and like you can't tell where the edits are, and it really feels so like you're actually like it feels so genuine.
It does. And you kind of believe why they're filming to a point in this one too, because it starts off as a documentary, but then also because the government are basically locking them in that building, right? And they're quarantining them in order to stop this virus from spreading. And so she's like, let's get this is important to get on camera, kind of thing. And like, my God, the way in which the action kind of escalates going up the tower, and then we end in that penthouse. We end in that kind of attic room. That is like, one of maybe the 5 most scared. Five times I've been most scared in my whole life, I think, watching a movie. So scary.
I was holding my breath. Like literally, I realized I had been holding my breath for like longer than was healthy because it was so good. And maybe there's somebody out there who's like, well, actually, it was the last broadcast. But Rec felt like the first time that we saw things that have become so tropey now, like someone getting dragged off into the darkness.
Yes.
And just the night vision being utilized. Like we had Silence of the Lambs. But Rec really brought it into straight horror, And so all of these things that have just become standard checklist found footage things, Rec really felt pioneering for so many.
Rec had the trope of the very tall, stretchy, kind of naked witch woman as well, right? Which again, I feel like we've seen in like a zillion of these sorts of things since.
But where you're kind of going like, what is that a human? Like what? She's in her underwear? I don't know. She's like, oh God, it's so terrifying. It's so good. And that's one of the instances where talk about building, because it's like a zombie movie. And then you get to the what the fuck is going on in the attic, And it's
that's right. It suddenly goes into like the occult kind of thing, right? It's so scary. Oh my God. Love that movie. It's so good. So like that's one of the real kind of high benchmarks. But then of course we also had around the same time Paranormal Activity, which is, like you said, it's kind of the most mainstream of these found footage movies. I think it's really the one that kind of established it as this is a genre now, right? Like this is like anyone can go and make these movies. There's like a very like strict formula that it's sticking to. What did you think of Paranormal Activity? Do you remember your first experience of this one?
I saw that opening night at the movie theater too, and I loved it.
So
I think that's one of the very few movies for me that I loved so much, and yet it does not hold up on rewatch. It's not one to keep going back to. It just doesn't hit the same way. But it like having not seen anything like that really since Blair Witch and loving Blair Witch so much. And Paranormal Activity had so much hype around it. Like crazy amounts of hype over here, and just like going and watching it. Like the theater was terrified. Everybody was screaming and yelling. Like it was just another one of those really memorable horror movie in a theater experiences,
I agree. Like it was one of my favorite, most memorable theater experiences as well, seeing it. I absolutely agree with you that I can't sit down and rewatch that film in the same way that I can Blair Witch. Like Blair Witch Project was on the other night on TV, and it's one of those films where I just had to sit and watch the whole thing when it was on. I don't know why. Why is Paranormal Activity not like that?
I don't know. I really don't know.
Is it the characters? I do find. Is it Mika? I find those characters quite unbearable, actually, in that movie.
Awful. But stuff that, like, I don't know. I think part of the reason why it works so well and felt so original is that it established this kind of timetable on things.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And so they would set up the camera and then it would be like 3 a.m.
Yeah.
And you'd be watching and you'd be like, oh, fuck, something's going to happen. And maybe nothing would happen. You know what I mean? And so then when things would happen outside of that time frame, they were that much more terrifying and unexpected. And so just getting into this rhythm of it of like, oh, they're in bed. Uh-oh, something's going to happen. And you're just watching for some change in the background of like, you know, a curtain kind of blowing or something. And so maybe that has to do with why it doesn't hold up as much, because you know everything.
Yeah.
I don't know. And also some of the stuff that just was so scary. Now I'm like, the Ouija board goes hot on fire. Okay.
Right, I know. I think some of those moments don't hold up so much because Blair Witch you saw so little that somehow helps. Whereas with Paranormal Activity it's like you see the invisible hooves and you see the the creepy face at the end and all of that, and maybe it shows too much. And you're right. I think there's a lot of just watching people sleep, which the first time you watch it is fucking terrifying. I remember like people kind of nervously laughing in the theater, and like you say, you're watching nothing happen for like 10 minutes, and then suddenly a door goes and everyone's like screaming their heads off, you know. So it was amazing in that regard, wasn't it? Just like the director had us in the palm of his hand, you know. It was amazing.
And now you're like, all right, I know that. Can we keep the door opening?
Well, I found my emotional journey with these films with the sequels, because obviously there's like 5 sequels, right? And I think even by the second one I was like, oh god, I started to get annoyed because I knew it was going to make me jump, but somehow those jump scares, I don't know why, but they feel cheap. Now I associate Paranormal Activity with like the cheap jump scare, right? Like, oh, okay, the camera's rotating left and right, and eventually it's going to go right, and there's going to be something right there, or something's going to bang, or the cupboards are going to open, or something. And like, I don't know. It just like, it's very easy to get very tired of that trope, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, they haven't really gone anywhere interesting for me. I do find the camera rotating works for me because first person view is really something that I find absolutely horrifying. Like video games that limit your view like that, I just can't play them because they're so scary. So that anticipation of waiting for the thing to slowly, like that works for me. But other than that, it's like a haunted pool vacuum and like
that was the second one, wasn't it? And also the actual mythology gets really complicated because it's like, right, this is a prequel, now this one is set 20 years, and now there's like time travel, and now like, and they all link together. Like it got really like grand, didn't it, the mythology?
And that's not a good idea because we weren't at Paranormal Activity for the story.
No.
The only highlight of that was being like, no, it's not the house that's haunted, it's you.
Yeah.
Like that was original at the time.
Yeah, but it was good. That first one was good. And actually there are a couple of is it the third one that ends where suddenly it's just a load of witches or something? And I remember there's one that ends with just a load of really creepy like old people, and I was like, oh, it's going to do something new and interesting, and then it kind of didn't. But I remember that being slightly different to the others.
There's so many of them, and
my god,
I don't know.
Ghost Dimension and I don't know, like there's all those kind of things. There's one that's like mainly set on Skype and that kind of thing as well, obviously. And
I'll wait for another blog marathon. You know, that'll be the perfect time to engage with all.
But that was, of course, like it was really the Paranormal Activity movies onwards, right? Which is where we got thousands of found footage movies, even ones that kind of went slightly outside of horror, right? Like, you know, you had movies like Cloverfield, and you had stuff like Chronicle, the kind of superhero found footage film, and stuff like that. Like, yeah, what did you think of that kind of big glut of found footage movies we got, like post Paranormal Activity?
I'm into it.
Yeah,
I love them, but it is interesting to watch like real directors kind of give it a go and see what they can do it. Like, what is it? The Bay?
yes,
It's like
that's right.
Levinson or something like that, and that's not a bad movie. Like, that's, you know,
no, it's got some really icky, like, kind of body horror stuff in that movie that I really liked. Yeah, it was good. Yeah.
So sometimes it's a little too slick. Like, I rewatched Europa Report last year, the year before, and I really loved that the first time I saw it. Not so great on rewatch for me, but it felt too produced. Like when the filmmaker is almost too competent.
Right, yeah.
You know what I mean? And it just has like the gloss of a big budget movie. Like, I think found footage is better if you can somehow, even if you have a big budget, like, not let that show.
Yeah. Yeah, like Cloverfield was pretty cool idea, wasn't it? But that has that vibe too of you're watching a big glossy movie, found footage movie, right? And obviously it was doing very deliberate kind of, there were kind of 9/11 parallels, right, to Cloverfield as well, that kind of mass panic and everything as well. So that stuff was kind of powerful, I thought. So it's interesting to see the different ways in which people utilize found footage, isn't it? I think, you know?
Yeah. If it's too glossy, then it doesn't feel like the characters are doing the filming.
Right. That's true. Yeah, it's like hang on, this is Roger Deakins. This isn't our maker.
Yeah. Schoonmaker edited this, okay? I can tell.
Yeah. Yeah, like you wouldn't be able to get like a Wes Anderson found footage movie, would you? Like, wouldn't work. But I do think there are some really interesting ones. I really love Troll Hunter. Do you remember Troll Hunter?
I haven't actually seen Troll Hunter. I don't know why. I love that filmmaker, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Andre Overdahl.
Overdahl,
Oh, it's really fun. It's worth watching Troll Hunter. It's really good, actually. There were a few kind of interesting movies around that time, weren't there? And then lots of bad ones too. But also, even there was George Romero, right? He had a go at it with Diary of the Dead.
Yeah. I don't know. I haven't seen that. So I went to a screening of that. And that was the last time I saw it. And I don't know, I might be an interesting one to revisit in terms of like a Halloween Resurrection.
Yeah.
In terms of like, what was this doing at the time that hadn't really been done before? Like he played with like the idea of being a streamer. Yeah. And like YouTube and that kind of stuff. But it was George Romero who was like 75. And so he's, trying to engage with this technology and all of this. But it was to me, it felt a little, how do you do, fellow kids?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. It didn't quite work, did it? It didn't quite come together, sadly. And
it had that later Romero thing where he just stopped. Bless him. Listen, this is not meant disparagingly. Love Romero to the ends of the earth. But he stopped writing actual characters. Yeah. And kind of just started writing like, okay, this one's name is Glasses. This one's name is Sneakers. He was like, fuck it. Like in his earlier zombie movies, it felt like he just went to Party City and bought every costume. And so the zombies in the background will be like, there's the clown, there's the Hare Krishna, there's the softball player. Yes. But then he started making his living human characters the same way. So it just kind of, love him, but
Yeah, I think sometimes he was one of those filmmakers. He always had some smart kind of social, political commentary going on. But I think sometimes he came up with that first, characters second, right? I think is the problem. What was that really? There was a found footage kind of series of movies, and you covered them on Gaylords of Darkness, and I'd never heard of them or seen them, and I checked out the first one. What was it? There's like 8 or 9 of them, and they're quite short.
Oh, Blackwell Ghost.
Yes, the Blackwell Ghost. So I only watched the first one of those based on listening to you guys talking about it, and I loved it. I thought that was really, really fun. Like, but I remember you saying it kind of it's like diminishing returns with that one, right?
I think I was so excited. The first two I think are really fantastic. Even maybe 3 is still pretty good. But then it was like, I don't know. I think the filmmaker didn't really know where to go with it. Like it's one of those that has sort of crossed over into the sphere of, is this real? Because like I guess he's very active on Facebook with it and stuff like that. So there's groups, and so people on Facebook are like, oh my God, I can't believe this is happening. You know? And so, but it's another one of those like kind of like Paranormal Activity where he's building this mythos of like, now he's investigating serial killings and the sheriff made him a deputy and that's why he's there. And it's just like, okay, what if you were just a guy in a house that's supposed to be haunted? Like, let's stick to the basics, you know?
Yeah. I know. It's always best when it's just really, really stripped back in that way, I think, isn't it? As long as it's well made. Are you a fan of the VHS movies?
I should give them another chance. Because like I think some of the stories do some really interesting things, but I think for me, especially the first one came out in the bro horror era, and I was so tired of the bro horror era that I think as a viewer, maybe it deserves it. I don't know because I've only seen it the one time, but I think I was just like not willing to.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Like I think as with all anthology movies, there are some great segments and some terrible ones in all of those movies. Like I think we basically get a new one every year now. Like it feels like basically every October on Shudder there's like VHS 94, VHS 85. Like, and it's interesting that they're always having to. It's like you said at the beginning about, oh, why don't they have a mobile phone or whatever? I think like the VHS movies are deliberately setting themselves in the past so that they can have that kind of obviously so that they can have that VHS grain and so that they don't have to worry about like just go on Google Maps and find your way out or whatever.
Oh yeah, I don't know why everybody doesn't write movies that take place in the past.
Oh God, it's too hard. But then you get some that kind of do the opposite, right? So we had Host right in the middle of lockdown 2020, right? So Rob Savage and Jed Shepard and those other filmmakers, they got together and they made this kind of Zoom horror film. And it was only 40 minutes long. It's like the length of a Zoom call. What did you think of Host?
I really liked it. I thought it was really well done. It was really scary. I like desktop horror. I think that's another really kind of interesting place for the genre to go. Like I'll say it. I like the Unfriended movies. Okay.
Do you? Yeah.
I do. I was like, oh, it's a found footage slasher movie. Finally, someone's doing one and doing it well. And I like the conceit of like the desktop and all the windows and all that. So I thought I really enjoyed Host, but at the same time, I was like, this is not, except for the format of it, it wasn't doing anything new. It was still like someone gets dragged away into the darkness. It hit all the found footage, and that's probably why it worked, but it hit all the same old found footage things. It just was in a new format.
For sure. Yeah, it really did feel like an update of Paranormal Activity, didn't it? Like, and a really good one. And I actually loved that it was 40 minutes long as well. I was like, you get an extra star just for that, right? I mean, that's amazing.
It did not wear out its welcome, you know,
exactly.
Where would it have gone? So,
Did you watch the Rob Savage made a follow-up called Dashcam? Did you watch that one?
Yeah, I just didn't think that was very engaging. And then I find it's a choice to build your movie around such a polarizing character who's just not a lot of fun to watch, I didn't think. So no. Because so many of these found footage movies, for me, how much do I like the characters? Do I want to watch these people?
Yeah.
No. Yeah. Well, I didn't like it.
No, I mean that one really is an endurance test, isn't it? Of like suffering with a really unlikable protagonist, you know? Like it's and
which they really fine. Like I don't think like especially women protagonists don't need to be likable for me, but like But at the same time, when it's somebody who's so unwatchable and there's no one to balance it out at
Yes.
all. It's just like this one woman show.
Yikes. I like the idea of it more than sitting through it and watching it, if that makes sense. Like Rob Savage spoke really kind of, really interestingly about those two films as almost working like a double bill that will kind of sum up the world in 2020 and 2021, right? Like the first movie, Host, is quite like, it's quite wholesome in a weird way. Like you've got these best friends, they're all in lockdown, they're obeying the rules. There's a moment when they kind of shake hands with their elbows. Like, and he was like, we made that at a time when everyone was in it together in the UK. Everyone used to like clap out of their window for the NHS and stuff.
Oh yeah,
like a thing we used to do, and it was a real feeling of like, weirdly, a kind of like, we'll get through this together. And then like a year later, everyone just wanted to tear each other's to shreds. Essentially, you had the anti-vaxxers, you had the all of these different kind of like, don't push your woke agenda on me. Suddenly everything was politicized, and Dashcam was the kind of response to the other side of the pandemic, essentially. So it's kind of cool in theory what he was making, but it's just such a horrible experience sitting through that film with that character.
Oh yeah. And as a woke lib, like
right?
it's even
Lefty loosey lib.
Yeah, it's even worse. Oh yeah. I mean, everything is politicized. Like, why is Cheerios woke now? Like, come on, man. Which is surprising in a way that we're almost not getting as many politically charged horror movies as I would anticipate.
Yeah, it's almost like we're sick of it now.
Yeah.
I had this conversation actually with somebody about this kind of era of horror that we've been in over the last 10 years of like a real kind of prestigious, what some people used to call elevated horror, but like the Ari Aster movies, Jordan Peele, Robert Eggers. And I almost wonder if we're kind of veering out of that now and people actually are kind of want something a little less heavy and political in their horror again. And it almost feels like we're going back to that 2000s era of horror. Like we had like Eli Roth's Thanksgiving, the slasher movie.
Yeah.
And like, I don't know, it feels like we're going back the other way again now,
Yeah, I just watched and reviewed for Rue Morgue magazine on your local newsstands a movie, I don't know if it's out yet, called Slaughterhouse.
Yeah.
Have you seen Slaughterhouse?
I haven't seen it, but I've seen the trailers. Yeah, this is the killer sloth.
Yeah, not to spoil my review, but it's incredible. Like, I just, I'm fine with that kind of brainless. Not everything needs to be a 2-hour and 45-minute examination of grief because you left your grandmother rotting in the corner and now you feel bad about it.
Yes.
Like,
exactly.
Like, it's
I think we really went to that extreme for a few years, and I loved all that stuff at the time. But even I am at the point where I'm like, yeah, actually, do you know what? I will happily have something a bit dumb and a bit fun,
Yeah, I just want to be entertained.
Yeah, exactly. Right, exactly. Any other kind of favorite found footage movies that you want to mention before we wrap up? Like we talked about a lot of those big ones there, those kind of milestone movies, but obviously there are so many, and you've seen a lot, Stacey, haven't you?
Yeah, a movie that I keep going back to in my mind, one that I just loved maybe more than anybody else, is Incantation.
Oh my God, yes. That was only a couple of years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, love Incantation. I can't say enough good things about it. It's another one that really, it breaks the fourth wall in really interesting ways. Mm-hmm. Something that I had never seen before in any of these movies. Hits some of the same old notes, but it was terrifying. That movie unsettled me like I hadn't been in so long. I love that movie.
It's such a good movie, isn't it? So this is Taiwanese, I believe, right? It's a Taiwanese found footage movie from 2022. I watched it because I remember listening to you talk about it on Gaylords, and it is definitely one of those movies that kind of creeps up on you. Like it starts and you're kind of like you're just spending time with these characters, and then it kind of switches between stories, and then it all kind of comes together in this really terrifying, really scary ending, right? That leaves you feeling quite unsafe. Yeah.
Yeah, that movie really got me. That one and Noroi, which I still don't think has had any kind of a proper release. Like it's available for streaming in some places, but I don't know that it's ever gotten like a DVD or Blu-ray release. But that's another one from quite some time ago that a lot of people are seeing more and more.
I love that
but
movie.
those two, Noroi and Incantation, are two that are really structured like East Asian horror movies, because that's what they are. But they're structured in a way that's like interesting for found footage, because you're watching all of these like plot threads that seem like they don't go anywhere. Or like this character's here for a while and then they're gone. And especially Noroi, you might be thinking like, where is this going? I don't know. But then it all comes together in these denouements that
just, again, images in Noroi, like the babies and the little, but like there are some really scary, like that Asian horror, that kind of uncanny horror that they're so good at. It's so, so good. And for me, the absolute like favorite high benchmark movie for me that we haven't mentioned yet is Lake Mungo. Like that movie it never ceases to fuck me up every time I watch it. You know, it's so good. It's so sad, but it's so creepy as well. Just that like unbelievable kind of creeping dread that runs throughout that movie, you know?
Yeah, I watched that again. I don't know why I watched that again not too long ago, and it still unsettles me like nobody's business. But talk about divisive. That's one where people are like, because it's so hyped, and I think it's a lot of found footage is like this, is that if it really works for you and it really scares you, it really affects you. And so that
you tell everyone.
And so I'll be like, Lake Mungo fucked me up so bad. I couldn't sleep the first time I saw it. I literally couldn't sleep. I was so scared.
Yeah.
And then I've had friends watch it and be like, well, that was boring. Nothing happened. And I'm like, they'll be upset because the only scary thing is like, oh, so there was a face.
Yeah. We actually
10 hours into it.
10 hours into it, exactly. Yeah, we actually, I screened it. I hosted a screening of it before Christmas, right before Christmas, on like the 20th of December this year just gone. And I asked for a show of hands at the beginning. I was like, who's never seen it? And the majority of the audience hadn't seen it. And it was a really difficult thing where I was like, oh my God, you're going to love it so much. It's the best thing ever. And then I was like, but actually, don't get your hopes up too high because not much happens. And it's not that scary, you know, like, and it's like, it's almost like how high do you kind of, praise it before somebody's seen it? And like, sure enough, the audience was split about 50-50 afterwards from people I spoke to. Some people were like, oh my God, that was incredible. Other people was just like, nothing happened. So, stuff like
that. I try to kind of temper my praise with, like, I'll praise it to the end of days, but I also try to sprinkle in but it's not for everybody. Exactly. If you like this, then you're probably going to like it. But
absolutely.
Something like that for sure. Love Lake Mungo. I love, there's a really indie one called Horror in the High Desert.
Yes, I remember that. Yeah.
That's one that it's really amateur.
Mm-hmm.
The acting is not believable for the most part. But it's so well done. The characters, while the actors aren't great, the characters are really interesting. Yeah. And the last 10 minutes of that movie is some of the most terrifying stuff I've ever seen in a found footage movie.
And that's always the way with found footage, isn't it? It's one of the major tropes is that it's the last 10, everything gears up for the last 10 minutes, basically. Yeah. Like, oh God, so good. There was one I just thought of you saying that. Oh, what's the one in Paris when they go into the catacombs? Oh, I can't remember.
Oh, As Above, So Below.
Yeah. I've only seen that once. I never went back to it a second time, but I remember the first time I watched it, that really fucked me up and scared me as well, you know? Yeah.
That's a really weird one because it's like, it hits a lot of found footage stuff, but it's also a strange kind of adventure movie almost.
Yes. Yeah.
We don't get a lot of adventure horror. No. So I'm into it when it shows up.
Love that kind of thing. I'm trying to think if there are any other like real favorites that we haven't mentioned yet, but because there are so many that are just kind of like medium, aren't they? That kind of all blend into one, you know?
There's an interesting one. Well, there's a couple that I really like. I don't know how well loved they are, but Dead Set, the British zombie.
Yeah. Yes.
Incredible. I really like that. I thought that was really well done.
Yeah. Really well done. Like the way they used the Big Brother as the show and the basis of it. And that was made by Charlie Brooker, who's made Black Mirror, and so he's really become like a
right,
big
right.
horror dystopian kind of writer director.
Yeah. That's one that it just doesn't get a lot of, it's not cited very
Yeah.
often, but that's kind of, I've always loved that one a lot. I thought that was really good and really well done. And then there's one that I don't know if you'd call it horror or if it's maybe more thriller or whatever. And it's, I don't know what kind of releases it's ever gotten, but Series 7.
I don't
Ever
know if
seen
I've
Series
seen that.
7?
No.
It's kind of, it's like it's taking on reality TV back in the like bro horror era, where it's Brooke Smith from Silence of the Lambs is in it.
Amazing.
Yeah, and it's like you have to. The show is called Series 7, and you like have to go kill people basically.
Yeah.
So people running around with guns killing. I love that one. I'd like that for that one to kind of make a comeback so more people could see it. But
yeah. I like the ones that, because I guess you get different types of found footage, right? But you know, the ones that actually appear like you're watching a television show or a documentary, like Lake Mungo and those kind of things. I really like those ones, as opposed to you're just watching someone with their mobile phone run around or whatever. You know?
Yeah. It's interesting when people can still do different things with the genre.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like whether they become meta. Like there's one called Butterfly Kisses.
Yes. Yeah, I've heard of that.
That was actually pretty good and did some really cool stuff with like fourth wall breaking and all of that. So just things like that. We even did one on Gaylords called oh God, never mind. I can't remember. The Jeremy Sisto one. Hangman. Was that it?
Yeah, that's right. The Hangman.
That was pretty good.
That was
for having
good.
like actual actors in it and everything. I thought that was like, interesting and well done.
Yeah, exactly. Like and like you say, that so many people, I think you do get quite a lot of interesting creativity, because people will just make these movies like in their bedroom, like if
it's engaging, I'll watch it. Like, listen, you go on Amazon and there are so many now. Like it's just because again, it's like the technology is really democratized.
Yes.
And so it's just the cheapest thing that anybody can make. You can edit it on your computer. And like we had that time period post Blair Witch where no one could do it because we just didn't have the technology. And now we do. And so everybody is just like making home movies kind of.
Yeah.
And there's 95% at least is utter crap. I'll still give it a try, but you know.
Yeah.
But I don't know. But then every once in a while you get a gem. Like I took like Horror in the High Desert. I just totally took a chance on it, and it's incredible.
Yeah. So good. What do you think the future of it is? Are we going to continue? Is it going to continue to be like a subgenre that's going to sort of stay popular? Do you think?
I don't think it'll ever die. It's like zombies, you know.
Yeah.
What I mean?
Yeah.
Because everybody, or like maybe slashers used to be like that, but it's zombie movies and found footage. Is anybody who loves horror movies is like, I could make one of those.
Yeah.
And then they do, and they put it out there, you know, and then maybe some of these people actually develop as directors and, you know, are going to think about interesting ways to kind of use the format.
Yeah.
And so like, there's all the social media based kind of found footage, like,
exactly.
You know?
Yeah.
So a lot of these things will meld together, like streamers and online stuff, and it's
there's a lot of these kind of screen life movies, aren't there? Like the ones that are set, like you say, are unfriend, like the ones that are set entirely on desktops and that kind of thing. Feels like they're really popular now, even outside of horror. So I feel like we'll get more of those kinds of movies. We're bound to get some sort of TikTok one at some point, right? As well.
You just watch murders happen 3 seconds at a time.
Yeah, exactly. There's a good one coming out this year, actually, that I saw because it played at a festival before Christmas, called Late Night with the Devil, which is really good. I think you'll like it, Stacey. It's basically like you're watching a 70s talk show. So it's all like very, very 70s looking, and it's kind of all about the satanic panic. And you're watching this like, oh, here is the show that was never aired on television because of what happened on this talk show. And he gets a guest who may or may not be a Satanist, and then things happen on camera and stuff. And it's really fun. It's really good. And it really holds up a bit like Ghost Watch. It really like keeps up that conceit of just like a studio talk show throughout the whole thing kind of thing. It's good. It's good.
All right.
Yeah. I love shit like that. It's good. I'm gonna keep anything like that people want to throw at me. I'll keep watching it. You know.
Oh yeah, same. I'll give it a try. That's fine. I will sit through 70 minutes of utter tedium just for that 5 minutes at the end.
Yeah,
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that.
What is your? I'm not going to ask you what's your favorite because it's probably Blair Witch. If I was to ask you to remove Blair Witch from the equation, what's your favorite found footage movie?
Probably Wreck.
Yeah.
Probably Wreck because it's so scary and so well done, and like that's one of those found footage where the character matters as much as like everything that's going on. That's really rare in found.
Yeah, you're right. And a character that we actually like too. Like that's quite rare. Yeah, that's in like almost every shot in the movie. And she's not obnoxious, but she's also but don't stop filming. Like she's just amazing. She's a great horror character. Probably Wreck, Noroi, and Incantation. Yeah.
And Lake Mungo. Oh, see, I can keep going.
I know Mungo. This is the thing. Yeah. It would be between Wreck and Lake Mungo for me. Oh, as kind of polar opposites in a way, right? You've got the one example that is the really low key found footage, and the other one that is the absolute like balls to the wall proper genre film found footage. But
like just they're both found footage, but they might as well not be the same genre at all because they're so different. So
yes, incredible. Love that. Right. Well, thank you, Stacey, for joining me. This has been so much fun. I feel like I just want to go sit in the dark and watch like Noroi or something now, you know? Oh.
Yeah. Or Halloween Resurrection.
Yeah. Well, all the classics. The like just to have another go at trying to figure out the whole Fennel storyline, right? For one thing.
You know what? Who put that fresh Fennel there? That is mystery for the ages.
Mystery for the ages. Stacey, thank you so much for joining me. And just remind people, like, they want to come and find more Stacey, if they want to hear what you have to say or read your writings on Fennel and other things, where can they find you?
Fennel, you can find finalgirl.rocks is my website. Roomwork Magazine, you can find me. I'm here and there. You know what I mean?
Around,
kind of lurking in the corner in my underwear with my hand.
The usual. Yeah, you can find Stacey in your nearest attic, just roaming about, you know.
Yeah. You never know when I'm going to come creeping out of the darkness right behind you. Yeah.
Amazing. Stacey, thank you very much.
Thanks, Mike.
Oh, the incredible Stacey Ponder. Loved that discussion. So much fun. Thank you all for still being here with me. It's 5 a.m. I'm barely clinging on to reality right now. I don't quite know what's going on, but I am having a lovely time, especially because that chat we just had there was pre-recorded. The next one coming up is pre-recorded. So this is my late night sort of slight couple of hours downtime where I'm able to just join in the discussion and just hang with you guys in the chat while we get to watch the conversations. So what we've got coming up next, starting in a couple of minutes, I was joined by Joshua Tonks and a brand new guest, Joe Valisi, who is a really interesting guy. He is a writer, a script writer. He also wrote and edited the book It Came From the Closet, Queer Reflections on Horror, which is a great book. So we talk a little bit about his book, and then we talk a little bit about the kind of recent news about the Scream 7 kind of cast drama, and we talk about the future of the franchise. We talk a little bit about the rise and fall of the requel, which is an awful word. So it's a really interesting conversation, so that's going to be starting in the next couple of minutes. In the meantime, once again, I'll say a huge thank you to everybody that has been donating. That total is still going up. We are now up to £8,820. Oh my god. we're edging closer and closer towards that £9,000 target. I would really love it if we're able to get to 9,000 before the end. Please, if you are able to, if you haven't yet donated and you can spare a few quid, a few dollars, whatever it is you're spending, I would be so grateful if you could help us try and reach our goal. Donate some money to an amazing cause, and let's see if we can get to that final target before the end of the night. Thank you for sticking with me, and I will be back in a couple of minutes, and I'll be joined by Josh and Joe. See you very shortly. Hello, Joshua Tonks.
Hello, Michael Munzer.
Hello, how lovely to be here with you. And we're also joined by a brand new guest, Joe Valisi. Hello, Joe.
Hi, I'm so excited to be
Hi.
here. You can see by my giant smile.
I love it. I'm so happy to have you here. Thank you so much for joining us, Joe. Just
you for
before we
having
get
me.
into everything we're going to talk about today, just tell people, as it's your first time on the podcast, tell us a little bit about yourself, kind of who you are, what you do.
Sure. Well, I suppose most notably right now, I'm the editor of It Came From the Closet, Queer Reflections on Horror, which is an anthology of queer and trans writers writing about a particular horror movie that is connected to their queer experience and identity in some way. And it was published in the States last October by Feminist Press. And then it was republished here in the UK, or not here. I'm not here with you. I'm in New Jersey. Sorry for the accent. I'm in the UK by Sarah Band Books with a new foreword and a new piece by Kirsty Logan, a very witchy Scottish writer. And yeah, so there's 26 pieces plus a forward here in the UK. So that's very exciting. And that came out this past June. And then day to day, I am a college professor at NYU. I teach writing. I write fiction and nonfiction, and I'm currently, hopefully, a burgeoning screenwriter. That's sort of a side thing, though. The script I've been trying to sell for a while, I think I am turning inward and going to novelize it because the Hollywood machine is difficult to penetrate. So there's been a lot of starts and stops with it. So I think I might have to take control of the narrative, so to speak, and novelize it, go for prose, go with what I know. But I do love screenwriting. I love horror movies, obviously. And yeah,
I've got your copy of your book right here.
Yes,
as well,
awesome.
And the book has become amongst horror fans, queer horror fans, it's become such a sensation. People seem to absolutely, be loving this book. Were you kind of expecting that kind of reaction when the book kind of finally hit the shelves?
Well, I put the book together, and, that sounds very quaint, but it took about 6 years from start to finish. But it was because I knew that I wanted to read something like it that didn't exist. I didn't want to read a bunch of queer theory and lit crit and film criticism, which I think is wonderful and should have needs to have a place. But I wanted to read personal narrative connected to horror movie, with the horror movie as sort of the text that is being analyzed. So I thought there might be kind of a hunger for it. I didn't expect it to be so successful and that it would be so well regarded. And so it's just, a dream come true that it continues to sell and it continues to get a lot of, I get a lot of feedback and a lot of, really wonderful notes from people about how much the book means to them. And I think the cover has a lot to do with it. We really lucked out with the amazing Braulio Amato, who did sort of an instantly iconic cover. So I think it's one of those things where people not only want it, but they want to own a physical copy of it because it feels like a piece of art as well. So I'm just super excited to be part of the dialogue that is going on, a much needed dialogue about queerness and horror. And hopefully we sort of have queer horror become more of a staple in the genre, because I think slowly, there's some of it. Josh actually, can attest to it by being part of a very lauded queer horror movie just recently. But I think that, it's one of those things where I don't want to just say like, oh no, we just want to have queer characters. Like, I kind of want queer narratives. I actually really want that. I want that, first, because I think it's really, it's really fruitful and there's a lot that you can do with it and mine with it. So I am not just saying queer characters is enough. I actually want queer story as well in horror. And I think horror is very well suited to that sort of allegorical social commentary. And so I want more of it. I want to write some of it. I want to watch a lot of it. Yeah,
absolutely. Josh, have you seen a change happen over the last few years, like queer horror in mainstream horror, do you think, or have we still got kind of a way to go with that?
I think we have. Yeah, I think, you can attest, Mike, with just how many subgenres you cover. There's so much variety in horror. It would be lovely to see so much variety in queer horror as well. And I think that's sort of what we're missing at the moment. It'd be great to not just have representation, but sort of have a variety of stories being told, because there queer people are very varied as well. There isn't just a one size fits all really, and so to have movies that maybe have queer characters that have nothing to do with that experience, or the opposite, where it's very much about that experience itself. You want a mixture of it all.
Mm-hmm.
It takes the pressure off as well a little bit as well, because there's a whole thing of like, oh, this is the one, this has now got to like encapsulate everything for everyone, and that's impossible. So
totally, yeah. Joe, do you remember what your kind of horror sort of origin story is, like when you first fell in love with the genre?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it sounds cliche, but I can't remember a time when I wasn't watching horror movies. I'm the youngest of 4 children. My dad is a fanatic about horror movies, like so much to the degree that he would come home with like an obscure German horror movie with no subtitles, and 5 minutes into it, he'd be like, I think I rented this one before. Like he cleared everything out and was so into it. So we were all watching this genre since we were little kids, and since I had older siblings, I kind of had some, protectors who knew when to shield my eyes from things that were too scary or too gross. So I don't have like probably the first movie that I can remember watching is a very obscure, well, I'm talking to the right guys here. The Children, where the kids have the black fingernails.
Mm-hmm.
That's maybe my first memory of watching something on TV that you would call a horror movie. And so that was kind of my early memory. But in terms of like iconography, definitely Freddy Krueger, definitely, Joey as a little boy, not being scared at all of Freddy, actually finding him to be quite comforting and, and not, something about it felt like not threatening or not scary to me. And that was true for most of the genre, which is why I think that I turned out so relatively stable, because I wasn't super scared of anything. And I knew, what was real and what was fake. But there were always, little things. I was on a podcast a few months ago talking about Pet Cemetery, because I think that is my first memory of actually being too scared to stay in the theater. I was probably like 6 years old when it came out or something like that. And I had to leave the theater and watch from the brightly lit daytime matinee hallway with the door cracked, because I was so scared of Zelda and I was so scared of other things. So there were moments where something would freak me out a bit too much, right? Sort of the Cenobites and Hellraiser, the skin of it all, the flaying of it all didn't sit well with me and was actually very frightening to me. But it was far and few between. I was just so into it. I was just so into it, and still I am.
Hellraiser is definitely, we've talked about Hellraiser a lot on this podcast, about how it's definitely not one you should watch when you're a kid, right? Like there are certain horror films that are very easy kind of like gateway horrors when you're young, like Freddy Krueger movies and that kind of thing. But there's something about Hellraiser, right? Where it's like, this is for grown-ups. This is not okay.
Yeah, and I didn't understand so much of, not even the subtext, the text. I mean, I was listening to your Hellraiser episode a few months ago, and it's so horny, it's so sexual, and the plot of the first one is basically, this woman misses that great sex that she has, so she has to do these horrific sacrificial things to get back her lover, and that wouldn't even dawned on me, because I think I also watched part 2 way more than part 1 anyway, because part 2 was sort of just a bigger version of part 1.
That makes sense for a kid as
well.
More
of a Freddy Krueger kind of thing to it, right?
It is.
It has more of that speaking villain and the visuals. And so I don't think I even really watched 1 all that often, because it didn't seem to give me much. But now when I see it as an adult, I'm like, yeah, this is a very adult film in many, many ways.
Yes.
Very transgressive, very dark, very sinister.
For sure.
In ways that go beyond what Pinhead can do or not do,
I had to sit through, well, I made myself sit through all of the 10 sequels.
You don't have to do anything.
I didn't have to do anything. I have free will. Put myself through those. That was, would not recommend that. But the first one is incredible, right? Absolutely incredible. Yeah. So we're here to talk about, like, I thought it'd be fun to talk a little bit about, like, we're at the beginning of a new year, right? And it's quite interesting to look forward at kind of what's coming this year in horror, certain trends that maybe kind of we're on the cusp of, or certain movements or trends that might be kind of ending. When we look at the films that are kind of slated to come out this year, so we've got things like, we've had a new James Wan film, Night Swim already. We've had like the first Omen. We've got a new Nosferatu film. We've got a Beetlejuice 2 and stuff. So quite a few kind of big franchise movies as ever. But do you think that do you see any kind of themes or trends in terms of like where horror is going this year and onwards?
It's tricky because so many come out and seem to take me by surprise. But I
Yes.
think what we've sort of been noticing is things are starting to become a little bit more fun again, and maybe a little bit more creative. Well, maybe creative, I don't know, because we have had a lot of big franchises sort of coming to the tail end as well. But I think less of the grief allegory, less of the metaphor for death, and sort of more fun, splashy kind of films that are coming out.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like, Joey, I don't know how you feel about this, but we've been in such an incredible, almost kind of feels like a kind of golden age of horror over the last few years, right? And we've had these big awards-worthy horror movies that are kind of big and deep and meaningful and interesting. But do you think we're starting to get a bit done with that now? Like, I found that last year, some of the movies that I enjoyed more than I was expecting to were films like Thanksgiving and stuff like that. Like, I don't know, like where are you at in terms of like what horror movies you want to see at the moment?
Yeah, I mean, I co-sign what Josh just said, but I also the trend that I'm seeing when I'm looking at obviously a very short list, Maxine, Nosferatu, the new Strangers films, Beetlejuice 2, if we can call that horror, Abigail, the new Radio Silence movie. There seems to be, I agree about fun, but I also think there's something there about comfort and familiarity. So it doesn't only have to be that a franchise is returning, because I don't think people are chomping at the bit for like an Omen prequel anyway, right? Like, but it looks like it will be fun. But even something like Abigail, the new Radio Silence film, it's on my mind because I just saw the trailer. Feels like familiar territory. So it's not like, it looks fun, but it doesn't look terribly inventive. But I think I'll enjoy it. And we look at I'm excited for what Eggers is going to do with Nosferatu, but that feels rather expected, right? Like, who else was going to do that movie, right? So I think that's what we're in for. But those, subversive, artsy, quieter films are going to sneak their way in anyway, because that certainly happened at the end of 2023. When Evil Lurks is one that comes to mind, right? Like, just things that sort of sneak in, and I think there'll be plenty of that. But in terms of sort of the banner year that we're looking at, it feels like it's going to be familiar. I'm not sure if Apartment 7A, the Rosemary's Baby prequel, is coming out this year. There's been nothing on it.
Yeah.
Which I don't know if it means it's going to be a terrible movie or if it's going to be a big, prestige film. But I've got my eye on that. And that would also fit into the category, of something that is a familiar, not a franchise, because Rosemary's Baby is not a franchise, but what's the word? A property, a brand. But I haven't heard anything about it, so I don't know what that means for it. And I wonder if they were trying to keep it quiet as a surprise prequel, and now that's kind of gone out the window, so they're rethinking what to do about it. But I don't know. So that's been on my mind too. So if that comes out in 2024 as well, then that would certainly fit the sort of the familiarity pattern that I'm seeing. Yeah.
Do you think we're in between as well? Like, how sort of I always think back to sort of like 2000 to 2002, like we were in that sort of in between phase. We just had the sort of the reboot of the slasher, and that sort of had its imitators and started to phase out. And then it wasn't really until 2003 with the remake of the Texas Chainsaw Massacre that things sort of kicked into a very clear, different realm. But we had that sort of like teething period where you sort of get in between, you've got like Swim Fan and My Little Eye and like random things just that don't quite feel part of a decade. And it very much felt like 2023, we're very much at the tail end of sort of the requel, but smatterings of different things coming in there as well. Like, nothing really stood out to me as like the movie, whereas in years past, we had Get Out, we had It Follows, we had Hereditary, we had The Witch, we had these movies that were like, they were the tent poles of that year, of that decade. And it felt like 2023 we didn't quite have that. And then when we sort of add into the fact that there's been a big writer's strike, will that affect the movies next year, or will that be a year later? I don't know. So will other elements like COVID did as well sort of affect what we know as sort of our sort of clean cut decades?
I think that's true. We are going to feel the effect of that strike at some point, if not this year, then next for sure. But it's interesting what you said, Josh, as well about we're coming towards the end of the sort of requel era, I suppose. Which, for one thing, I'm glad if I don't have to use that word ever again, actually. But this idea of the requel kind of it dying, it seems to have all happened over the last couple of months, right? We had The Exorcist Believer in October, which, like, I think it's fair to say didn't do very well, right? And the news was announced in the last week or so that David Gordon Green will now not be directing two Exorcist sequels as originally announced. And I believe Blumhouse have actually taken The Exorcist Deceiver, the sequel, they've taken it off of their release slate completely, which may mean have they canned that whole new trilogy altogether? I don't know. Like, Joe, what are your thoughts on this news about the death of the Exorcist reboot?
Well, first we should take a moment of silence because I'm sure we're all so terribly broken up about it. Your guest on that episode, I forget who it was, but the
I think it was Stacey Ponder, was it? It was
oh my God,
Stacey
yes,
Ponder,
yes,
yeah.
Oh my God, it was the most perfect description when she said, I just feel like I'm the one in the chair being screamed at for 2 hours. And I thought that's the most perfect description for this piece of shit. I don't know. They put so much money, they spent so much money for that trilogy, which never made sense to me, though I'm sure that it wasn't just for movies. I'm sure, a lot came under that umbrella of that $400 million. I doubt it's just over. I think that they're listening to sentiment, which is kind of interesting. That usually doesn't happen. So the fact that like it made like a modest amount of money, but they seem to really be rattled by just how poorly received it was, which is shocking to me because like, didn't anybody read the script? Did anybody watch the Daily?
I know.
Did anybody like see what was happening? This movie was abysmal, like from the start. There's very little redeeming about it. I haven't been as like agitated at a film in quite a while, like because I care about The Exorcist. It's flush with shitty movies that follow the original. I get it. And I actually could make an argument for how Legion is kind of the original requel, because it just has a character connected to it and the story is there, but it's not it's not a direct sequel. It's not a direct follow-up. It's doing its own thing. I love Legion so much. And so I was just so irritated because there were so many ways to get it right, and he managed to get it wrong at every turn. Like the minute Ellen Burstyn came on screen, I was like, what are they doing? This is like I was, shuffling in the theater. I was like, I'm gonna sit through this, but I know what's gonna happen. I know where it's gonna go. It just and all my instincts were right about how just ill fitted he was to this film. And so I'm not unhappy about him being gone. I imagine they'll do it again. That's the thing. There's been sort of like the slate has been wiped clean for The Exorcist over and over and over again, and it's not difficult to just say we're ignoring this and just doing another movie. So they can do that, and I think they will. But I'm kind of glad that there's this quiet, spanking that he's getting by being taken off the movie, because he deserves it. He really does.
Yeah. I mean, we talked about this kind of I think you're absolutely right, Josh. We talked about this kind of requel era. In a way, I guess this is the David Gordon Green era, right? Like it kind of kicked off with his Halloween 2018, and maybe it's like the bookend with The Exorcist Believer in 2023, right? Like I wonder,
are those requels though? Do we consider them requels to Halloween movies?
Well, I don't know. Well, I guess so. I don't know.
Yeah, you would.
I think because I don't think.
Stupid.
Well, I don't think a requel necessarily. It's more about what it's doing rather than it's like positioning as a sequel. It's, you look at Halloween 2018 and it's pretty much following a similar template to Force Awakens.
It's the Force Awakens template, right? Is the
that's basically template. I think we now mean by requel, because you can look back, you can look at Halloween H2O, you can look at Legion, you can look at Scream 4 and say these are almost like proto requels, but they didn't quite. The formula hadn't been solidified, and I think Force Awakens solidified it, which is, as the term sort of suggests, it's part remake, part sequel. It's a new story with new characters, but you are bringing in ones from before. And yes, Halloween takes place in a different timeline, but it's still a sequel to the original, I guess. So, but it's what I find so interesting about it is that what you were saying, Joey, is that it seems like it's good now that, you say they were looking at the script. Like, couldn't they have looked at the script and realized that, Exorcist wasn't going to be any good? I don't think. I hate to say it, but I don't feel like big studios care as long as the things make money. How much negative reception did the Halloween sequels get, and yet they made so much money. And so it's almost like when Halloween came out in 2018, they were rightfully tentative to go full in with a trilogy. They wanted to see how the first one was doing. And then here we are on the flip side. You've got this off the back of Halloween. Perfect. We can do another one. We can do it again because it was so successful, and the complete opposite has happened.
Yeah.
But it's a tale as old as time in horror, because you look at any we've spoken about this, Mike, slashers. You look at how they burn bright and fast. You get the initial run, and then you get the imitators until something has to come in and reinvigorate it. And we're just in that tail end. So I'm just waiting to see what's going to come in and reinvigorate, maybe.
Yeah, and I think Jason Blum has always been pretty cut and dry about his films. If they don't make money, then that's it. Like, I remember him. I spoke to him once on this podcast, and we talked about Happy Death Day, because they were quite smart, fun scripts, right? And they were relatively well received by critics, and he was like, yeah, I thought they were great too, but the second one didn't make any money, so that's it. We're not making any more of them, kind of thing. And like, he's just very matter of fact about it. So I guess that's what's happened with The Exorcist. He's just like, nope, done, right? And but I think everyone is ultimately relieved, right, with this particular property. And I think you're right about this idea of like these movements kind of burning bright and fast. And another thing that really kind of signposts, in a way, the end of a certain movement is when you get a Scream film commenting on it, right? As well, that's another thing that kind of like marks maybe we're reaching the end of a particular movement. So we got Scream in 2022, which may have like signified the beginning of the end of this little era of requels in a way. And that obviously did really well. We got Scream 6. And then we've had all of these dramas over the last few months involving Scream 7 and its future, right? So I'm sure everyone out there sort of has read about this and knows the stories, but Melissa Barrera was booted from the project because of controversial stuff that she was posting about. Then following that, Jenna Ortega left, Christopher Landon, the director, has left, right? So is this it, I wonder? Like, Joey, what are your thoughts on this whole Scream shenanigan? Like, is this the end of Scream for now as well?
I'm of two minds. I think two things might happen. I don't think Spyglass is gonna, sell the rights to the movies. Like, there's a faction of people online who are rallying for them to do the right thing by giving it to somebody else and rehiring Melissa Barrera and all that. And that's obviously not practical, because Spyglass is not going to give away something that has made a lot of money for them. They hold the rights to. I think that if Spyglass pushes forward, I could see it being the first time we get a standalone Scream film that doesn't have to have anybody else in it. It can just be a new story that is in the universe. Because what is the universe? The universe of Scream is our universe, right? Like, it can just be anywhere, any Ghostface, tangentially related to it. It could be called Ghostface. You don't even need to, do more than a few winks back to the other movies. And maybe down the road, there can be more films that bring back previous characters. Because something that Scream has done well is that continuity of characters and story. And even though there have been some misses and maybe some inconsistencies, generally speaking, it is the gold standard for the slasher franchise that has, continued and carried on with characters with varying degrees of quality from film to film. Or they wait a few years and, leadership changes at these studios very often. So there's really not a reason to believe that the guy at the top who fired Melissa Barrera is going to be there forever. And then maybe there's a possibility of some sort of reconciliation. That might be too pie in the sky and too optimistic, but we're very lucky. I've criticized Radio Silence to no end about their they and the writers' refusal to kill new characters. We're lucky, though, that didn't happen, because the world is open, the universe is open. You could have Sam Carpenter come back, in 3 years, in 10 years, in 20 years. So there is always this possibility that they are uniquely positioned to work with. So in some ways they're lucky. The only thing that I will stand by is I didn't care for how Gale Weathers was used or misused in 6. So I do hope that at some point that character can return for a proper conclusion, but everything else is quite open. So I don't think it's the end. I think that if they are cynically going to push through another movie, my feeling is it will be standalone. If they are just pausing it for now, I think we'll get something in a few years that will make people feel a little less, kind of incensed about the way things have gone down. I mean, these are wild self-inflicted wounds. It's just crazy. It just gets worse and worse, and I can't believe it. And we'll probably skip to Christopher Landon soon, but it was the right thing for him to step down because the toxicity post the firing has been manifesting in ways that are just really bizarre and cruel. And I don't know what people are thinking when they are, threatening the life of a film director who hasn't even made the movie yet. So it's wild.
It's wild, and like it's something kind of ironic about it, given what the franchise is about, right? Josh, I guess this feels very surprising and new territory to me, because I guess this is the first time we've had Scream movies while social media has been a thing, right? But Scream fandom isn't as lovely.
They're insane.
Everyone's
insane. I thought I was obsessed.
But people like us three are lovely people, right? But why are there so many odd Scream fans out there? What's going on?
I think it's just the nature of it's the nature of any fandom. I think, and you can paint it in whatever way you want, but there's always going to be toxicity in fandoms because there's just so much passion. And I think passion can very easily turn into something very negative. But I also think as well, it's interesting. I think on a broader spectrum, I think we're too obsessed with trilogies as well. Like, everything's got to be a trilogy. And look at how these things pan out. 9 times out of 10, the third one really isn't all that.
No,
never. I know Scream 3 has its very adamant lovers. So does Halloween Ends. I'm sure Godfather 3 does. I'm sure Return of the Jedi does. But if we're talking generally, those are the ones that are, they don't get the best responses. So I don't know why we're obsessed with that anyway. And then thinking about what Scream does, it is a commentary on what's going on at the moment. And once it's done that, it's sort of clutching at straws a little bit. And so I think the beauty of Scream is that it can exist forever, but only when it needs to. I love the movies, but I like that they're, for the most part, pretty good, pretty consistent. And it's because they haven't smashed them out again and again and again and again. And I think, we were very lucky to have Scream 6 come after Scream 5, but if we don't get a Scream 7 for a minute, I'm fine with that. Like, let them tell good stories. Let it be the franchise where we get to tell good, fun stories.
Yeah. How do you find the ending? If Scream 6 was the end, Josh, of that narrative, do you think that's a satisfying ending? Sam standing in the road with the mask. All of them heading off. We had Scream 4 as the definitive ending for 10 years, and we were fine with it. I think the thing with Scream fans, and we can talk about, what Joey's been up to writing wise as well in a bit, but the beauty of Scream fans is the creativity. And, I think we can mentally fan canon our own endings and narratives and things anyway, because I think it's bred a bunch of writers inevitably in all of us. We've all thought of our ultimate openings and third acts and killer reveals and motives, ad nauseum. So it's I think it's a fine ending. She left that mask, and that's that. If that was the end for the characters, that would be fine. Sure, I'd love to see more, but I think because nothing seems to have been planned, these movies weren't written as a trilogy with a beginning, middle, and end for these characters, then, what we get is what we get. I agree with you. I think it kind of, in a way, it works, like you say, just as well as Scream 4, which for so many years we all thought was the end of that franchise, right? Joey, what are your? I want to talk about your Scream 7 script in a minute, but first of all, I want to know what are your thoughts on 5 and 6? Because again, they seem to be quite divisive among the Scream fans, right? Like, what did you think of that cast of characters and what Radio Silence did with those films?
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy them. I'm glad they exist. I think 5 is quite a bit better than 6. Just to go back to what we were saying before about I get so wrapped up in my love for the movies that I forget that tenet and the philosophy of the films is that they need sort of a reason to exist, right? And when you don't have one, it can make for a Scream film that's not as strong, which is what I think 6's problem was, that 6 didn't actually have something. Like, there were little glimmers of it, and that might be my critique of 5 and 6 as a package, where they are sort of talking about the thing without being the thing, as well as the previous movies have been. And 4 has the good luck of just predicting a future in that wild finale. That remains, I think, my favorite motive of the entire franchise, because it was, that's why Kevin Williamson is so that's why Kevin Williamson is so special. He is there's something that he's got his finger on the pulse of, and I wish he would use it a little more. And maybe he will in the future. But so I like 5. I feel like 5 was maybe a little bit like overstuffed in some ways, particularly when it came to the Sam Carpenter character. They simply gave too much story to one person, and I think that it was difficult to make it always convincing. I'm not a fan of like mysterious unnamed mental illness. I think that's actually kind of offensive. So I didn't love that part, but I wish that we had more of the original trio. That said, the finale was very satisfying. I think it has a lot of really great sequences, very suspenseful, and I think it was really respectful of the other movies, which I appreciated. It felt like really part of that universe. I didn't find that the new characters were super developed, except for Sam, because she's in the film so much. And I liked that character even more in 6. I thought she really grew, and I came to like the character and think that she made a lot of sense in 6. But then 6 kind of doubled down on the things that I didn't like about 5, and we had nobody of consequence die except for one character during that brutal ladder scene, but even she was barely in the movie, and the killer revelation is probably the weakest in the entire franchise. And I think Dermot, spoiler alert if you haven't watched it yet, Dermot Mulroney deserves a Razzie. He deserves 2 Razzies. 3 maybe, him and one for each of his kids. Atrocious, just atrocious. And that was another moment where I was like, are the directors watching what's happening in front of them? This is awful. This is really terrible. So, and my complaint about the treatment of Gale Weathers, that will always remain. I believe that it would be a satisfying ending for the Carpenter sisters, that final shot. It was maybe even purposefully done that way to give them, maybe they thought ahead and thought, if these two are not back, this makes sense for an ending. We kept everybody safe. They're fine. And we kept Gale Weathers alive, because if there's one character who I think you can insert in every movie, it can be Gale, because she makes sense. She follows the drama. So I'm glad they exist. 6 is a totally watchable, enjoyable movie, but it felt like some serious shark jumping for me in a lot of ways, and just felt like outside of the universe of the movies just a little bit. It felt, and I lived in New York for 10 years. I live outside of New York now. I teach in New York. The New York of it all was embarrassing for me to watch. It was terrible. I was like, that is Montreal. This is a terrible Central Park scene. And that's the thing. There were a lot of like weird homages to part 2 with the van and the park, and they just weren't effective, because they felt like such, poor carbon copies without much purpose. I feel like Mindy became even more unlikable. I felt like her monologue was almost the exact same from the first movie. Like, it was very strange. I was like, what is the whole thing was just kind of this, right? Like,
I think that goes back to the idea of like what you said, Josh, about these films. Really, Scream films only thrive when they've got something new to comment on, right? And I think that's why, for me, like,
and New York isn't enough.
New York isn't quite enough.
Especially if it's
neither is franchise or whatever it was she was saying in that one.
Right.
But like I think that's been a bit of a problem from 2 onwards. I think think that the scene in which Randy explains what movie we're in now is pretty, I don't know, it's pretty forced even from part 2. It's really forced in Scream 3. And I think that is a problem that the Scream franchise has throughout. I think it works at its best, like you say, Josh, like maybe 1, 4, and 5, when we've got like 3 distinct eras of films, right,
Yeah.
to kind of comment on. Maybe, like you said, Josh, maybe we need another like decade or so before Scream comes in and really comments on whatever it is we're going to get over the next few years, you know?
Yeah, no, I think so. I think it does.
So Joe, but I've got to ask you, Joe, because I became sort of aware of your writing because Josh actually recommended to me that I listen to this script that you wrote for Scream 7, right? Which was on the Scream with Ryan C. Showers podcast, right? Where it was actually kind of read aloud and performed. And it was so great. I actually loved listening to that because it almost felt like I was playing a Scream movie out in my head.
Yeah.
Tell people a little bit about that and about that process of writing that movie.
Well, I mean, a year ago I would have been so embarrassed to write fan fiction, but I think of it as a spec script, and that makes me feel more professional. Yeah, Ryan C. Showers is a buddy of mine. I've been on this podcast quite a bit. And for those who don't know, it is like the Scream podcast. I don't know how he manages to get material every week to talk about the franchise, but he's doing it, and definitely worth a listen. So the origin story was when he started a Patreon, he had asked me, would you be interested in writing your ideal opening for Scream 6? What would you love to see? And I was like, sure, that sounds fun. So I wrote this opening sequence that had Gail and Sydney getting phone calls at the same time and being attacked in 2 different locations with, and not knowing where the killer was. And that was a lot of fun. It was well received. It was kind of a cute thing to do for his Patreon. And after 6 came out, he said, I'm wondering, do you have any ideas for a full script for what would be Scream 7? What would your ideal Scream 7 be? And of course I was like, well, I don't have time for that. I have a toddler, I have a job, and then within like a week, I was like, so I'm thinking that the story would be, and he had an idea. He had sort of a premonition that Jenna Ortega's star would rise so fast that she wouldn't commit to another movie. So we had an idea about how to, I don't want to spoil it too much. Well, I guess we can, but if anyone wants to listen to it, it's episode 112 of Ryan's podcast. And he sort of had the idea of Tara as opening victim and what would be the aftermath, and sort of a way to close out the new trilogy and connect it to the first 4 movies. And so challenge accepted, and I'm actually quite proud of it. I think it's a really strong finish to, if we were thinking about that as the end of these movies, although I should say that I am in the middle of writing Scream 8 for the podcast because it was so successful.
Amazing.
That I was asked to do another one.
Nothing ever dies.
Yeah.
No, but it is but kind of a standalone film. So it goes to show you that it sort of sidesteps that story that was concluded. And yeah, it was just a lot of fun to think about what would my ideal, without being super self-indulgent, I was thinking about not only what I would like to see, but what do I think fans would respond to. There's some polarizing stuff that happens in it, but it's also a pretty straightforward setup. There's nothing sort of, super elaborate or crazy, but I think that the killers and the motive go back to that sort of more personal and emotional and very, very dark, almost perverse. The finale, I almost felt gross while I was writing it because it was so dark. And so this was done a few months ago, and continues to get lots of listens. I think it's his most popular episode by a wide margin. People are into it. They love to, sit and listen in like an audiobook. And you blokes, that's the word, right? You blokes can tell me if what you thought about the experience of listening to it. Although Josh was sending me voice memos through Twitter as he was listening.
As he does. Yeah.
It was like hours and hours, and I loved it. I wasn't
very well.
expecting it. I was like driving home. The kid was asleep in the back seat after dinner, and I was just listening to these messages. I was like, this makes me feel great. Thank you. I wish I always had people recording complimentary voice memos about
I love a voice
fan fiction.
I love a voice note from Josh. Yeah. So Josh, because you recommended this to me, but you were a fan of it, right? And you, as a super fan of the Scream franchise, you must have thought about this time and time again, have you? Like writing your own idea for a Scream sequel, or
Yeah, there's been often times where I've sort of, I did it with Scream 4 a lot actually, where I would take scenes and I'd rework them, sort of almost like writing practice and script doctor things and figure out how to almost like fix what thought didn't work.
Mm.
And so it was so lovely reading Joey's script because it was literally like it was like listening to a Scream audio play. Like it was super fun, and especially not knowing what was to come or what was going to happen with Scream 7, it was almost like at the time like a little alternate universe.
Mhm.
And it is very sort of emotionally driven. A lot of it reads like a drama, and so you get very invested in the characters in it. But yeah, it's a great listen. I would definitely recommend. I can't promise that for every listener I can voice note you personally, but it's one I would definitely recommend listening to
I
for sure.
suspect you'll do it. I think
I'll find a way.
Yeah,
You'll find a way.
absolutely, absolutely. So yeah, we'll never know what this Scream 7 with this cast was gonna be and what Christopher Landon was gonna do with it, because obviously it was gonna be a different director too. Christopher Landon, who had done things like the Happy Death Day movies and Freaky, right? He felt like quite an interesting choice. Like Joey, what was your thoughts on Christopher Landon being on board to direct that seventh movie initially?
So I initially wasn't super excited, not because I don't think he's talented, but I worried that it would mean that the films would veer into comedy even more or go more towards the horror comedy. But something that I think gets overlooked is that he wrote what I think is the best Paranormal Activity film, Part 3. So I think he's got it in him to, craft a surprising story that continues lore. Not that, he was going to be the sole writer. I'm assuming that it was going to be, he would work with Guy Busick and Jamie Vanderbilt's script. But so I felt sort of both ways about it. I was excited about a queer sensibility back in the franchise. That meant a lot to me because I thought that it would mean, I don't know, that might be a cliche and it might be, stupid to say, but my gut felt like, a gay man at the helm was not a bad idea. But I don't know. He wouldn't have been my first choice. I think I would have sort of envisioned, but Radio Silence, I wasn't super excited about them when they were announced either, because I said, well, Ready or Not was great, but I remember the stuff before and I didn't love it. So, but maybe I'm just being critical for no reason. I know a lot goes into making movies and I shouldn't, you know, poo-poo anybody's abilities. So I wasn't like over the moon, but I was optimistic about Landon. And then, of course, was not surprised when he ultimately told us that he was not doing the movie, because it seemed like it was going in that direction for a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what were your thoughts, Josh, on Christopher Landon and then him kind of exiting the project, I suppose?
Yeah, similar to Joey actually. I love Happy Death Day. I love Freaky, but if I'm nitpicking those movies, they do lean a little too bubblegum for me. But I was hopeful that within the context of with the gravitas that Scream can have, that he would sort of lean more into the horror, because he can do the emotions, but I think there's a lot of sort of shortcuts that get made with characters by sort of making them quite flip and glib and stuff. And when I think back to that first Kevin Williamson script, which I've read many times, the stuff with Billy and Stu at the end is brutal. It's a gut punch. The revelation, what it means for Sydney, what these boys are actually doing, how it sort of is a precursor to Columbine in a way. That was the feel of the moment in the late 90s when it came to teen stories. And I don't know if he's captured that feeling in the movies that he's done, but I was hopeful that he'd be able to with the new one. But again, completely understand why he would want to leave. But it is a shame. I think the rumor is that he was actually involved in the very first movie as like a script reader, getting it on Wes's desk, as an assistant or something. Like this is a really big deal for him, and I feel for him because you know, I have mutual friends that have worked with him and know him, and this was a big deal, and I know how I would feel if this movie I had to step away from, and so I'm gutted for him, really. But who knows what will happen? You know, it's probably for you know.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So what do you think the future of Scream is? Like, Joe's already mentioned that it might, you know, it could work as a completely self-contained new story. Josh, would you like to see something like that if Scream does return in the next few years?
I think, you know, instant grat best case scenario, we do a 2025, which I think is then the same distance between Scream 2 and Scream 3. And if we're following the trend of sort of redoing the one that came before it, so Scream 7 would effectively be a Scream 3, and especially with all the drama that's happening in Hollywood regarding Scream, you know, maybe that's something that they could talk about in this new version. You know, that there is a story there about you know, about producers and actors and all of that. You know, I love the Hollywood setting in Scream 3, and I think there's so much more to be mined from that. But big picture, if we don't get another one for 10 years, 15 years, then fine, make us want it. Have something to say and make us really want it, rather than just, I think it's funny thinking back to our conversation and how, you know, it feels like big studios don't really care about the audience, yet will be so performative in the callbacks and the throwbacks that they put into all these movies. I feel like a lot of them seem very disingenuous. But there was something about Scream 5 that did feel, you know, I think because of Wes Craven, felt very earnest. So I think if and when we get a Scream 7, it should have that feel to it. Like it should matter. It should mean something. And I know I'm potentially over talking a franchise that is, you know, it's funny and it's cute and it's exciting and it's throwaway and whatever, but like you can still do all of that stuff. You can still be fun and lighthearted and quippy and whatever, with care and with weight and with heart as well, rather than just being surface level bubblegum aesthetic, you know.
Who would you have wanted to see direct a new Scream film? Mike Flanagan?
Karen Kusama.
Oh, lovely.
That's mine. Yeah.
It's a good choice. Yeah. I think she'd do something interesting with it. So yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Like, I wonder if this is it now for the kind of the requels, the big franchises. Like we already mentioned at the beginning of this chat, we are getting new Omen movies. We're getting a couple of things being rebooted, like The Strangers.
Yeah.
We're not entirely sure what is going on now with the Friday the 13th Crystal Lake TV show that was supposed to be happening. Brian Fuller was going to be helming it, and there's since been controversies and allegations about Brian Fuller, right? So who knows what's going to happen with that too, right? Like, do you think, Joey, is this put an end, do we think, to these kind of big slasher properties making a return?
No, I think they'll always come back. You know, true to horror form, they always come back, right? And I think that we're just maybe in a cycle that we've seen before, where like it's sputtering to a close, and there has to be a new way to justify returning to something again, right? Because I think that people are not interested in pretending movies that preceded it never existed. I think that that's over. I don't think anybody's comfortable with that anymore. And because, you know, I liked, like, say, Halloween 2018, but I didn't think it was good enough to justify the erasure of the other movies, right? But then I like something like the Hellraiser reboot, which doesn't necessarily need to mean that the other movies didn't exist, right? It could just be another version of a Pinhead, another version of, you know, because we're dealing in dimensions that don't make sense anyway, right?
Yeah.
So I think there's always room for that. I think that Crystal Lake is interesting because to me it was like, oh, I guess he's gonna like sort of Hannibalize it and turn it into something prestigious, maybe. But that doesn't feel right for Friday the 13th at all.
Right. Yeah, it doesn't at all, does it? Yeah.
And Friday the 13th is not really dependent on, you know, that is sort of the quintessential, like, you just have one iconic killer, the same setting, the same story, just done over and over again with very loose threading between them. So maybe we're done with movies having sort of high concept reasons to exist, and we can just have more movies. Like, I don't know, we didn't talk about the Evil Dead films, but they seem to almost sidestep the requel reboot situation. They're just more movies that are different in tone a little bit than the previous films, but they don't throw away anything. They don't, you know, disregard or rewrite much lore, right? They're sort of just also there. And maybe we need more also theirs, right? Like just more movies that exist. And that's why maybe like a Ghostface film or two could exist in the Scream universe, because they don't have to be tethered so closely to the story that existed before. So maybe that's where we're going. Maybe we're just letting go of high concept reasons for these movies to be revisited, and we can just make a movie like the new Alien movie. Speaking of Fede Alvarez, right? Like that is, I think, going to take place between Alien and Aliens. Is that correct?
Yeah,
so it's just going to be another movie, and they're very lucky that Kelly Spaney filmed their movie before Priscilla came out, because now they have, her, she's, that star is rising very quickly. So I don't know. Prey, the Predator movie, that was excellent. And so
loved it.
These are just like other things that exist in the world, and we don't have to over explain it. And I think that's where we want to be now, and that's my feeling. So I don't think things are over. I think we're just maybe done overthinking how to bring them back, and that's a good thing, right?
You're so right. Like you said, Josh, getting bogged down in trilogies and bigger overarching narratives, when actually, like Joey's so right, like Evil Dead Rise in a way was the most successful version of these types of films in years.
Good.
Right? Yeah.
Loved it. It was probably, it was a highlight of last year for me. I couldn't really pick there were so many 3.5-star movies for me last year, but Evil Dead Rise really stood out as one of the best because it was just unapologetically doing its thing. I, as much as I like the idea of, giving the fans what they want, don't do it. give us just make a good movie. Just make a film. And I think we might also I think we might see maybe with Crystal Lake, potentially Halloween, a return to television with some of these things as well. As time moves on, the lines between film and television get all the more blurry, where we've got these sort of like 8-hour TV series that feel like 8-hour movies, and then you've got Marvel movies that feel like different installments that are setting up the next episode. I feel like it's all become very blurry, and I can see maybe a return to television with some of these franchises as well, while they sort of figure out how they can work in a movie format.
As long as Max cancels David Gordon Green's Hellraiser series, that was supposed to also happen.
Did he have he had his mitts on Hellraiser as well?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
That was the whole thing. It was the Bruckner film, and then at the same time, this Max Hellraiser series by David Gordon Green was happening concurrently, and that seems to not be. I haven't heard a thing about it, so maybe that is also being set out to. Set out to pasture. Although I think there's also going to be an Alien series, right? Noah Hawley is doing it, and so that feels like a really good platform to do more Alien stories without risking the big theater. Prometheus, Covenant, which is another version of the requel situation, anyway. Prequel.
It's all different names, isn't it? It's the thing is
all different names. Yeah.
When you take a step back and you just look at horror and films, really, just in a really broad sense. It's so cyclic, it always is, and it just comes back under different names because it's marketable. The requel is exactly the same as the reboot. Do you remember when that was the word? And then then we have the remake, and then we have the sequel before that. There was a time when sequels didn't exist, and they were new, and I think it's regurgitating the same thing, which doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing. If you love something, why not have more of it? But they've always just put a different spin on it, which gets people talking. So thinking ahead, I'll be interested to see in 5, 10, 15 years what the new reinvention of these types of films will be.
You hit the nail on the head with something too. Sorry to say, I think that's something that we don't think about, is that the remake fatigue introduced the reboot, right? It was like, okay, people are sick of remakes. I think maybe the Nightmare on Elm Street one was the one that really broke the back.
Yeah,
And it was like,
that was the nail
what
in
is
that
this?
coffin.
This
for
was the
sure.
most cynical, dumb, uninspired, partial director remake. Partial. I mean, just it was so silly, and that director had such antipathy and was just such a miserable person when he was talking. It was just not good. And that seemed to put the nail in that coffin. And then it was a no, it's a reboot. A reboot is a restarting. It is not a remake. It is a continuation, even if it doesn't look like it used to. So I think that exhaustion and that fatigue. I think that if the requel goes away quietly before people are demanding that it be gone, that's always for the best, because then you can just sort of repurpose it and turn it into something else. But it was that remake sort of hammer that I think did a lot of sort of undid a lot of goodwill towards the horror movies coming back, right? Yeah. So
it's going to be really interesting to see, because I think we're getting fatigued for these requels for sure. We're also, like we said at the beginning, maybe starting to get slight fatigue with these quite self-serious kind of allegorical horror movies about grief. And horror movies have always had allegories, but I feel like, and Josh, we've spoken about this before, sometimes the allegories are kind of front and center in a lot of horror movies these days, right? And I think people are starting to tire of that too. So it's going to be a whole almost like clean slate of new ideas, maybe, And
I think that's the dream. You know, bring back the mid-budget original movie, where we don't have filmmakers having to work for 12 days with a budget of under $1 million.
Right.
When the only other option is to be making a studio franchise movie that costs 200 million. Like, give us 10 to 50 million budget horror movies again with cool, young, exciting, or not even young, just cool directors, and some fresh original ideas. But I think that might just be a pipe dream.
You never know. Well, guys, thank you so much. This has been such a joy to discuss this with you both. Joey, thank you so much for joining me. I've got to ask you, as a brand new guest, I've got to finish by asking you, what's your favorite horror movie, Joey?
Oh, I can't believe I didn't prepare for this. Oh man. There were so many. Good question. Give me a second. You can edit out my
Not gonna.
It's so difficult.
We're gonna leave it in.
I feel okay. I think that I don't believe in guns, but air gun to my head. I might have to always come back to the original Nightmare on Elm Street, because I think it is sort of artist at his peak. Well, not even, but like the early peak where Wes Craven realized what he was sort of meant to do, like what his singular vision and voice as a writer and director was. It's so creative. It's so interesting. You give us, it birds this iconic villain. It has one of our classic Final Girls. I mean, I probably prefer technically Dream Warriors as a movie that I'll revisit more. But when I think about sort of a perfect little movie, I think there's so much about the original Elm Street that fits that bill. But then sort of on the same tier, I would say the original Alien. And I would say, there's just so many, Black Christmas is probably, I think, the best slasher of all time. And so I put that there as well. But if I have to think about me and the formative Joey loving and clinging to horror movies, I think there's just something so kind of immaculate in its imperfections about the original Elm Street. You see a lot of low budget pieces all around, but you also feel like, I don't know, like that maybe the scariest image besides Tina being slashed in the air, which the remake completely shits on, which is just one of its big sins, is that sort of unfurling of the arms, this sort of ridiculous arms. I'm sure if we saw it in daylight behind the scenes, we'd laugh at it, but there's something about that. There's just so many moments. There's the lamb screaming and running, and there's the the boiler room, and there's the alcoholic mother, which is its own nightmare, and it's right. So it just has so much. There's so many layers. The more that I talk about it, the more I'm like, I think I have to rewatch it tonight.
It's 40 years old this year, right? 40th anniversary.
Yeah.
Very excited. And that's a franchise that hasn't since 2010 come back in any way, shape, or form, right? But I think
it's apparently on
for
a
the
roster
best
to happen. I saw its name on a on a list of movies that were coming out. And if anybody's listening, I've got a script idea for the reboot or the remake or the sequel.
The requel.
Or the also
requel.
exists. The also exists. I've got it. So if anybody's listening and you're not sure what you're going to do yet, I've got it for you.
Incredible.
But yeah,
Love that.
but I think that's the classic. But also The Exorcist, the original, that fits on there too. So I've got this little wave of, films that are bobbing together. But
Yeah.
I could go on
Incredible
for hours.
choices. Love that.
Yeah.
Guys, thank you so much. It's been such a joy to have you here. Josh, just remind people if they want to come and find you and more of your stuff, where is best to find you?
Yeah, you can find me on Instagram, Twitter, Blue Sky, Letterboxd. It's just my name at Joshua Tonks. And you can check out my film, The Latent Image, which is currently on Amazon Prime. You can get it through a Deku subscription. And if you want to, take it back to 2007, you can get a DVD as well.
Yeah, get yourself a
That's the
DVD of
best.
Josh.
That's amazing. Yeah.
Getting his kit off. And then, Joey, thank you so much for joining us. Just let people know where they can find you if they want to come and find you online, and where they can pick up your book as well.
Yes. Well, thank you so much for having me. This was truly just such an honor and so fun. And I sincerely hope I get to chat with you again.
Please do. Yeah.
You can find me on Twitter X at Homo Horror, HOMOHORROR, though that's not the happiest place to be right now. Instagram, you can find me at It Came From the Closet. Do an underscore between each word because that's all that was available. And you can find It Came From the Closet. You can buy it directly at Saravan Books. You can get it at Waterstone. It is everywhere in London. I'm amazed. I get friends sending me photos that the book is there front and center.
It is.
Which makes me so happy. So support your indie bookstores either online or in person. And of course in the States, if anybody is listening from the States, which I'm sure many are, you can find it in any independent bookstore, go online to Bookshop. If it is on the cursed Amazon as well, but there's no reason to go there. You can go to feministpress.org or Saravan Books and buy directly from the publisher, which is always the best, but it is everywhere, which I'm very, very grateful for. And I must say, there is a gorgeous audiobook. We were so lucky. Blackstone Media asked if they could do an audiobook of it. And so you can find it, I think, for free on Spotify. You can buy it, you can download it. It is multi-narrator, so it is a different voice for every piece, which is incredible. And it's such a beautiful experience to listen to it instead of just read them. I'm so thrilled that exists. So if somebody wants to listen instead of read, I cannot recommend the audiobook enough. It's amazing.
Incredible.
Thank you so much. Thanks,
guys.
for having
Thank you so much for joining me.
Thanks, Mike. Cheers.
Hello, everyone. We're back for the final 2 hours of this. I've been sat here now doing this for 22 hours. Holy shit. And we're nearly there. That was it. That was all of my guests come and gone. It's actually been amazing. Like, I was so prepared for things to go wrong. Like, I had in my head, like, backup plans, you know, if guests don't turn up, if technical things go wrong, if the internet goes down or whatever. And I feel like I can now officially say this. I didn't want to say it too early and jinx it, but like nothing went wrong. Everything went smoothly in terms of the technical stuff. All of my guests were amazing. They all turned up exactly when they needed to, apart from Josh, who didn't turn up for that one chat, but you know. But like everything just went so smoothly, so thank goodness. Like and now it's just me. I'm just here having had no sleep in a very long time, and I was like, well, what can I do? I was trying to figure out, when I was figuring out this schedule, I was like, I need something that, you know, I can talk about in the last couple of hours that is not going to be too taxing on my brain, bearing in mind that I will be very tired. And I was like, right, it's going to have to be David Lynch, I think, because I love talking about David Lynch and could literally talk about him in my sleep. But also I feel like he's the perfect person to talk about when you're in this kind of a state, the kind of state that I'm in right now. So I'm going to spend the next hour or so talking about some of my favourite David Lynch moments in horror, basically. And then we're going to wrap things up, and the final hour will be maybe just a final little chat with you guys and kind of just, just a few kind of final thoughts as we wrap things up, really. Let me just have a little check of our GoFundMe. Oh my God, we are getting closer to that £9,000 target. We're now up to £8,925. Amazing. Which means we're, what, £75 away from hitting that target? £75, guys. £75 is all we need. We need like 4 of you to donate £20, and that would be it. If there's anyone, and I know that probably all of you guys who are in the chat right now have probably already very generously donated. But if there's anyone that hasn't yet and has a bit of spare money to donate towards a really good cause, it would be so awesome if we could hit that final target for when this live stream ends in a couple of hours. We're so close now. Thank you all of you for being here, because this is mad. Whether you're in the UK or whether you're in the US, it's probably quite late for you right now. A lot of you have kind of not bothered sleeping either, just to kind of, you know, sort of be here with me throughout this whole process. So I really appreciate that. It's really lovely. I hope you've enjoyed watching it and being involved. So where am I? What am I doing? Yes, so we're going to be talking about David Lynch. So, so David Lynch, obviously, as you all probably know, because you've heard me talk quite a lot today, at least, and probably on the podcast. David Lynch is my favourite filmmaker, absolute favourite filmmaker. He sort of creates worlds and characters and places and states that like nobody else really. Like he's so singular and so unique, I think, and it's hard to kind of sum up exactly what it is I love about him, because his films kind of hit me on a very kind of visceral level, on a real kind of emotional level. Like for whatever reason, logic defying reasons, his films just always like personally connect with me. I love them all, and he, you know, it's really hard to say like which of his films are pure out and out horror, but I think that horror is kind of there, present in every single one of his movies. Even something like Mulholland Drive, which people wouldn't consider horror, I don't think, has famously one of the scariest jump scares in cinema history, and you know, loads of other really creepy moments. So horror is definitely a part of everything that David Lynch has ever done. He always deals with these kind of, you know, the the kind of the good and the bad, the black and the white, you know, and the kind of duality of good and evil and that kind of thing. And often he will show that in very kind of interesting ways, whether it's kind of a glossy kind of almost utopian veneer of like white picket suburbia, but then with like sort of nightmares lurking underneath, or he might go in the opposite direction and show a kind of industrial hellscape like you'd see in something like a Razorhead, and he gives you these kind of extremes, you know, this kind of the purity and the good, and then the real evil and the real bad. And yeah, I love the way he tells stories, and I love the images that he puts on screen. So I'm gonna talk a little bit about 10 of my favourite moments from his films / TV shows. It was actually really hard to pick a favourite and really hard to rank them as well. So, you know, as ever I say, I have the right to change this. But let's kick things off with my number 10. My number 10 is a moment from Fire Walk with Me, and it involves, well, I've got a photo, but it involves Bob behind a chest of drawers. That moment right there. Now, this is the kind of thing... That image terrifies me, and either that image is going to really scare you or it isn't, but for me that is exactly the sign. That's nightmare fuel to me. So of course this was Bob, played by Frank Silver, the late great Frank Silver, who you know, this image that you're looking at now is actually kind of an interesting backstory to Bob and Frank Silver and how he came to be involved in Twin Peaks and Fire Walk with Me, because he was not an actor. I think he was a set dresser or something. He kind of worked on set during the pilot episode of Twin Peaks, and he was on set, and I think there was a moment when David Lynch was shooting a scene, and this is actually still in the pilot episode. He was shooting a scene with Laura Palmer's mum, Sarah Palmer, played by Grace Zabriskie, and there's a moment when she's supposed to sit up from the sofa because she's seen like something in her head, a vision of something. We're not entirely sure what it is. She sits up, the camera kind of follows her as she sits up, and then there in the mirror behind her, you can see Bob, that guy, crouching in the corner. Because he was crouching down behind a sofa while they were filming, and he didn't think he was going to be caught on camera, but he was accidentally caught on camera. So it was basically just a mistake. But David Lynch has always been a filmmaker that essentially kind of like rolls with, you know, rolls with the punches, essentially, like whether it's like something going wrong or ideas that come to him there and then. Like his work always is evolving, essentially. He works as like an artist. He's a painter, he's a carpenter, you know, like he's always making stuff. And often he talks about how he'll start making something like a shelving unit, and then when he's halfway through it, he'll realize that actually this would be beautiful as a coffee table instead, and he'll just change it midway through. And that's kind of what he does with a lot of his films and television shows. You know, like Mulholland Drive started as TV, and then he realized that he could turn it into something else, and his work is kind of always evolving. I think that's important to kind of think about as we go through all these moments, because often they were quite spontaneous, off-the-cuff moments. So anyway, he caught this guy looking really creepy in the background of a shot, and he was like, that's really good, let's keep that. And then there was another day on set where he walked into the set of, I think it was Laura Palmer's bedroom. And again, this guy, Frank Silver, who worked on set, he was moving a piece of furniture, he was moving a chest of drawers. And David Lynch walked in and he saw this guy, once again, kind of crouching behind some furniture, looking like this. And I think, once again, David Lynch was like, this guy's really scary. I think he needs to be involved in this show. And so, yeah, he basically went up to him and he was like, are you an actor? Because you should be in this show. And essentially ended up kind of giving him this character of Bob. So Bob, who turned out to be one of the scariest characters in, you know, David Lynch's career, but also just in television and film history, I would say, was kind of this happy accident, really. And Bob appeared in sort of various key moments throughout Twin Peaks, and there's another moment involving Bob that I'm going to talk about later in my top 10, but this particular moment I want to talk about kind of encapsulates all of that, and it's from Fire Walk with Me. Fire Walk with Me is a brilliant horror film, and it is like proper horror, I would say, Fire Walk with Me, and in that kind of perfect Lynchian dread way, Laura Palmer arrives home, it's a really sunny day, but straight away there is this feeling of something is not right. And again, if you've seen Twin Peaks and you know, I'm not going to give too much away, but there's this feeling of something is not right in that Palmer household. And every time we're in that Palmer's house, there is something weird in the atmosphere, right? And Lynch will focus on background noises, on ceiling fans whirring, and there is this feeling that something bad is coming, right? And suddenly we feel like something dangerous is just around the corner, and Laura Palmer kind of really slowly creeps upstairs to her bedroom, and it's all very slow build. She slowly opens her bedroom door, and there we get this kind of like little glimpse around the door, and that, again, I'm going to show it one more time. That's what we see. Bob standing behind the chest of drawers, and he kind of lets out this guttural scream sort of at the camera. And it's just a really horrible, nightmarish scene. And it is, again, it's just the idea that this guy who, you know, is kind of otherworldly. We don't really know much about Bob. He's kind of a mystery, really, he's kind of a mystery to the plot, really. Like, we find out very little about him. But because of that, he is this absolute nightmarish character, and it's almost like every time he appears on screen, it's one of my favourite kind of horror moments. So that was a very long-winded way of saying that's my number 10. Absolutely love Bob, and I particularly love that very small but very powerful moment in Fire Walk with Me. Next up is a weirder moment, not so much out and out scary in the same way, but just one of my favourite set pieces in David Lynch's career. We're going to go back to the very beginning. We're going to go to Eraserhead and talk about the dinner party sequence in Eraserhead. That's kind of how I feel right now in my head. That's what I look like, that woman on the right. So Eraserhead is, you know, David Lynch's, maybe his weirdest film, apart from Inland Empire, maybe. I think it's one of the weirdest and most experimental and nightmarish films he made. And essentially, Eraserhead is the story of it's basically a nightmare about pregnancy. It's a nightmare about childbirth, about becoming a parent, essentially. And David Lynch kind of made this film when he got his girlfriend pregnant, and he was having anxiety dreams about becoming a father. And that essentially is what Eraserhead is all about. This like mad story about this guy played by Jack Nance, who finds out that this girl that he's been seeing for a little bit is pregnant. He goes to meet the parents, and the parents are very weird and intense, and he's told, like, there's a baby on its way. You're going to have to, you know, stand by our daughter and raise this grandchild, but there's something wrong with this grandchild. It was born very, very premature. And the whole thing is just like this absolute kind of nightmare scenario, right? And so everything about the film is weird and off-kilter and doesn't quite add up. And the whole sequence when he meets his partner's parents for the first time is just horrific. It's like, and you know, as everyone knows, if they listen to me on the podcast, I love an awkward dinner party. I love any horror film that takes place in a kind of domestic space. And I love that kind of, I don't know, that kind of pot-boiling tension when you get a bunch of people around the dinner table and something is brewing, right? And Eraserhead is a kind of really fun twist on that scenario. So you've got Jack Nance, who's just kind of sitting there just like not quite knowing what to do. The parents are really fucking weird. They bring in this chicken and they ask Jack Nance's character if he would like to cut up the chicken. And this chicken is like that big. It's like tiny, tiny little mini chicken. And he sort of looks at it and he's like, so what do I just cut it up like a regular chicken? And the dad's like, yeah, just cut it up like a regular chicken, yeah. And he starts cutting it up, and then it starts moving. The chicken starts moving and making these little noises, and it starts bleeding and like absolutely hemorrhaging blood. And at the same time that the chicken starts bleeding, the mother starts to make this face and make a weird noise. And I don't know why, and I am right there with Jack Nance's character in this scene, in that I don't know what the hell is going on. It's hilarious, it's nightmarish, it is kind of beautiful, but also absolutely terrifying. Like, I kind of love everything about this sequence, and it is that perfect balance of kind of Lynch surrealism with kind of nightmarish imagery, but also comedy too. Like, it's kind of, Eraserhead is laugh out loud funny. Yeah, I absolutely love Eraserhead. I know that not everyone's a fan. I believe Josh, and I think Josh is still awake and in the chat. Josh, we screened Eraserhead, didn't we? And you came to the screening and watched it, and you were like, I hated that. I hated every minute of it. So I know Eraserhead isn't everyone's cup of tea. I love that film more and more every time I watch it. I think when you first watch it, it does feel jarring and hard to get through. But the more I watch it, the more I sink into it, the more I absolutely love it. And I actually think it's one of David Lynch's funniest films as well. So I'm a big fan. That's one of my favourite sequences. That's my number 9. That's the dinner scene in Eraserhead. Coming up at number 8, I've got another film. This is not so much one particular moment, although there is one moment that comes to mind, but it's actually more of a character, more of a performance. Bobby Peru, as played by Willem Dafoe in Wild at Heart. Just look at that face. And Willem Dafoe is like fast becoming, well, not just becoming actually, like I think he has been for a while, one of my favourite actors. You know, he's always makes such interesting choices. He always works with such interesting filmmakers. He's in so many great films. You know, recent movies he's done like The Lighthouse and of course Poor Things and The Florida Project. Like, I'm a big fan of everything he does. And he's so good in Wild at Heart because he is a classic Lynch villain, you know, in the way that Dennis Hopper is in Blue Velvet, you know, Bob in Twin Peaks. Like, he's kind of grotesque. He's grotesque and he's outwardly monstrous. And there's a scene particularly involving this guy when he's on his own in a motel room with Laura Dern's character, and just like he's kind of every woman's worst nightmare, I think, right? Like the worst person you can be stuck on your own with. He's sleazy and violent and aggressive and unhinged, and you don't know what he's going to do at any given moment. And again, Wild at Heart, it's not my favorite Lynch film actually, but it's again, like as with all Lynch films, it grows on me the more I watch it. But it has particular set pieces and sort of cameos from different actors throughout that really stick in my mind. And I think, yeah, that character, Bobby Peru, as played by Willem Dafoe, is one of my favourite and one of the scariest kind of things about Wild at Heart. So good. Sorry to everyone who's maybe just woken up and is getting that face to look at first thing in the morning. But yeah, it's really something, that film. It's quite, and that performance is, again, it's kind of monstrous. Okay, up to number 7, and I'm going back to Twin Peaks. Apologies, there are quite a lot of Twin Peaks moments in this, and this is a very, very iconic moment from Twin Peaks, and it is the Red Room. So the first time that we see the Red Room in Twin Peaks is the first time really when you get this idea that Twin Peaks isn't just going to be your average soap opera, right? And I think you kind of know that anyway going into it, but when Twin Peaks starts, it's got that, like, I don't know, that lovely kind of sort of soap opera drama procedural vibe to it that kind of feels very televisual in a lot of ways, like the music, the score, the acting style. It's quite big and melodramatic, and you kind of feel like you're in a classic kind of cheesy TV show. And then I think it's episode 2, right? There's a moment at the end of the episode when Agent Cooper falls asleep and suddenly he starts dreaming. And this is where you go, oh, this isn't just your average kind of soap, because then we start getting some really, really odd things. And obviously dreams become a massive part of Twin Peaks. And this one particular dream sequence set in a red room ends up being like one of the most important parts of the mystery that we come back to. Actually, quite a lot of Twin Peaks The Return sort of takes place in this place. You call it the Red Room, you could call it the Black Lodge potentially. We don't really know what it is, but this kind of like slightly, I don't know, this is almost like a different kind of dimensional plane. It's like this other place that exists, outside of the real world. And we come back to it again and again in Twin Peaks. And it's always fascinating. But yeah, I think, the most iconic is the first time we see it in this dream. And again, there are these kind of sort of happy accidents behind how this Red Room became so important to Twin Peaks, because again, David Lynch tells these amazing stories about how the idea came to him. He said, I was walking to my car, and he was telling the story, waving his fingers like this, and he was like, it was a hot day, and the sun was coming down, it was hot, and he talks about he walks over to a car, and it was a red car, and he put his hand on the roof of this red car, and he felt the warmth. And suddenly, bam, he says, like, he saw the Red Room in his head, and immediately kind of told Mark Frost, and he basically like saw this thing in his head and needed to create it and needed to find a way to put it into Twin Peaks. And at the time, they were filming the pilot of Twin Peaks, and they didn't know that if it was going to become a TV show or not. And so they had to come up with an international ending to the pilot. The pilot ends up on it ends on a cliffhanger, but they came up with this other ending where, just in case it never became a series, they were going to like stitch on this really weird ending that sort of like explains or like resolves the mystery. It doesn't. But anyway, like David Lynch decided this would be a good thing to place on the end of the international version of the pilot. So this pilot episode is just kind of like your normal kind of murder mystery setup, and then bam, if you watch the international version, it ends with this bizarre sequence in this Red Room, and Agent Cooper is sat there. It's 25 years in the future, so he's been aged up to look old. This is Carl McLaughlin's character. He sat in this room opposite a little man and a blonde woman who appears to be Laura Palmer, the character that is dead in the pilot episode of the show. And characters start talking to each other, and they're talking very, very strangely. Probably a bit like how I sound right now, because I'm very, very sleep deprived. But their speech sounds kind of slow and slurring. And essentially the way in which David Lynch achieved that effect is he recorded everything that takes place in that Red Room. Everything was performed backwards, in reverse, essentially. So the actors had to learn their lines backwards and deliver them backwards. Their movements had to be backwards. And then he reversed the footage so that everything is going forwards, but it looks really uncanny and offish. And so it really does feel like you're in this weird dream state whenever you're in this Red Room. And they talk a load of old nonsense in it as well. They turn out to be important clues for Twin Peaks, because this scene ends up getting repurposed, and it ends up, when the show did become a series, it wasn't on the pilot episode, and this scene ended up going into episode 2 of the show. And it becomes part of the mystery, and it's filled with clues. And who is this woman? She says that, Laura Palmer's her cousin, and all these kind of things. And all of these things that get mentioned in the show end up becoming sort of clues to the mystery as it goes on. So it's a great sequence. It's iconic, I think. I think most people, when they think of Twin Peaks, they think of this kind of setup, right? The mad red curtains, the stripy patterned floor, the little man dancing, the kind of slurry speech, it's all there. But it is also, there's something very creepy about it, very creepy and uncanny about it. It's great stuff. So there you go. That is my number. What's that? That's my number 7 David Lynch moment. That is Twin Peaks. So moving up to number 8. Apologies in advance for this picture you're about to see. This comes from Inland Empire. Ooh, the stuff of nightmares again there. So, Inland Empire is probably David Lynch's most difficult film to get through. It's a 3-hour experimental film that is very thin on plot. I mean, it starts off Yeah, people saying that's me I mean, that is me again. I mean, also, all these photos are basically summing up my mental state right now, actually. Like, this is very much how I feel. Yeah, Inland Empire, he made this in 2006, and it's just an absolute, in some ways, mess of a film, right? He was just basically... David Lynch was kind of slightly done with film in the classic sense, I think, and he had discovered digital technology and was basically experimenting with a digital camera. He was making his own shorts, and then he slowly started devising and creating this film. And he used short films that he had already shot for other things. Again, that idea of Lynch kind of repurposing things and reshaping them and repackaging them into something else. And he had this vision in his head of this project he wanted to make about this woman played by Laura Dern, who was an actress who was playing a role in a film that is cursed, right? And when she begins acting in this film, something happens to her. She basically starts to lose her sense of identity. She transforms into this character, and for the rest of the film, we don't quite know what we're seeing, whether Laura Dern plays various different characters. The film jumps from Hollywood to Poland to all these other places. It's really hard to follow. Some of it is just random, Lynch short films just chucked in, and you're trying to kind of piece it together and make sense of it. It's 3 hours. It's tough going, and it looks pretty cheap and scuzzy compared to most David Lynch things as well, because Lynch usually has beautiful lighting and cinematography, whereas this kind of deliberately looks the opposite. It looks kind of grainy and low quality, really, in a way, and because he deliberately wanted to make something that he could kind of shoot off the cuff and kind of make things in experimental ways and put something together. But having said all that, Inland Empire doesn't quite hang together as a film for me, but I actually think it has some really scary moments in it. And there's a moment, I can't quite remember what they call this, something like the nightmare corridor or something, but there is basically this like very strange shot where this it looks like Laura Dern is like coming from the distance in slow motion, coming towards the camera, and she's moving slowly and slowly and slowly, and her movement is kind of weird and stilted, and then all of a sudden it kind of goes fast, and she goes Brum! And her face appears like that right in front of the camera, and it is one of the best and scariest jump scares I've ever experienced. It's so good. As Lexi has said in the chat, pure nightmare fuel, like absolutely brilliant, like one of those images that has never left me. And yeah, Inland Empire, for all of its flaws, and it is really just it's just a guy experimenting with the form, essentially, is what you're watching when you watch Inland Empire. And because of that, there's some great stuff, and there's some pretty boring stuff that's hard to get through as well. But yeah, that moment is an absolute highlight for me. So there you go. So, this is interesting. My mouse seems to have died. So you might just be stuck looking at that face for a moment until I can get a mouse working. Let's see if this one's going to work. I've got a spare one that's on charge. I prepared for this because I was like, what if my mouse and keyboard break? Sorry guys, you're just stuck on that image for a moment until I can get a mouse working, because I can't currently move my cursor or do anything. It's going very well. Here we go. Let's see if this works. Hey, it's working. There we go. You don't have to look at that face anymore. This is two mice. I was very prepared for this 24 hours of live streaming, because I had a feeling something like that might happen at some point. So Inland Empire, there it is. That's my number 6. I'm going to move into my top 5 Lynch moments now. It's a big one coming up now. One of his most famous and iconic films, Blue Velvet. And Blue Velvet has got so many moments in it. Like, I actually think the opening sequence of Blue Velvet, with that amazing Bobby Vinton score and the suburbia and the bugs under the grass, like, that's one of my all-time favorite Lynch scenes. There's also the scene with Dennis Hopper and the gas and Carl McLachlan watching from the closet, and that scene is absolutely nightmarish as well. But there's one particular scene in this film that freaks me out more than any other, and it is when they go to the brothel and they meet the character of Ben, this guy. And again, this is like one of these moments where I can't quite describe in words why it's so scary and so nightmarish, but it just absolutely is, because this is like one of the kind of most intense sequence of the film where Dennis Hopper, our villain Frank, he has caught Carl McLaughlin's character Jeffrey, you know, in Isabella Rossellini's apartment, and he's like, who the fuck are you? You're coming with me for a joyride. And essentially they sort of kidnap Jeffrey, Carl McLaughlin's character, and take him in this car. And he doesn't know what's going to happen to him. Is he going to be murdered? Is he going to be beaten up? Is he going to be kidnapped and taken away somewhere? And they sort of take him on a joyride, and then they're like, let's go to Ben's. And they take him to this like weird brothel where a load of people are kind of sat around in this weird little room, and you've got this sort of pimp, drug dealer, criminal type character of Ben, who looks like this. And all of a sudden they pop on a Roy Orbison song, and he starts miming to In Dreams, Candy Coloured Clown they call the Sandman, In Dreams by Roy Orbison. And it's just one of those sequences where you kind of go, what is happening right now? What film am I watching? And the whole thing is very strange, because you keep expecting something really bad and violent to happen, but it sort of doesn't yet at this point, and instead we're just watching this guy singing and there's a woman dancing on a table, and it's such a strange mood. And I actually remember Mark Kermode talked about in his book that Blue Velvet initially was a movie that he found so difficult and disturbing that he actually walked out halfway through it in the cinema. And Mark Kermode said it was that scene particularly, like he found that scene so oppressive and disturbing that he had to physically leave the cinema when this scene was happening. So like clearly it worked in the same way on him as it does on me as well. There's something about the imagery, the sound design, and the performances in this sequence that it makes you feel like you're stuck in a nightmare, and it won't ever seem to end. Yeah, just really one of my absolute favourite moments. It's so good. Let's have a look at some comments here. Peter says, I remember reading a review of Blue Velvet that said Carl McLaughlin plays the boy next door if the boy next door was kept in the basement. I mean, that's the other thing, right, is that like the characters in this film are sort of archetypes in certain ways, and you've got like your quintessential kind of innocent hero characters like Carl McLaughlin and Laura Dern, and then you've got your real villainous character Dennis Hopper. There's a kind of femme fatale character almost, Isabella Rossellini, but they all kind of blend and merge. And actually you think, is Jeffrey actually much more of a creep than you initially give him credit for? And yeah, it's a great, sleazy, weird, nightmarish film. It's so good. And yeah, Peter has pointed out that Kermo did a 180 on Blue Velvet. He loves it now. I mean, yeah, absolutely. Like, and so do I. I mean, I agree with him on how nightmarish and difficult to watch it was, but for me, that was a positive, right? That was a pro and not a con. So yeah, absolutely love it. So Blue Velvet, that's my number 5. At my number 4, I'm going to Twin Peaks The Return. And Twin Peaks The Return has got so many incredible sort of nightmarish moments. But one of my absolute favourites is, again, it's one of these sequences that you almost can't explain why it's so good. But I've gone with the scene involving the glass box. So for people who haven't seen it, maybe, Twin Peaks The Return took place 25 years after Twin Peaks. The series returned in 2017, and Twin Peaks ended on such a strange cliffhanger, and we all waited 25 years and this story was finally going to be continued. But of course, David Lynch did not give anyone what they wanted. He didn't resolve anything. He didn't answer anything. He didn't give the fans what they were expecting to get, particularly initially. Like, we're not even in Twin Peaks for a lot of that series. We're not even with all the characters that we want to be with. And the pilot episode, well, not the pilot episode, but episode 1 of The Return, just introduces you to a whole range of new characters you've never seen before in all these different locations and scenarios. And we find ourselves in New York City in this strange building where we meet this man who sort of works as some sort of security guard, and he is inviting a girl up to this room where he works. He's like trying to impress her almost, and he's like showing her where he works, and she comes in and sits with him. She brings him a coffee, and they sit on this sofa and they look at this glass box, and he's like, yeah, this is my job, this is what I do. And he says, my job is I get paid to sit here and watch this glass box all day, every day. And I have to basically keep an eye on it, and I have to make a note if anything happens, or if anyone or anything appears in that box. And then David Lynch is so good at just letting these scenes linger, and like it just goes on, and the scene is weird and quiet and awkward, and nothing is happening, and there's just this kind of like low hum of electricity in the background while we're just waiting for something to happen. We cut back to them later on, I believe, and then at that point these two are sort of starting to get a bit bored with watching the box. They start getting a bit horny, and I think they start having sex on the sofa or making out or something. And then of course at this exact moment when they turn their backs, something starts happening in this box, and essentially like this kind of weird creature appears and attacks them both, and kind of violently kills them, and you can't really make out what's happening to them, but it kind of looks like it's mutilating them and sort of ripping their faces off, and but it's all done with these kind of jarring, juddery effects. You can't quite see what's going on, and Twin Peaks: The Return is absolutely filled with moments like that, these kind of like bursts of really extreme, shocking violence that are filmed in really nightmarish ways. Episode 8 of Twin Peaks: The Return, it's not on my list, but that's another like incredible episode of television that is just like this black and white sort of nightmare, essentially. And again, you've got kind of monstrous characters, mutilation, people getting their skulls crushed, and all kinds of other things. There's just some incredible nightmarish stuff, almost too much to choose from in Twin Peaks: The Return, but for some reason that particular scene really stuck with me, and lots of people have different readings on it, and a lot of people almost saw it as a metaphor for Twin Peaks coming back, like everyone waiting for 25 years in front of this box, i.e. a television, waiting and waiting and waiting for something to happen and for something to return. And Twin Peaks: The Return is like an exercise in patience. Like you have to like really be patient and let the pacing kind of take you on this journey. And it takes a long time for anything big and dramatic to happen, actually. So it almost felt like this episode 1 set piece was kind of setting its mission statement, and it was like, this whole world of Twin Peaks and this whole mystery is kind of about patience, but keep watching, don't look away, because if you look away you'll regret it, kind of thing. So yeah, I mean, that's just one particular reading of that sequence, which I really like. I think that's a really fun reading, but who knows, David Lynch might have something completely different in mind. But yeah, big fan of that scene, big fan of Twin Peaks: The Return. I love its vibe. So that's my number 4. Okay, moving up to my number 3 David Lynch moment, and we're going to come to one of his most nightmarish films, and that is Lost Highway. Again, like Lost Highway, I would say is pretty much a pure horror film. Like it's got proper kind of moments of horror, of jump scares, of the terror, of gore, you know, really visceral violence. It's quite a kind of attack, that film, in a lot of ways, and there are so many great moments to choose from. But of course, I've gone with Robert Blake's The Mystery Man. Look at him, look at his little face. So this is, of course, the sequence where our main character, played by Bill Pullman, is just hanging out at a swanky LA party, and he looks across the crowded room, and there's people, you know, it's filled with people, this party, and you see this man, this mystery man with this quite creepy face, this smile on his face, just slowly move through the crowd and kind of make a beeline towards Bill Pullman. He just kind of seems to like glide through the crowd, and he walks right up to Bill Pullman, and as he approaches him, the music and all the background noise dies away, and so it becomes this sudden, very intense, silent scene between this mystery man and Bill Pullman. And this mystery man is like, we've met before, haven't we? Bill Pullman's like, I don't think so. Where do you think we've met? And he's like, at your house. We met at your house. And then he says something like, in fact, I'm there right now. And he basically starts saying to him, I'm at your house right now. And Bill Pullman's like, whatever. What are you talking about, man? And then he hands Bill Pullman a mobile phone. And he's like, call your house. Why don't you ask me? And Bill Pullman calls his house, and then that man answers the phone, and he says, I told you I was here. And the whole thing is incredible. It's so freaky. It's so intense. And Lynch plays the whole scene out in these extreme close-ups. And Robert Blake's performance as this mystery man is so unbelievably creepy. I love it so much. It's a real kind of like highlight moment of that film, I think. And it makes everything feel completely unstable, because up until that point, you don't really think you're in it's like a supernatural film. I don't even know if it is a supernatural film, but clearly something otherworldly is happening here, because that guy can't be in two places at once, and yet he is. And so we know from this scene that we are not in the real world. Either we are seeing the world through a character who is psychologically unstable, or there is something genuinely supernatural going on. And of course, that film gets more and more insane as it goes on. You know, characters kind of morph into other characters. And again, you don't quite know if this is kind of fractured psyche, multiple personalities. Is it something psychological? Is it, something kind of conceptual or metaphorical? Or is it literally a movie about a person transforming into another person? So there are loads of different readings on Lost Highway. It's one of those movies where every time I watch it, it's like I read different things into it. I've seen that film probably about 10 or 15 times by now, and every time I watch it, I end up like coming up with a different theory. But that sequence with Robert Blake is really kind of the sequence that kind of sets up the tone and the sort of instability of that film and the lack of safety in that film as well. So I'm a big fan, absolutely love it. That's my number 3. That's Lost Highway. And at number 2, I've gone with a really iconic scare. It is, of course, the Mulholland Drive monster behind the diner, monster behind Winky's. And that's this lady here. So this is the actress also. I can't remember her name. Remind me in the chat. But this actress has become famous for playing sort of monstrous characters. She was in The Nun. She played the nun in all of the Conjuring universe films, I believe. But yeah, this is an absolute iconic scene, and I'm sure so many people have seen this. It's always on these lists of like the best of horror moments, the scariest moments, that kind of thing, and it really is incredible. And this is kind of similar to what I was saying about the glass box scene in Twin Peaks. Like, this seems to not have anything to do with anything else going on in this film. Mulholland Drive is this brilliant mystery about these two women. One of them has amnesia, and she's trying to figure out who she is and her identity, and it's this kind of great little mystery. But in the first 20 minutes of the film, we get this scene that seems to have nothing to do with anything. And again, I think this is a scene that is it's almost like setting the mission statement for the film you're about to see. I think it's a scene that works as a kind of clue, because you get this scene with these two men in this diner, and it's a man with, I think, his therapist, and he says, I just wanted to meet you here at this table in this restaurant. And the therapist is like, okay. And he goes, because I had a dream about this place. And he says, in the dream, you were here, sat with me at this very table. And he says, but in this dream, I got up to go and pay the bill, and I could feel that something was there, something monstrous waiting for me round the back of the diner. And he says, I could see it through the walls. The scariest thing I've ever seen. I don't ever want to see that face in the real world. So he sort of decided that he's going to come to this diner so that he can check round the back of that diner to check that nothing monstrous is there. And the therapist or the friend or whoever he is like, great, let's do it. And he walks with him up to the counter. They pay the bill. And the scene is, again, it's very, very slow. It takes about 5 minutes for this guy to just exit the diner and walk around the back of it. And it's building and it's building, and this guy is getting more and more intense as he's remembering that dream and he's remembering that monster, and he is like freaking out, and you can see the sweat dripping down, and his friend's like, it's okay, you'll be okay. It's like still walking with him. and you get all the way round to the back of the diner, and again the camera just kind of lingers just before we turn the corner, and it's so slow, and then all of a sudden, bam, this face appears as this woman just appears from behind this wall, exactly as he said it would happen, in his dream. There was actually something monstrous there, and this man immediately passes out with fear, essentially. He's so scared that he just collapses. And that's it. In that film, Mulholland Drive, we basically never see that guy again. We never return to that storyline again. It seems to be completely separate to everything else going on in that film. And so for me, I think I read it as like not just an amazing little set piece, but a kind of clue. David Lynch always talks about how he loves to leave clues early on in his films to explain what's really going on. And that idea of, is it a dream or is it reality or is it both, is obviously like quite integral to Mulholland Drive and the final act of Mulholland Drive. So I think it's an amazing sequence. So well paced. It's kind of like what I said about the opening scene of Scream. Like, it almost works as just a perfect little self-contained short film, really. Like, you could almost just watch it in isolation, but it's also I think it really works within the themes of Mulholland Drive. So massive fan of that one. Let's see where we're up to on our... Oh my god, we have passed our target amount. Guys, thank you so much. I'm just checking our GoFundMe, and we have reached £9,170. Holy shit. Thank you all so much. You're probably paying money to get me to shut the fuck up and go to bed, I expect, but that's so generous and so lovely. Thank you so much to all of you for donating. I mean, that's awesome. I'm tempted to up the goal again, but I feel like that's just pushing it now at 7 a.m. with 1 hour to go. So I'm going to leave that goal where it is. But if anyone wants to continue donating, I'm going to leave that page active, I think, the GoFundMe, until probably Friday, maybe. So I'm going to give it till the end of the week, because I know a lot of people are still going to be catching up on these videos throughout the week and watching. So hopefully that pot will just keep growing up until we close it at the end of the week. But that's awesome. Thank you all so much for being so generous with your time and with your money and everything else. Like, I really appreciate it. So where are we up to? Yes, so my number one David Lynch moment. So let me count down one more time again and show you these horrific images one more time. At number 10 for me, it was Firewalk with Me and Bob Behind the Drawers. At number 9, it was Eraserhead, the family dinner. At number 8, it was Bobby Peru, Willem Dafoe's performance in Wild at Heart. At number 7, it was The Red Room from Twin Peaks. At number 6, it was Inland Empire, this particular moment from Inland Empire. At number 5, it was the brothel sequence from Blue Velvet. At number 4, it was the glass box from Twin Peaks. At number 3, it was the mystery man from Lost Highway. And at number 2, it's the woman behind Winkies in Mulholland Drive. I mean, like, God, what a series of brilliant little set pieces, right? I mean, because, like, I think what I love about so many of these sequences is that even describing them, it's like they are like their own little self-contained stories, aren't they? They're like all their own little, like, weird little horror shorts almost. And, David Lynch is so good at this kind of thing. But my number one, I think, is a bit less of a standalone. It's actually more integral to a plot and quite an important part of a plot. So I've already talked about Twin Peaks, but I'm going back to Twin Peaks. I've talked about a moment from season 1, The Red Room. I've talked about a moment from The Return, The Glass Box, but I'm going to talk about a moment from season 2 of Twin Peaks. And season 2 is the one that has the worst reputation out of everything Lynch has done, but it has some of the greatest and scariest moments. And I'm going to talk about, this is something that Joe mentioned earlier in our chat, actually, if you were here for the coming of age horror chat. But Joe mentioned a certain scene from Twin Peaks season 2 in which Maddie is killed by Bob. And essentially, I won't explain why, but this is the scene where we find out who killed Laura Palmer. And it's, I mean, I actually still, to this day, am kind of shocked that it was shown on network television, because it is really one of the most violent, disturbing things I've ever seen. So, and it's, as ever with David Lynch, there's an amazing build-up. There's this kind of feeling of mood, of something bad is coming. Our main character's Agent Cooper. He goes to the Roadhouse, this like wonderful bar. Julie Cruz is singing on stage, and everything feels quite kind of somber. And there's this character of the log lady who carries around her log, and she always seems to like know when something is happening. And she comes up to Agent Cooper and stands next to him, and he sort of says, "Is something happening?" And she says, "Yeah, something is happening." And he's sort of like, "Yeah, something is happening, isn't it?" And there's this feeling in the air of like, oh shit, something bad is coming, but nobody quite knows what it is. Again, David Lynch, amazing at this. He's just amazing at mood. And all of a sudden, Agent Cooper, Carl McLaughlin's character, has this vision on stage. Julie Cruz and the band kind of fade away and disappear. And this giant, who we've seen a couple of times at this point, appears on stage. And he says, "It is happening again." And you're like, oh shit, what's happening again? And you realize that Laura Palmer's killer is about to kill again. And this is where we actually find out who the killer is. The mystery is resolved in the most horrific scene in the history of the show, essentially, where we watch the slow kind of assault that takes place in a living room, essentially. And David Lynch uses all kinds of mad lighting effects, a kind of harsh spotlight. He changes between like extreme slow motion and kind of regular motion. The sound becomes all distorted. And there are, again, I won't go into it too much, but there are two actors that play the killer. There's Bob, and then there's the person that Bob kind of represents, or the person that is represented by Bob. I don't know how to quite describe it, but the scene kind of takes place almost twice, where you're watching it happen with Bob, and then you're watching it happen with the killer. And yeah, it's just a really upsetting, disturbing scene as this girl is chased around this living room, is wrestled to the floor. He beats her, he smashes her head against a wall, against a mirror. He then just kind of like flings her body around and sort of dances with it before eventually killing her, wrapping her in plastic, you know, inserting a little piece of paper under her fingernail, as is the killer's calling card. And we then cut back to the Roadhouse, to this bar. The music comes back, but the music is very somber. Suddenly everyone looks sad. Characters start crying just inexplicably for no reason, and they don't know why they're crying, and there's this feeling of just sadness. And this old man comes up to Agent Cooper and he says, "I'm so sorry." And then the episode ends, and it's just, again, it's like, it doesn't really make any logical sense, but when you watch it, it just works. It's like this perfect, beautiful sort of visual storytelling of like, this horrific thing happens, then there's this aftermath of another innocent girl is dead, and everyone in this town of Twin Peaks can feel it happening. And yeah, this Julie Cruz song called "The World Spins" just plays up until the end credits, where we just see these kind of red curtains, and it's chef's kiss. It's beautiful. It was directed by David Lynch, and it was basically the last episode that he directed until the end. It was sort of signaling the end of the David Lynch era of Twin Peaks, because that was when they then resolved the mystery. David Lynch went off and did other stuff, and so the show never really was, at least through season 2, it never really was the same again after that. So there is almost something, it feels like an ending, like a real sad ending, like, you know, that character saying, "I'm so sorry." It's kind of like, it's over now, we've solved the mystery, the show's not going to be very good anymore. And it's almost like David Lynch is basically saying that to us. So yeah, I mean, phenomenal stuff. I love it. I'd love to hear what some of your, if there are any Lynch fans in the chat, tell me about what some of your favorite David Lynch horrific moments are, because there are so many more that I haven't even mentioned. But yeah, that's my personal top 10. And well, we've got 1 hour to go, so I'm going to take a little break, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to finish off by just basically some closing thoughts, and I'm going to answer some final mailbag questions. Any questions that you've got for me, any final questions that you've got for me, feel free to put them in the chat. I'm also going to go back to some previous mailbag questions that I haven't yet answered, and I'm just going to go through them and wrap everything up, basically. So if you can stay with me for one more hour, then join me for a little wrap-up discussion. That would be amazing. So I'm going to pop for a quick 5-minute break, and I will be back very, very soon. Oh my god, here we are. We're in the final hour, everyone. And there are still 155 of you watching. I mean, amazing. I'm so grateful. I'm so kind of shocked, really, that at this time of day or this time of night, that there are still this many of you with me. So thank you all so much for being here. Look, I've just put the blinds up because the sun is officially coming out. Sunrise is happening. We're in the final 50 minutes of this, so we've done 23 hours and 10 minutes so far, so we are nearly there. It's been absolutely amazing, and I know that some of you, correct me if I'm wrong, right, but I think Lexi and I think Julia Brown, I think you guys have been with me this whole time, right, since the very beginning. Is there anyone else who's been here for the full 24 hours? Peter as well, Peter Faulkner, have you been here for the majority of it? I think you have, which is unbelievable. I mean, like, the people that have been here this whole time, that's like mental. I mean, unbelievable. I'm so grateful to you guys. It's really meant a lot having you there the whole time, but like, I can't believe it. I can't believe that you actually stayed up with me. That's so cool. So yeah, I'm so grateful. I'm so grateful to all of you for giving up your time to do this with me. It's been so much fun. It's been absolutely worth all of the prep, getting everything ready for today, because it's all gone even better than I could have imagined, really. And you know, for people that are tuning in who maybe missed some of the earlier stuff in the day, what I thought I might do is just quickly whiz through everything that we've done today, really, because it's been amazing. And I was having a look back to the first event of the day, and that almost feels like 10 years ago or something. So I thought I'd quickly whiz through those again and just have a little talk about them, and just to say that these will all be available on YouTube, and they'll be archived, so you can check out any of these if you missed them. So the first guest to join me was Tim Coleman at 9 a.m. yesterday morning. Technically that is yesterday morning now, right? So yeah, after my first mailbag hour, Tim popped in, and it was a really fun chat with him where we basically both compiled our lists of the 10 movies that we thought deserved to be in the Sight and Sound Top 100 list, the 10 horror movies, that is. And we came up with some great titles. I mean, I think we both were in agreement on the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, I think The Shining, I think Martyrs, and then we each had our own separate picks as well. But yeah, just like really fun discussion to kick off the day with, where we got to talk about some all-time classics as well. And then the second event, I mean, this is what's been really fun too, is that we've done such a broad scope of different types of horror, because the second event I was joined by my lovely wife Rihanna Dillon and also Rob Watts, and we discussed children's horror. So if you missed that one, that was a really fun discussion. It's worth checking out. We covered everything from kind of Chitty Chitty Bang Bang to Wizard of Oz, Return of Oz, Willy Wonka, you know, Matilda, The Witches, loads of cool stuff, and talked about, you know, has kids' horror gotten soft in recent years? Are Disney films less weird and subversive than they used to be in the 30s? Loads of cool, interesting ground that we covered in that particular chat. So that is also available for people to catch up on. The next event was a little Dream Warriors special. So I was joined by Becky Dark and Stevie Webb, and we discussed A Nightmare on Elm Street for its 40th anniversary. And actually, in so many ways, A Nightmare on Elm Street has been kind of the perfect movie for today, because I do feel a little bit like Nancy in A Nightmare on Elm Street, when she's kind of desperately trying to stay awake and hiding coffee pots under her bed or whatever. Like, that's kind of how I'm feeling right now. So yeah, that was a very apt, the only kind of deep dive discussion of the whole 24 hours, actually. The only kind of like film discussion of the whole 24 hours was A Nightmare on Elm Street. And I mean, it's always the most fun getting to chat about movies with Becky and Stevie, so I loved every minute of that. Then after that, James Swanton dropped in, you know, renowned monster actor James Swanton, and he talked a little bit about his experiences of basically playing movie monsters, of working with makeup, with latex, with all of the crazy things he's had to do in films like Host and Dashcam, and he's got so many exciting projects coming up. He talked about Frankenstein's creature, and he talked about some of his inspirations, including people like Lon Chaney and Conrad Veidt and Boris Karloff. Really fun, fascinating discussion. Loved getting to chat to James about some of that stuff. Then I was joined by a different James, my very good friend, James Payne from Journey Through Sci-Fi. And we talked about horror television. We covered the whole spectrum. We went back to shows like The Twilight Zone, Doctor Who, The Outer Limits, all the way through to shows like Carnival and Lost and The Walking Dead. We covered the whole scope. We talked about, of course, Twin Peaks, The X-Files, and we talked about what some of our scariest kind of TV moments were. And that was a really, really fun discussion. And we also teased our own podcast that we're going to be launching very soon. If you missed that, James and I are going to be launching our own 90s television podcast together. That's going to be coming soon. So more details on that to follow. Then I was joined by Kevin Lyons, of course. Everyone's fave, Kevin Lyons. I know how much love there is for him amongst the community. And this was just really fun. We debated what is the best decade in horror. And we essentially went through the entire history of the genre, from early silent cinema to the 2010s, decade by decade. We talked about what defines each particular decade, and we kind of went, does that make it one of the best? Does it beat this decade, etc., etc.? And, people are already saying in the chat, it's the 70s. I mean, of course. But I think actually having that discussion reminded me just how good the 60s were. It reminded me just how good the 30s were, the 2000s even as well. So it was a really fun discussion, and Kevin is just such an amazing encyclopedia of knowledge as well. So yeah, that is definitely one worth checking out. That was at 3:30 today. Then perfectly to end that discussion, because we got to the end of that discussion by the time we reached the 2010s, my next guest was Rosie Fletcher. At 5 p.m. yesterday afternoon, Rosie Fletcher and I began to try and unpick the term elevated horror. It's a term that's come up a lot over the last 24 hours, and I think it's been really fun, actually, to kind of discuss that. And we kind of tried to figure out exactly what that term means, how we describe horror of the 2010s, kind of debated back and forth on which films really belong in that kind of label of elevated horror and what movies don't. So yeah, that was a really fun discussion. I think it's a good time, now that it's been 10 years since films like The Babadook, to kind of look back across that last decade in horror and talk about what really defined it. So it was great. Loved that discussion. Then I handed things over to Rihanna, Louise and Adam Robinson, and we had a brilliant live ghost story reading. And I absolutely loved this. I thought this was a perfect way, actually, just to break up all of the discussions and have a bit of live drama. And it really did feel like, because I was just like having a bit of dinner and just getting a bit of air and stretching my legs, but I was listening to the live feed still, so I was listening to this radio play. And it really did sound like I was listening to a professional radio play. I mean, Rihanna, Louise and Adam are all literally professionals at this kind of stuff. So it was listening to three professionals do an amazing job. And Dead Air was just a brilliant play, and it was genuinely scary as well. They all did absolutely amazingly in terms of their performances, and it was a very, very creepy radio play. So I would urge absolutely everybody to check that one out. If you missed it, give it a watch. It's so good. And there's a little chat with Adam before and after, and he talks a little bit about the process of making that particular one. So yeah, that was on at 6 p.m. today. That was so good. After that, I had my little chat with Eli Roth as well, which was actually really pleasantly surprising, I think. And I think a lot of you said the same in the chat. People were quite impressed by how thoughtful Eli Roth was with all of his answers, and he actually said some really smart, interesting stuff when he was talking to me. And yeah, it kind of actually really warmed me to Eli Roth in a way. No matter what you think of his films, he's always been a very good talker. He's always really loved and known a lot about the horror genre. So it was actually really nice to get and sit down and chat to him for half an hour about horror movies, because he's one of those people, you can tell he just loves talking about it as well, just like the rest of us. He loves talking about horror. So yeah, it was a real joy actually to get to sit down and talk to him, especially now that he has made a film that I did actually really love, which was Thanksgiving. So it was actually really nice to be able to talk to him about that particular movie, because I'm not the biggest fan of some of his earlier films, but it was great to be able to to start off that conversation by saying, I loved Thanksgiving. It was one of my favourite films of last year. So yeah, that was a real joy, actually. Oh, Adam's here. Hi, Adam. We're just wrapping things up. Adam must have just woken up. But yeah, I've just been going through all of the amazing events, and I was just saying how amazing your radio play was, and just like what a joy that was to listen to. So yeah, Eli Roth, great. Loved him. Won't have a word said against him. Brilliant. He was great. Then, of course, we moved on to Fresh Blood Live, which is always quite chaotic and fun, but, brilliant. So Becky and Brad joined me, and we reviewed so much stuff. Birth, Rebirth, and Baghead, and Deep Fear, which was the shark on cocaine movie, and Night Swim, the haunted swimming pool film. I mean, there was so much mad and bad stuff to talk about this month, which meant that Brad and Becky were on very good form. So loved this month's Fresh Blood. Then there came the 9 p.m. slot, which is the thing that I was particularly excited about, which was the launch of our Final Cut game. And again, if anybody missed this, I would very much urge you to go back and check this out. But this was basically our first announcement of a spin-off project for the podcast. We're basically launching our own card game. It's kind of a board game, card game type thing, themed around horror, particularly themed around the evolution of horror. A card game in which you've got to kind of match subgenres and create your own movie by collecting cards that have kind of killers and victims and items and locations and things. And it's going to be launching on Kickstarter in a couple of weeks' time. So I can see people going, hang on, what? Well, there is going to be plenty more information on that coming, but I would urge you all to go back and watch that video if you missed it. Watch that YouTube discussion in which you'll see a promo video for the game, and then me and Mike Lee Graham, the amazing artist, and Alex Ailing, the amazing game developer, talked a little bit about the making of Final Cut. So yeah, I was really pleased to be able to finally announce that to you guys. So that was on at 9 o'clock. What came after that? Oh, of course, after that came our creepy pastas, slender men, our YouTube and internet discussion, which, like, as it turned out, wasn't so much a discussion on YouTube horror as it was me having a little bit of fun and making my own found footage horror movie, essentially, and just letting that play out, which, by the way, was really fun. Really enjoyed just watching the comments as people slowly started to get suspicious, because I think initially I was really pleased that everyone believed that was live, and that it like everything in that discussion was filmed in the last week. And it wasn't until I think somebody in the chat mentioned that the blind in the background behind me had changed. It had gone wonky and then it had gone straight again. And people were going, hang on, this has been edited, this is pre-recorded. And I think people then slowly started to clock on. But it was really, really fun just to have a little break while that played out and watch people's reactions. So again, if you want to watch something a little bit fun and a little bit different, then give our YouTube internet horror video a watch. That will be in the archive there for you guys to check out. Then we had the late night slot, the 11 p.m. slot, where Zobo with a shotgun and Brad Hansen joined me to discuss extreme cinema. And this was really the hardcore slot where we talked about horrible stuff, literally the sort of stuff where Zoe warned us not to actually Google some of the titles because you might end up on some sort of register. So yeah, that was as always an absolute joy to get to talk to Zobo and Brad about some of the most horrible films imaginable. We talked a little bit about that extreme cinema iceberg and how many layers deep we've gone, and what are some of the most fucked up and extreme movies we've ever seen. And we covered all the classics, of course, Sallow and Cannibal Holocaust and a Serbian film and Irreversible and all of those. And then we talked about a few kind of slightly left field ones. Zobo talked about Tumbling Dole of Flesh and God knows what else, you know, and me and Brad talked about August Underground, and it was all very, very grim, but quite fun. Quite a fun discussion. If you think you've got the stomach for it, then check out our extreme cinema chat. And then on the flip side to that, at 1 a.m, we went to a lovely, wholesome coming-of-age horror movies chat. Sorry, Josh, I've taken away your name is missing from that title card, isn't it? Because this was with Joe Lipsett and Joshua Tonks. Apologies for the Joshua eraser in this one, but yeah, loved having this discussion. We counted down our top 10 coming-of-age movies. Spoiler alert, Carrie was in there, Let the Right One In, you know, like loads of absolute bangers, The Lost Boys. So it was a really fun chance to get to chat about some really, really fun horror movies with Joe and Josh. Loved that discussion. Joe, by the way, I mean, of course, Josh is very, very smart and brilliant. We all know that. But Joe Lipsett as well, if anyone hasn't listened to his podcast, The Horror Queers, he's so good. He's so smart. He knows so much about horror. And he always speaks so eloquently. I love listening to him. So it was a real treat to get to have him on the podcast. So that was on at kind of 1 a.m. Then at 2:30 a.m. this morning, Alex West joined me. And we talked a little bit about beauty in horror, didn't we? And that was really lovely. Alex Ailings joined the chat. Hi, Alex. I love that people are now starting to wake up and join the chat. I'm just doing a little wrap up, Alex, and just, you know, telling people about what we've been doing so that they can go and check out the archive. I've been plugging Final Cut again, Alex, of course, you know, making sure people go and check that out. So yeah, we're just doing a little wrap up chat. So I got to chat to Alex West about beauty and horror, which her new book is obviously about. So that was really, really fun. Then, of course, Stacey Ponder dropped in at, I think, 3:30 in the morning, and we talked about the best and worst of found footage movies, which was great fun. Loved getting to discuss some of those movies with Stacey, and it's always just such an absolute joy, an absolute treat to get to chat to Stacey as well. So of course, if anyone missed that one, that will still be available on our YouTube channel. You can go and find the chat with Stacey Ponder. It was so fun. Then what came after Stacey? Then it was Joshua Tonks back in the room with Joe Valisi, and we talked about the rise and fall of the requel. We talked about all of the dramas surrounding Exorcist movies and Scream movies and what the future of horror might be and franchise horror and all of that kind of thing. Look at their little faces. I love that little photo. I just like 3 actresses and then that kind of monstrosity on the left as well. It just really makes me laugh. Anyway, that's another really interesting chat. If you missed that one, I would urge you guys to go back and check that out. And then that was kind of it, I think, right? And then you've just missed me talk about my favorite David Lynch moment in the last hour or so. So yeah, holy shit, it's been quite the journey, hasn't it? It's been absolutely epic. And it's been actually surprisingly, like, people keep saying to me, you know, how have you been holding up? Have you been managing okay? I definitely went through a dip. I think at around 3 a.m, that was when my body started to go like, ugh. But on the whole, I feel like adrenaline has really got me through it. I think like having that structure of like a different person joining me every hour has kind of kept my energies levels up. And of course, like, the amazing excitement of getting to check the GoFundMe page and seeing that we keep reaching our targets, and that's gone up and up and up sort of every hour that I've checked it, has also really kind of like given me these bursts of energy as well. So it's actually been not that bad, you know. You've all been really lovely, and you've all said to me, God, like, I don't know how you've managed it. That's really sweet. But actually, all I've done is sat in a chair for 24 hours. You know, like people do much more strenuous things for charity. I've not run a marathon. I've not, you know, I've just sat here in my house very comfortably and had a lovely time talking to people. So there are absolutely worse ways to spend 24 hours. It's been a treat, to be honest. So yeah, I mean, again, thank you all for being here and thank you all for joining me. Let's check our fundraiser pot, actually. Let's check our GoFundMe. Oh my God, we are up to £9,200. Unbelievable. That's how much we've raised in the last 24 hours, really. Like, unbelievable. So yeah, like an amazing amount of money for such a good cause. So yeah, like I'm over the moon, absolutely over the moon. So thank you all so much. Thank you so much for being so generous with your time, with your money, and just being here with me through all of this. It's been incredible. So I've got 30 minutes left. What do you want to do? I'll answer some questions. We've still got some mailbag questions left to answer. And then I'm getting the hell out of here at 8 a.m. and going to bed. So let's see. What have we got? If you've got any final questions for me, drop them in the chat. And in the meantime, I'm going to dip into the mailbag and have a little look at what other questions I can answer. So let's have a look. Here we go. So answered that one. I've answered that one. Right. This is a good one. Chris Newton. Hello, Chris. He has said, I was talking to a YouTuber recently and she was saying that her negative videos were the ones with the most views, i.e. thumbnails with captions like, why I hated this movie, or 10 things this movie totally failed at. Ironically, her videos aren't really like that at all, but apparently that's what gets clicks. One of the things I love most about EOH is the positive, uncynical love of the movies and the genre. Obviously, not everything is to yours and your guests' tastes, but the criticism always seems fair. I suppose my question is, how do you navigate an online culture that seems to thrive on negativity with a show as fair and nuanced as EOH? Thank you, Chris. That's a very kind question. Yeah, and I think I definitely feel that pressure sometimes. Like, I think it's true, right, that people do love it when you're a bit mean about films. Like, we're very rarely negative about films on this podcast, but I do think that sometimes there is a bit of pressure to go a bit more negative about things at times. And I do get kind of comments from people being like, sometimes I get negative comments on the podcast being like, oh, he's just nice about everything. And sometimes people are like, I want you to review more shit films so that you and your co-hosts can like really tear them apart. I don't really want to do that. Like, I don't really want the podcast to be that. Like, like, as you mentioned in your question, Chris, like, we always try and be kind of positive and celebratory about horror movies because we love horror movies. So it's not the kind of like reviewing podcast that I really, you know, that's not the kind of thing that we do. Like, I don't really want to be saying, this is awful, this is awful. Sometimes we do, and, like, we're always honest. Like, Peter has mentioned Alien vs. Predator Requiem. Yeah, like, there are certain bad films that we've covered, for sure, but if I can avoid it, I do, to be honest. So if it's a film that is bad, and I'm not going to have much positive to say about it, then I tend to just not want to cover it. Slightly different when we do Fresh Blood, because that is like meant to be reviewing stuff, and that's separate, and it goes on Patreon, so it doesn't feel as bad and doesn't feel as mean in a way. But on the main podcast, it's never really meant to have been a kind of reviewing podcast. It's more about kind of more of an academic, historical look at films, I suppose, and like what they bring to the horror genre. So yeah, that's why I don't tend to go negative. But I think you're absolutely right, Chris. I think negativity, sadly, is something that gets more views, it gets more hits, it gets more clicks, you know, like that is the stuff that people kind of enjoy and find funny. So yeah, like there is that temptation occasionally, but I do try and keep it positive where I can. Sario says Patreon episodes about the latter Hellraiser movies when Stevie is losing his mind are so much fun, though. Yeah, see, this is the thing. People love it. People loved hearing me and Stevie go through Hellraiser 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, and they were painful, absolutely painful to get through. So yeah, like that's not something that I would do too often. But again, if it's on Patreon, people are paying for Patreon, and so I do just kind of like let the patrons dictate what we cover. So I don't mind it so much for that. It's different. But for the main podcast, I would never cover the Hellraiser sequels, you know? What else have we got here? We've got Sunlight Gardener says, when is the next series of the pod? Have you settled on the final list of films yet? I miss your coverage and your guests are. So I think the plan is probably to bring the podcast back in either late March or early April. So got about 2 more months, I would say. And I haven't, I'm a little bit behind. I think because it's been Christmas and I've been planning this, basically haven't yet planned out all of the movies in the next series of the pod. So I'm still working my way through that, doing the research and doing the prep. I still need to book all of my guests and figure out the kind of episodes and what I pair with what. And that's a really fun thing. And basically, once I've gotten over this 24-hour marathon, I mean, I'm not planning on doing anything for the next 3 or 4 days. I've got like an empty calendar for the next few days, which is very exciting. No meetings, no commitments, nothing. So I'm essentially just going to sleep and lie on the sofa for a couple of days and just bask in the glory of this. But then when that's done, I'm going to properly start planning and getting into the next series of the pod, which for people who don't know is a kind of Nature Bites Back season, essentially. So we'll be back in the spring to talk about films in which animals, nature kind of come to get us. So we'll be talking about films like Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds and Steven Spielberg's Jaws. And we're also going to be talking about a few kind of monster movies too that kind of fall within that category. King Kong and Godzilla even, I think, as well. The original Godzilla, which kind of fits the Nature Bites Back sort of model. We'll be talking about all of the kind of like big animal attack movies of the 70s, like frogs and slugs and Kingdom of the Spiders and all of that kind of thing, and all the way through to like Arachnophobia, probably even Jumanji, probably even Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, to like Sharknado and all of that kind of thing. So like loads of amazing, really, really fun stuff to discuss next season. It's going to be, long weekends, of course. Somebody's mentioned long weekend, of course. In fact, we're actually going to be doing a whole little like run of Australia and outback films, including Wake in Fright and maybe even Picnic at Hanging Rock as well. So it's not just going to be exclusively about animal attacks. It will also be about kind of nature more generally and the kind of the power and the dangers of the natural world. It's going to be really fun. Can't wait. Absolutely can't wait. And it's going to be so different from the kind of claustrophobic, nasty home invasion season that I did last year. It's going to be a really nice kind of literally a breath of fresh air, right, as we go into the great outdoors. Joshua Tonks has said Anaconda with J-Lo. Is that the one you want, Josh? Is that the one you're booking yourself in for? Because we haven't booked you in for an episode yet, so I'll put you down for Anaconda with J-Lo. If that's your fave, just let me know. And Alex and Adam, you're in the chat, maybe it's potentially as well. I need to book you all in, so I need you all to let me know what are some of your favourites, and we need to book you in for some episodes. So that's all really exciting. So yeah, haven't yet got the guests booked in, haven't yet got all of the films confirmed and in the right order, but that's what I'm going to be working on basically through the month of February. So I'm really excited for that. Okay, Jay Cumberdingus, says, will you help me fund and produce the 3rd film in the Leprechaun in the Hood series? No. Okay, this question comes from Haunted Fembot. Would you consider doing a series on small towns in horror? Ooh, that's actually a really fun theme, and I love that kind of theme, that kind of like small town with a secret kind of vibe. I think probably a lot of them we've already covered in like other seasons, so like a lot of that ended up falling into folk horror and stuff like that, but there were probably still quite a few more. What's that brilliant one from the 70s? My brain has stopped working. There's a really sort of classic one from the 70s about the little town, like coastal town. Someone will say it in the comments, I'm sure. But yeah, there are some really fun films actually, like within that theme. Maybe one day, if I'm still trying to come up with, subgenres and themes to cover for future seasons, maybe that would be a really good one. Yeah, that would be really fun. Somebody's put here, Sam says, an entire series on the League of Gentlemen. Oh, I'd love that. Me and Adam have talked about doing something on League of Gentlemen this year, haven't we, Adam? We talked about it's the anniversary of League of Gentlemen. It's also the anniversary and the last ever season of Inside Number 9, and it's the anniversary of Psychoville. So it kind of feels like the perfect time for us to do something on that as well. So yeah, would love to do that. Loads of fun things, loads of fun ideas here. Rusty said The Ruins. People are still suggesting things, I think, for the Nature Bites Back series. But yes, The Ruins is obviously on the list. Absolutely it is. Somebody mentioned some crocodile movies. Alex Ailing said, please don't make me do Old again. So mean about Old. I love Old. Okay, all right. What other questions have we got? Melodrama says, will you be touring again this year? Yeah, hopefully. That's the plan. We haven't booked anything in yet, but last year, for people who don't know, we did like a little screening tour of the UK. So we went to Manchester, Liverpool, Oxford, Newcastle, Edinburgh, Leeds, York. We went to Cardiff as well, Reading. Like, we went to so many cool places, Cambridge as well. It was Becky, Dark, and I, and then various other guests that joined us at different places. We had such a fun time doing that tour, so we will be hopefully doing that again at some point. Oh, look, speaking of, Becky's here. Morning. I'm still here. I'm still going. I'm in my final 20 minutes. Just talking about our next screening tour, Becky, which, like, you're in the process of sorting, aren't you? So thank you for that. So yeah, hopefully that will be happening at some point soon. And I'm also like, this isn't for an official tour or anything. This isn't work related, but if there are any US listeners out there, I'm coming to the US for the first time, just on a holiday. But I would love some recommendations for fun places to go. So we're going to go to New York, we're going to New Orleans, we're going to Vegas, to Yosemite, to San Francisco, to LA, and a whole other bunch of places on the West Coast. So I'm doing a big month-long trip in March. And hit me with some good, like, horror, kind of horror themed places I should visit. Any recommendations, basically, I'd love to hear them. Please do let me know. Maybe we could sort some sort of meetup as well in one of these big cities. If there are enough kind of EOH listeners in one place, it would be really cool to meet some US listeners as well. Okay, let's see. What other questions have we got? Sarah said, someone has to ask about merch. So my question is ... merch. Yeah, I think I mentioned this earlier, but if anyone didn't hear, when we were talking about the launch of this new EOH game, the card game Final Cut, I was saying that, like, actually also we are working on like a whole new rebranding of the podcast. So basically, the reason that I've not been selling any merch for ages is that we had a whole load of merchandise for the podcast that had like hoodies and t-shirts and various other things. They all sold out, and I haven't ended up creating any more merch because we're in the middle of like a big rebrand. So the podcast artwork is going to be gone soon. I think probably for the next season, we're going to have brand new, beautiful Mike Lee Graham podcast artwork, new logos and all of that kind of thing. And so there will be a new batch of merch that's going to be made, but it will be themed around the new artwork and probably themed around the, we might do some stuff that connects up with the game as well. So because we're kind of branching out into all of these other little EOH kind of offshoots now, I thought it was a good chance to do some rebranding and get some artwork that can kind of go across everything that we do, basically. So yeah, so exciting, really exciting to kind of unveil all of that very, very soon. Okay, let's see, what else have we got here? N. Patik says, have you ever done an episode on either the original Terminator or the 1986 flick The Hitcher? I don't think I have done it either. And actually, we talked about the Terminator yesterday morning. It was yesterday morning. Yesterday morning when Tim Coleman was here, he put the Terminator, the original, in his list of 10 horror movies that he would put in the Sight and Sound Top 100, which was a great choice. And we were talking about how Terminator is basically a slasher movie, right? It's basically a horror movie. Particularly the first one, it's still got that really great kind of like low budget 80s kind of grindhousey vibe almost. And I'm definitely planning on covering the Terminator at some point. It might be in a different season, like a monster season, a man-made monster season, a kind of science gone wrong season or something like that. I will absolutely cover that in the future. And the Hitcher, absolutely. I think that might have been mentioned somewhere in like an Also Rans type thing, maybe like a serial killer one, or I can't remember, but I feel like that might have been mentioned at some point in the past. But yeah, I mean, like, there's always room to do, deep dives on, all of these classics as well. Still so many movies to tick off, still so much ground to cover. Reagan says, are there any previous Evolution of Horror episodes that you wish you could redo? That's interesting. I don't think so. I don't think there's any that I feel like I would want to go back and redo necessarily. But I do think that, like, I very, very rarely listen to my podcast episodes. Like, once I've edited them and put them out, that's it. Like, I would never go back and revisit them. But there have been a couple of times when I've had to, for whatever reason, for maybe I've got to get a clip of something, and every time I now go back to the very first season of the podcast on the slashers, I'm always like, I wasn't as good back then at the hosting, at the interviewing, at the producing, and the conversations probably weren't as good as they could be. And so sometimes I go back to the very old stuff I did in the slasher season, and I think, yeah, I could probably redo that now. I could probably do that conversation again. Actually, that's why it was really nice to do A Nightmare on Elm Street yesterday with Becky and Stevie for its 40th anniversary, because I hadn't actually discussed that movie since season 1 of the podcast, which was 2017 with James King. So that was 7 years since I even discussed that movie on the podcast. And like 7 years is quite a long time. Like, opinions change, the way in which you read films changes and grows, and my opinion is always changing on movies, so actually I think it is really nice. I don't think I'd ever get rid of those old episodes, but I think it's actually really nice to go back and revisit stuff and maybe discuss them again, and reassess certain movies and that kind of thing. People are always asking me to go back and reassess Cabin Fever and Hostel. And Adam, people always ask if we can redo that episode, because I think people thought we were too mean about those films. I thought we still had quite a lot of quite good, intelligent stuff to say about those movies, but I don't know. Maybe one day we'll give them another go or redo them or something. So there you go. I don't know if I've got through all of these questions in the mailbag now. This question comes from Aaron. He says, almost as soon as you announce a new season, EOH listeners start chipping in with film recommendations and ideas and films that you should or must include. Even if that film was only ever released on VHS in a distant territory back in 1986. Does it give you the shits? Or are you happy for us to back and forth in the discussion group, sharing less familiar ideas that you're under no obligation to notice or consider? I love hearing everyone's obscure ideas personally. There's just no way that you could ever include every candidate in the actual season, but I noticed that some regular group members keep quiet, like they're afraid of annoying you by suggesting you'd missed something. Oh, I don't think that's true. I think probably some people just, don't bother, recommending extra films, I expect. But I don't mind that at all. Like, I think that's the beauty of that discussion group and having a community, isn't it? Like you said, I'm never going to include all these films on my podcast. Like, I'm definitely not going to include these weird movies that you can only get on Betamax from Germany, made in 1982 or whatever. Like, the point of the podcast has been and always will be that it's about the kind of cultural touchstones from any kind of subgenre. It's about the important movies that had some sort of cultural impact, and that's why, and it's not about the also rans. Like, it's not about the little movies in between that nobody's ever heard of. And I know that some people love that and love that more. You know, they want to be there for the kind of weirder, more obscure titles. So that's why I think it's great that you guys have the discussion group that you can all recommend titles to each other. That's awesome. Like, as long as you're not coming at me going, how dare you not include this? If you're just recommending it to each other as like extra additional movies, then great, yeah. Like, fill your boots. I think that's awesome. And I quite like getting like additional recommendations as well. I think it's great. Kat says, do you have a favourite horror-ish play? Oh, I think I might have answered this already, actually. I'll answer it again, because I can't quite remember now. Like, I can't quite remember what was today or what was 6 months ago. But Kat says, yeah, what's your favourite horror play? And I think the first one that comes to mind for me is The Pillow Man, Martin McDonagh's The Pillow Man. I'm a big fan of that. It's this really dark play about a child killer, serial killer essentially, who kind of kills and mutilates and tortures children, and he's killing them based on the works of fiction, based on these short horror stories. And there's an author who writes horrific short stories about children being tortured and mutilated and killed. And essentially, in this totalitarian world that it's set in, the author is arrested for the murders rather than the murderer, and the author is basically interrogated and tortured by the police. There's a lot of torture in this film, and so it's a really interesting film about art versus artists and all that kind of thing, but it's also really dark and really creepy. It's great. So that's like one of my faves. And also The Woman in Black, because it's just perfect, isn't it? It's just really properly scary. I remember the first time I saw it, sitting in the pitch black, the moments when all of the lights go out and the woman in black kind of comes down the aisle, and you like, if you sat on the aisle and you actually feel her brush past you. Oh, it's absolutely terrifying. Yeah. So, oh look, there's a Rihanna in the corner. Morning. How are you feeling?
How am I feeling? How are you feeling?
I'm all right. I'm still alive.
I can't believe you're still going.
Did you manage to sleep?
Yeah. Did you?
I did not. Rihanna's just gotten up, so she went to bed, and you're on the radio at 9:30. So you've got your Monday morning breakfast show review slot. So in a minute. Yeah, 6 music at 9:30 if you want to hear more content. We're basically relaying, so then Rihanna will be on duty and I will be asleep. Good. I didn't wake you up then. You didn't hear me nattering all night.
No. Mike, congratulations. I'm so proud of you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's so lovely. Everyone's been so nice, and I think I'm done. I think I'm wrapping up, really. So, yeah, it's been 24 hours officially, which is unbelievable, and I'm going to have one final check on how much we've raised. We've raised £9,255. Holy shit. Unbelievable. This has been like one of the coolest things I've ever done. It's absolutely amazing. Thank you so much to everyone who has watched and supported, and for people that have tuned in for like different sections throughout the day and night. Like, hopefully, I think all of these videos are going to be just on our YouTube channel, so you can come back to them and revisit them whenever. I don't know, and at some point down the line we're going to make these podcast episodes as well, but I'm not going to do anything for the next few days, so it might be a couple of weeks before you're able to start listening to them as podcasts. But yeah, thank you everyone so much. It's been absolutely incredible. What an incredible experience. You're all so generous with your time and money for such a great cause as well. So I love you all. Thank you all so much for being here and doing this. And yeah, we'll be back soon for more content. Thank you to the people that stayed with me the entire time. There's a couple of you that literally started with me yesterday morning at 8 a.m. and are here with me now and have been with me the whole time. So that's absolutely incredible. And all the different amazing guests as well. Everyone that kind of joined me for different chats every hour. People from the US and people from around the UK. Oh God, it's just it's overwhelming. Absolutely overwhelming. So yeah, guys, thank you all so much. I think I'm going to sign off and go to bed. So yeah, thank you all. I love you very, very much. Take care and goodbye.
Woo! Yeah!